AP Lucy, welcome in, guys. And if you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know by spamming MAGA in the comment section. Alternatively, you could just hop in the queue. We are going to go ahead and waste no time and hop right into our debates. I already have my playing cards ready to go to fuck around with while I debate some Trump supporters. So let's go ahead and hop right into it. Let's see who our first guest of the night. Make sure you're voting for Trump. I know, typically speaking, a couple supporters will hop in the queue, especially at the beginning of this stream. So please, if you support me, do not hop in the queue. I do love you, though.
What's up?
What's up, man? How old are you?
You're frozen, bro.
Oh, it's your connection. MAGA Mobile, let's get some MAGA Mobiles in the chat for the first 600 people in here. Welcome into the live, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live as well, folks. What's up? How old are you?
47.
47. Are you voting for Chomp?
Most likely. I live in a state where my vote doesn't matter.
Okay, so why would you be voting for Chomp? Yo, Cyber! Oh my god, starting the stream off insane. Cyber, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is outrageous. I want to see at least 500 W's for Cyber in the chat from the real DNC. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is insane. Massive W's for Cyber down below. Thank you so much, Cyber. I know you're watching right now. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Cyber in the chat. Wow. Anyways, why are you voting for Chomp?
Because I want to.
I'm asking
I follow
why.
you, dude. I follow you, and I find you very entertaining from the opposite side of the aisle, if you want. So, and I see all the points that you make, and a lot of them are just statistics.
Okay, Archie, appreciate you for coming up. But if your argument is you're voting for Trump because you want to, unfortunately, I'm going to move on. But I appreciate you for your time. We're going to go to see what our next guest has to say. What's up, Jeremiah? Are you voting for Trump? Archie actually sounded like a nice guy. All right. But I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to our next guest. User is loading up in the box for the first 1,000 people in here. Make sure that you're double tapping away that phone screen. User, why are you voting for Trump? Oh, MAGA Mobile, MAGA Mike. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here. Let's go to get Eli up in the box. Let's get some L's for the MAGA Mike in the chat, okay? Welcome in, everybody. Everyone tuning in. What's up, Eli? Are you voting for Chomp?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Chomp?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, and how old are you?
18.
Awesome. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm not knowledge to politics or whatever, because obviously this is my first time voting.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you don't. That it's impossible to have the knowledge to vote. It's my first time voting too. Anyways, so why are you voting for Trump? What's your reasoning here today, brother?
Well, I've heard you talk multiple times about this, but it's going back to what the economy was like when he was serving for president.
Okay, yeah. So, so this is called a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two variables are associated doesn't mean one caused the other, right? So, would you be able to tell me how Trump caused the economy to be so good, or how Biden and Harris caused it to be bad?
Yeah, main thing is just gas prices and stuff, stuff like that. That's what makes me want to vote for him.
Yeah. So, how did Trump cause lower gas prices, or how did Biden and Harris cause higher ones?
I don't know. I guess I don't really know. Yeah.
Yeah, so my question to you would be, well, if you seemingly don't know how Trump or Biden cause higher or lower gas prices, why would you know that voting for Trump would get you lower gas prices?
I don't know.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So that's why a little bit more research is required. Appreciate you for coming up, Eli. It's something worth looking into. Hopefully you could kind of stick around and listen to a couple things that I have to say here. We're going to move on to our next guest, Helena. Also, everyone just do give us a minute for the 1.1 thousand people in here. Welcome into the stream. Helena, what's going on? How old are you?
I'm 25. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, actually I am.
Good. Why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is vehemently sexist.
Okay, so this is actually very important. After a couple days ago, actually, I was on the whole Kamala thing, but no, Trump is definitely my guy now. So, yeah. So why I'm gonna support somebody? Okay, so listen, everyone, you're going to get into the policies and all that stuff, but like, it's not that serious. Listen, I'm educated. I went to college as well. I have my degree in criminal justice, but I can tell you one thing is that what you can't sit here and do is policies, and looking stuff up on the internet is great. But one thing that we can't do is deny what people actually physically went through. And it's not hard to see that, yeah, you want to get into the economics and all that stuff, but it's really not hard to see that at the end of this day, things were better under Trump. Like, and it's everyone that's siding with Harris that has like 50 million things that you guys are saying the same thing over and over, like a broken record to try to prove like, and you know, make people sound crazy or like, you know, we don't have it all figured out when in reality. Yeah, sure.
So I don't know. You're saying that I sound like a broken record. You sound like a broken record. So Trump supporters find new ways to give me the same correlation causation fallacy every single time. In fact, the last guest, unknowingly to you, gave the same argument just with a little bit less confidence and a little bit like worse vocabulary. Okay, but at the end of the day, it is the same meat on the bone. So just because the economy was better under Trump doesn't mean that Trump caused it to be better, nor does it mean that Biden and Harris caused it to be worse. So maybe a question I'd ask to you here is, okay, well, if anything that happens under a president under a president in the country is to blame on them, would you blame Trump for the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020?
Hold on, can you still hear me? I lost connection in my headphone, but I think I'm on speaker now. Yeah, so, all right. So this is what I'd like to say is that, okay, so if you want to get to the topic then. So one thing that I have, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So let's see here. I have my computer. All right, so the first thing that I'd like to go over with you is, so this is one very popular point that you point out, and especially I'm sure people are wondering why, as a Black person, I'd be voting for Trump, right? Because that's usually like the thing. Like people ask me why, and it's like, well, I don't really need to explain myself or tell you. Like if I feel that he hasn't been racist, how are you going to tell me what I should interpret as such, right?
Is denying a Black person opportunity because they're Black racist?
Perfect. So I knew that was going to be one point. So based upon hearing you say that over and over, I was on your side. But then I did my own research and saw for myself that the way that you're putting that information out there is actually not very accurate. Okay. So you sit there and say that Trump denied in the 70s Black Americans housing through a trial that took place where a white and a Black person went into rent, and ultimately, one was denied housing, the Black person was denied housing, and the white family wasn't. And also there were other things on the application that indicated like writing C in, which meant colored. Well, Trump denied that, okay, several times. And I know you're going to sit here and be like, well, Trump has lied several times. But at the end of the day,
of the DOJ and the state of
okay,
New York. Yeah,
correct. Which I actually looked into it. And not only did they not accept fault, so technically, if we're talking criminally, proven until, guilty until proven. But at the end of the day, Trump did not admit, nor his family admitted fault. And he did explain that around that time that a lot of landlords had been undergoing a lot of civil issues like that. And whether it was something that was being done to control the housing unit or whatever the situation was at that time, that was something that was done. So I just want to,
do you know what he did instead of admitting fault?
Okay, so the settlement terms, you're right. So you're going to say about the ad in the newspaper. But here's the thing, though, is that, coming to an agreement. Okay, but all he did was he put an ad out saying that, like, it's like you're turning something into more than it is. He put an ad out in the newspaper saying that he was taking Black tenants. He did not give, because I think Parker says that he gave like an incentive or something. Like, so it actually quite does contradict itself because, he denied that.
Kenna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying delusion at its finest. I appreciate you for the $5, Kenna. Let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Let me know when I can hop in here.
Yeah, so you're basically saying that he was denying people this and that. He said that he didn't do it. So you understand that all of this is hearsay. Okay, so when New York Times put this story out, if you continue to read it, they still admit that none of them admitted fault in this situation, and the compensation, the agreement that they had was that he would put more ads in the newspaper. But that does not directly mean, or is there any real footage of him actually saying that happened? So we really are going off of hearsay, off of news articles of what happened back in 73. So I just kind of, that's my
Can I hop in here yet?
is that you guys prevent.
Really talking a lot.
I know, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
anyway,
hey, I'm here to debate, right?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to go ahead and hop in here. So first of all, I'm going to go to tell you what the facts were. So it's a fact that the DOJ in the state of New York caught wind that they weren't renting to black people. It's a fact that his team was putting the letter C on housing applications from black people and denying them. It's a fact that they sent in a black tester to his properties and they were turned around when the white tester wasn't. And it's a fact that the manager of the property told the DOJ of the state of New York at the time that was an order from Trump. And then it's a fact that they went and they tried to sue Trump, but instead of taking it to court, Trump decided to settle outside of court. And it's a fact that a part of that settlement was Trump making a pledge that he would rent to black people moving forward. But if you would like to call that speculatory hearsay, why don't we talk about a more crystal clear example of racism at the hand of Donald Trump that he admits? Let's talk about the birther movement. Let's talk about how Trump said that Barack Obama was obviously born in Africa. He was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate in Hawaii, because of the color of his skin, and for that reason, he shouldn't be able to run for president. That is one of the most obvious, clear-cut, clean-as-day examples of a white man saying that a black man should be systemically limited and should have less opportunity and shouldn't be able to have the opportunity to even run for the candidacy of the president because of the color of their skin.
Yeah, sure. And if that's the way that you'd like to blow it out of proportion, sure. But listen,
Can you put it back in proportion for me?
Sure, absolutely. So as a black person, I'm telling you, the way that I interpreted that situation, was it necessarily the best thing that he could have said, or should he said it at all? There's a lot of things he can refrain from saying, but from what I see is that Barack
you're
Hussein
telling
Obama,
me that that's not racist?
Okay, Barack Hussein Obama, his middle name is Hussein. And if you look up Hussein is Arabic. Okay, so I think that you're trying to put it out there for what it is.
Oh my God, you're a joke.
Yeah, really?
You're a
Really?
fucking joke. Are you sitting here telling me
So explain
that because of
that.
Barack
Explain
Obama,
that then.
Elena. So you're sitting here telling me that Donald Trump wasn't doing anything racist when he said that Barack Obama was not born in the U.S. because his middle name is Hussein, and that's an Aramaic middle name. Even though he has a birth certificate from the state of Hawaii, there's absolutely nothing wrong and nothing racist to do that because of his middle name.
So I think that it wasn't. I think he has every right. He had every right to question
kidding, right?
that. Okay, but how are you gonna say? How are you gonna sit here, right? How are you gonna sit here and try to tell me?
I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, what's chat, maybe y'all could help me out with this. Maybe I could think of an example here. So let's just think of like a common last name that would be frequent with origins in like Latin America. Maybe someone in the chat could help me out. I can't really think of any off the top of my head here. Salty, I really appreciate you for the subscription. I'm going to go ahead and just give chat a second to kind of help me out here. Just common last names with origins from Latin America. Let's see. Martinez, perfect. So I have a question for you. Would you say that it is like xenophobic and racist if like a white man or a white woman were to walk up to someone with a last name of Martinez and tell them to quote unquote go back to their country and to instantiate that they obviously weren't born in the US because of their last name?
Okay. No, I don't think that's right.
Is it racist?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
discriminatory.
so
but
you'd say that it's discriminatory and racist for a white man to go up to a person with the last name of Martinez and tell them to go back to their country just because it's a frequent last name from Latin American
okay,
countries.
but I think
it's
the
not
only reason he questioned.
But it's not discriminatory or racist for Donald Trump to go to Barack Obama and say because his middle name is Hussein, that somehow means he was born in Africa, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii. Go ahead and explain that one to me.
Yeah, I will. So I think the only reason that was really said is because of the context of which of the times that we were living in that moment. Okay, so don't forget. Like,
what did you just say? Wait,
Okay,
that is
so
explained
we
in the
had-
context of the times in which we are living at that moment? What?
Yes, yeah, that's very clearly said, Dean. Come on now. Is when
What the
was that
fuck?
said? When was
What
that
the
said?
fuck? Listen, this
Can you
was
answer
said
the
in like
question?
2012 through 2014.
Okay, and at that time we had the 9/11 attacks. We had a lot of issues with. Okay, so if Dean, okay, so Dean's gonna sit here and laugh to make it seem like I'm the delusional
so
one and all this stuff. But why was it wrong for him to question the status of our leadership, knowing that we had a lot of turmoil and a lot of wars going on, and he had an idea that, like he just said recently, Barack Hussein Obama, he put emphasis on that. You know, I don't think that it's stupid to consider that maybe he actually was saying, you know, who is this guy? That very simple. He may not have said it the best way, but I think he was just not in the best way, but basically trying to ask, who is this guy? How do
He
we
still
don't know
says it.
anything about him.
I just want to
okay, we
clarify
don't know
that-
anything about him. Okay.
I just want to clarify that this was something that that Donald Trump had repeated from like 2011 until like 2015, right? And we need to recognize that, and we also need to recognize that Barack Obama produced a birth certificate. He engaged and responded with this racist myth and made his birth certificate from Hawaii public. Okay, you are absolutely fucking grasping for straws. Also, now you're engaging in xenophobia and Islamophobia, and you're saying because Barack Obama's middle name, quote unquote, sounds Islamic, that means we should suspect him.
I didn't say
to be
sounds.
just like the
You can
terrorists
Google
that
Hussein
tried-
and
that
see
tried
where
to
it derives
bomb
from. Calm
the
down,
Twin
Dean.
Towers.
Dean, calm down. You can look up Hussein. I'm not xenophobic and all these titles.
Wait,
you keep
I
trying to
know.
come
I have a
up
question.
with.
No, I have a question.
Okay,
So
you
if-
can
if
look
a-
up Hussein, and it clearly says it's.
Helena, I just have a question. So if a white man walking up to someone with a last name like Dominguez would be like racist if they told them to quote unquote go back to their country, and because of their last name, that means they're obviously not born in the US, why wouldn't a white person going up to someone with a middle name of Hussein saying the same thing not be engaging in the same type of discrimination and or racism? Delaney, thank you so
All
much
right,
for the
so-
$20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Delaney. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Delaney. Also, Janelle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying the constant excuses blow my mind. Yeah, this guest is dense as fuck. I almost think she's a troll. Like, there's no way this is a real human. Robin, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. W
Yeah,
for
so
Robin in the
dense
chat.
as
One
fuck.
second.
Wow.
One second.
You never heard
Saying-
anything like that come out of my mouth.
1 second. Robin says ignorance is bliss for Helena. Yeah, for real. Thank you for the $20. W's for Robin. Kenna, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. The way I'm so embarrassed for her right now. This is so bad. Yeah, this is fucking terrible. Tammy with the $5. I really appreciate you for the love. Saying guess is making 0 sense. It doesn't even sound logical to her. Yeah, no way. She isn't like hearing herself right now and being like, what the fuck am I saying? Like Elena, like if Donald Trump walked up to a black person tomorrow and called him the N-word, would that be racist?
Yeah, so he wouldn't do that. So let's stop the bullshit, Dean. Okay, let's stop the bullshit. Okay. I'm
No,
the
it's-
same
it's a
age.
question.
I'm
If
just a little
Donald
bit
Trump-
older than you, and I see the fucking
If Donald Trump
games.
called a black
Stop
person the
playing
N-word,
everybody,
would
Dean.
Donald Trump be racist?
Yes, that would be a racist thing to say. Correct. Yeah, but has he
Okay.
called anyone
Oh.
the N-word? Why are you
Yeah,
making up little fucking scenarios in your
on
head?
The Apprentice, yes, he did call a black individual the N-word.
Okay, and let me guess. What's your source for that? I
You can
want a
look it up.
video. I don't want an article, okay?
Of course,
that's what
yeah.
you're going to do.
Of course, yeah, of course. You could reference Donald Trump called a black individual the N-word on The Apprentice on Google, right? There's also other things as well, such as the denying of housing opportunities for
Yeah,
black people.
yeah, broken record.
of the denial of housing opportunity to black people in the 70s, specifically because they were black, right? Saying that Barack Obama wasn't born in the US because he's black, right? Therefore, he shouldn't be able to run for president, right? It's also the case that like Donald Trump has said that, you know, he's referenced like particular black individuals as being quote unquote like really intelligent compared to other black people, or said that black people are lazy. Like, I mean, this is very obvious truth. Like, I feel like, I'm trying to like pry open like the most like insanely difficult like nut right now. Like, you are so dense. This is insane. He even like
Okay, go ahead and
referenced
mention the
black
suckers and
jobs.
losers. Educate me on that. Suckers and losers. What was that statement? Because he just debunked that in a video. Do you want proof of that?
I never referenced anything about the suckers and losers.
You have said it before. Stop the cap. You said it
Okay,
before.
so are you going to engage with any of the points I'm making, Elena?
Okay, yeah, I can, but like
No,
you
you're
make
not
the same
engaging with fucking
seven-
shit. You're not engaging with shit. You're not engaging with shit, okay?
Bro, you make the same 7 points. Like, stop. How about I ask you shit and make you go off of your narrative? Can you answer stuff?
You specifically said that Donald Trump wasn't racist, and I'm giving you points that justify the idea that
I
Donald
did
Trump
not
is
say that he wasn't racist. Stop the
Yes,
cap.
you
I
did.
said that.
Yes, you
saying-
literally fucking
questioning
did. Are you
Obama
joking?
Questioning Hussein's background. Okay, maybe in the form that
No,
he did with
Helena,
requesting
he didn't
the birth
question it.
certificate
He
was
denied it.
unethical.
And then even after the birth certificate was
Okay.
supplied, he still denied it. So what sufficient reason did Donald Trump have to believe that Obama's birth certificate was fake and he wasn't born in America?
Okay, I'm trying
No,
to
go ahead and tell
you,
me.
but
No,
it seems like you keep trying to
hey,
mute me,
listen to my
so-
words. Listen to my words. What sufficient
Yeah.
reason did
Okay,
Donald Trump
hey,
have?
you listen, Dean. You listen.
Shut the fuck up, okay? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you my question once
You
again.
shut
I
the
expect
fuck
an
up.
answer. Oh, someone whining?
Yeah,
Let's
I'll
get some
give
baby
you an
bottles in the
answer.
chat.
I'll
let's
give
get some.
you an
Let's get
answer.
some baby bottles in the chat for the baby.
Don't ever-
Anyways, so once again, the question is: what sufficient reason did Donald Trump have to deny Barack Obama's birth certificate, instantiating that he was born in Kenya because of the color of his skin? And how is that not racist? I'm waiting for an answer. You fucking grown
Yeah,
baby.
so you said, okay, so first of all, I did not deny that Trump wasn't racist.
Oh, so
Don't try
Trump
to
is
put
racist.
stuff in my mouth.
So
Don't
Trump is
put-
racist.
Don't put, see, there you go again. So
Also-
as I
also-
said, and I'll say it again,
Also, I don't know if like you forgot, but this whole argument started because you said Donald Trump isn't racist. I just want to let you know.
lie. There you
No,
go again.
That's not
You're
a
such
false lie. We have 2.2 thousand people in here. You can't gaslight me when we have thousands of fact checkers. For my thousands of fact checkers, that was our argument, right? We have thousands of fact checkers.
Yeah, you have thousands who side with you, obviously. Okay, be quiet.
No,
It's
no,
like
I
if
just
you
saw
go
it.
into
Look
any
at that.
other
Look at that. Look
lie.
at that.
Shut
Look at
up.
that. You are such
Troll.
a fucking gaslighter.
Anyways,
You're denying
okay.
reality. You're such a fucking gaslighter. You're a joke. Look at this grown fucking joke. This is an excuse for a human. Look at this fucking joke, ladies and gentlemen. She is so far lost in her delusion and her MAGA mind
you're
virus
so
that
far
now she's
lost in
denying
manipulation.
reality.
You're far lost in manipulation, okay? You
Oh
call me
yes,
delusional,
me and the
I
other
call you a
2.3
snake.
thousand people in here are manipulating
So what?
you.
I can go to another
get a
one that
load
has
of yourself.
5,000 voting
Get a
for the
get a
other one.
fucking
Be
you're a
quiet,
fucking
Dean.
joke. Get a load of
Like,
this
you're-
joker. Are me and the 2.3 thousand people in here gaslighting you, all of us? Ian, thank you for the dinosaur. Are we all gaslighting
the bots, like the same person. Ever
calling-
since I've joined this live, the same person that has mentioned my name. There's only one person in here that is continuously popping up that's mentioning me. Isn't that a little sketchy? Like I've been here for how long and I have the same person repeating the same thing? Like, come on, like the shit's automated, Dean. Cut the bullshit. I'm a couple years older than you, and you and I mean, Generation Z, you're fucking whack. The shit that you push out, you're trust me, I see your bullshit. I'm the same age as you. I know what you're doing. And it's fucking false, okay? So you want to sit here and you want to act like you're sitting on your high fucking horse, okay? Like the
Ian, I appreciate you
manipulation
for the
from the
epic GG.
media.
Thank you so much.
There
Let's
has
get some W's
been
in the chat for Ian. Thank you so
manipulation
much for
from
the epic
media.
GG. Thank you
Okay?
so much.
There has been words that have been skewed from both sides. You're absolutely right. No side is perfect, but
Elena,
no,
Elena, I have a
like I'm
question.
not.
Hey, calm down. I have a question.
I am
Yo,
calm,
first of all,
bro.
Leanne, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo saying from your bots. Let's go. We got that bot money, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some W's in the chat
Yeah,
for Leanne. I really
nice.
appreciate you so much for the $25. And Samantha, thank you for the $5 on PayPal straight from the bot. And Mackenzie, thank you for the $4 and the 20 cents on Venmo from the DNC bot for the manipulation.
Nice plugging
thank
it
you guys
in
so
right here.
much. I got all the
Yeah.
bot payments.
Good
right?
timing. Yeah,
So
great
anyways,
timing.
Yo, Kenna, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Insufferable, just one of the bots. Yeah, one of the bots. Thank you.
Yeah,
Didn't send
so
me
I'm
bot
waiting for
money.
my
Bot, thank you,
computer
Elena.
to finish charging up, but
Hey, Elena, I have a question.
there's definitely some more points
Can
we
you
can
name?
talk about.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump?
Don't stop it. Let me ask you a question.
You just don't want to talk about policy.
Well, no, it's
Bethany,
not
thank you for
that.
the
Like I
$2
said,
on Venmo
it's,
for the bots.
you know, it's
One
like
second,
you
one second.
only talk
Hey,
about one.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal straight from the bots. Let's get some W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $25. And Natalia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well from one of the bots. Let's go. We are getting a bot raid on the Venmo and PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy cow. I'm gonna go ahead and just like reference back like the same question I've been asking you the entire time. So what's the difference between a white person saying, Ruben, I appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo from one of the bots. What's the difference between a white person saying that someone from Dominguez wasn't born in the U.S. and that being racist, and Donald Trump saying because Barack Obama's middle name is Hussein?
All right,
he's not born
you
in the
know
US
what?
and that
How
not being
about we
racist?
talk about the many other things that are? I mean, we could sit here and focus on
Kathy,
one
thank you
thing,
for the
but-
$25 on PayPal from one of the bots. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kathy. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Okay, so you just can't respond to the question. Sure. What do you want to talk about next?
Yeah.
Eric with the $6
we
and the
could talk about
66
just
cents on
about
Venmo,
anything.
calling
Let's
Helena
see,
racist. I appreciate you for the love, Eric.
Let's see. So what are all the things then that you have to say towards things that have been miscued? Like, for example, when it was stated back in 2020 that Trump suggested injecting ourselves with bleach. I remember when that was pushed out, and that was never said. Just like suckers and losers, and Biden said that as well in the debate. How Trump he specifically told Trump, "Well, you're calling people suckers and losers." And then Trump just 4 days ago had an interview explaining that he never said that. And if you go back and look at the context of the video, you can clearly see that is not what was said. I mean, there's I get what you're saying about policies and presenting facts. Like, yeah, that's the basis of education, you would say, right? Like I said, I went to college. We had to present facts when writing terms and papers and stuff. But at the end of the day, yes, the internet is there. But before the internet, what did we have? We relied on ourselves and our own intuition. And what I'm saying is a lot of the things that have occurred are very strange. And I don't know, you can sit here and say, present facts and everything like that. And I understand why you would say that. We live in a society now where we rely on technology and education to be able to confirm or deny certain things. But I'm just saying, if you put away the computer, if you put away different things and you actually go out there and observe what has occurred, if you go out there and observe what has actually occurred, you would say, dude, don't try to come after the way I talk, because clearly I'm educated. Like, let's not go there. Okay? So, so if you actually go out
Joanne,
there
thank you
and
for the
see
$30
things for
on Venmo
yourself,
from one of the bots.
you will see
I appreciate you for the
that-
love, Joanne. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joanne for the $30 on Venmo from one of the bots. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Joanne. I really appreciate you for the $30. That's great. Thank you for the love, Joanne. Are you still yapping?
Yeah, I am actually. So then you would see that when you step outside of the internet world and the social media BS, that a lot of the stuff that you've seen firsthand can actually be, I mean, you're seeing things for how they really are. I'm really hearing more it's like I get more influence, and people get more influence from people like you who are like strictly focusing on 5 things. And that's easy, because if you sit there and you point out 5 things repeatedly, what somebody has done and ingrained that in the minds of people, instead of people going out there and doing their own research and looking at different things, I mean, I would say that you're kind of creating a bias. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're instilling a bias in people's minds. And like I said, as I was on the Kamala train, based upon the information that I was hearing from people like you, Parker, the stuff that you were saying, and when I went and I looked things up myself, I'm not denying that there was an article that said that Trump denied Black people from housing in 1973. I'm not denying that there's an article, correct? But when I actually go in and read the article, how come I'm interpreting the article as someone who is of color, and you're telling me that it's racist? So I'm going in to see why you as a white man think it's racist. I'm going in and checking it out, and I'm seeing that the way that it's being, the information is being brought out there isn't really how it's being said. You know, they came to an
Roxy,
agreement.
thank you for the thank you for the $2.
They came to an
I appreciate you
agreement
for the love, Roxy.
that
Hey, can I talk now?
this is what it is. So it would be the
down.
same as somebody who was somebody
down.
can accuse me of doing something,
Go
and I
down.
can say, yeah, because it's important. You
down.
want to cut me off when the shit actually makes sense isn't important. Like, so are you going to let me
Interesting debate
finish?
tactic. It's an interesting debate tactic. Just ramble and yap as much as you can, and then when the opposing party cuts you off, just say that they're scared of hearing the truth.
I mean, I'm just doing what you're doing as well. So, I mean, you brought me up
Never
here
heard it
to yap.
before. Never
You
heard
brought
that
me up
before.
here to yap. The only thing is that the people that you allow to yap up here, you usually have more to say because you can articulate better than them. But
Do you
you
mind
actually
if I-
found
do
somebody
you
who
mind
can
if I ask you-
articulate just as well.
I'm just going to ask you a super duper quick, simple question. So in 1920s, when women were fighting for the right to vote here at home in America, some women said that they didn't want the right to vote and fought against it. So because some women thought that that wasn't misogynistic legislation, did that mean that that wasn't misogynistic legislation?
No.
No. So, I mean, I like your only defense of this idea that like Donald Trump denying housing opportunity to black people or saying because Barack Obama's black, that means he wasn't born in the US. Your defense to the idea that those things aren't racist is just you saying you're a person of color, you don't think it's racist.
No,
therefore
my
it's not.
defense to this is that on your panel, when I come up here as a black person and when I watch you, is that you actually say nothing but race. You say nothing but things that indicate that someone is racist, misogynist, all of these things, right? So you're painting, I have a problem with you.
I'd like to clarify that I actually started the conversation off talking about Trump's policy, okay? And then when you couldn't answer a question related to his policy, you jumped in and you said Trump's not racist, completely pivoting and changing the topic that we were having discourse over. I would like to clarify that point. But I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like you're like obviously just in denial of facts. I feel like the statement that saying because Barack Obama's black, that means he's not born in the U.S. is racist. I feel like that's an uncontestable fact. You haven't been able to contest that. I even gave you like an analogy, right, relating to referencing a similar claim to someone with like a last name of Latin American origin, and you recognize that as discrimination, but you won't recognize this as discrimination as it would relate to Barack Obama's middle name. So I think that was contradictory. And second of all, right, maybe I just have like a more general question for you, if you'd like to unmute your mic. What's like one policy Trump influenced to get past while he was president that you really agreed with, or what's one policy that Biden and Harris influenced to get past that you really disagreed with?
Yeah, so here we go, going back to the policies, okay? And I
which
know
one do you wanna
people are
talk
going
about,
to say,
character or
well, they
policy?
can't. Okay, I want to talk about character because that's what's at stake here. That's what's at stake. You keep trying to focus on character is at stake in this election. That's what's at stake, okay? Because most people, you're going to keep saying that we're on Kamala's side because of the character for racism, right?
I'm gonna hop in here. So yeah, if you want to talk about character, why are you voting for the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator on day one fascist that tried to overthrow our government and rig an election with a notoriously sexist and racist past, denying housing opportunity to black people and sexualizing little girls, over right the intelligent woman who wants to protect and preserve our democracy and fight for the freedoms of all Americans, especially the 170 million American women and girls that have had their federally protected access to abortion eliminated by Donald Trump?
Yeah, so like I said, if anybody who actually didn't know who Trump was or Kamala, and then they heard you say that, they would immediately be turned off by Trump because of how you just painted him, right? So what I'm saying is that when you come into these lives, that's why I say the character is the how you sway
Tamisha, thank you so
people
much for the
is by
$10 on
immediately
Venmo for listening
bashing.
to this boring girl. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Tamisha. I really appreciate you for the love W's for Tamisha. You
And
really
that's
got,
how I know,
you really
Dean,
got
you're
yourself.
not here to actually.
You really got yourself in a catch-22. So what the fuck do you want? Do you want to talk about character? Do you want me to talk about how poor Donald Trump's character is? Or do you want to talk about policy? Because I tried to start a conversation about
I just told
policy,
you what I wanted to
and
talk
then you
about.
said that you wanted to talk about character, and now you're saying that I'm just bashing him. No, I'm calling out the facts. It is true that Donald Trump has raped a woman. That is a fact. It is true that Donald Trump has sexualized little girls. That's a fact. CBS interview, 1992. It is true that Donald Trump has denied housing opportunity to black people. That's a fact. It is true that Donald Trump tried to institute a Muslim ban, banning anyone that was Muslim from entering into our country, which was a literal religious persecution. That's a fact. You can't say that I'm just bashing him, unequivocally showing my bias and trying to convey a message to people to vote for Harris without good reason. No, I'm just observing reality for what it is.
Okay, and it is fine. It is perfectly fine if we live in two different realities. And my reality, and I'm not saying that because a lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, she's black and voting for Trump. She doesn't know and this and that. But that's not it. You're absolutely right. As I can go and look things up and see a million bad things about Trump. You're absolutely right. I'm not denying that.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Would I ever vote for doing the research that I have and how a lot of the information has been misconstrued in the media, it leads me to believe that a lot of things are false. I mean, I don't know how else to say that in a very, very kind and respectful way.
Do you know what his victim's name was? Do you know what his victim's
Yes,
name?
E. Jean Carroll.
And what is one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court?
A dress, and he didn't provide DNA for it. I'm well aware of that.
So the dress was
here's
never
the thing.
submitted as one second, ma'am. So the dress was never submitted as evidence to the court. So do you know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court?
Well, then I guess go ahead and tell me.
Okay, you don't. All right, so how's it the case that you could say that this woman who accused Trump of raping her then proved it in a court was a liar? Meanwhile, you don't know one piece of evidence she submitted.
I didn't say she was a liar. See, there you go. You said, would I
It's
vote for
logically
somebody
implied.
who did that?
I just want to clarify.
Well, guess
it
what?
just-
It's
Hey,
not
Elena,
logically implied. Why are you making implications for me?
Because it's a necessary implication. When you say
No,
that
it's not.
Hey,
You can't present something as fact, okay?
that is a fact. Yes. So when you say that the
Did it come out of my mouth? Then it's not a fact.
Yes, it literally
No,
is.
it's not. No, it's not.
I'm explaining it to you right now. Okay. So you said right verbatim that the claim that Donald Trump has raped a woman is false. So this would imply.
No, I did not say it is false. There you go again. You're
You did.
putting your own fucking narratives on here, okay?
Okay, so
what did you major in? What did
Okay,
you major in again?
so,
okay, don't forget, because you
we'll go
like
ahead
to
and
boast
you
about
did.
that, what
We'll
you're
go
going to
ahead-
major in, and
we'll-
I like to boast about criminal.
So Elena, you did say
Do
that it
not
was
put
false.
words in my mouth.
So maybe we
No, I
could just
didn't.
clarify. So yeah, so do you think that the findings of the civil court that held him liable for rape and violent sexual abuse were accurate and true? Do you believe that Donald Trump is a rapist? Did Donald Trump rape E. Jean Carroll, Helena? She put herself on mute. This is insufferable.
Yeah, I did, because I had something to do. Calm the fuck down, okay? Get
Okay,
your
so
panties out of the wad.
did Donald Trump rape E. Jean Carroll?
Okay, stop that bullshit. Were you there?
I'm asking
Were
you
you
a
there?
question.
Was
Do
I
you be-
there?
Do you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? Yes or no, ma'am?
Well, he didn't submit. He submitted the DNA after the fact. So technically,
Elena, do
based
you
upon
believe that
Eugene
Donald
Carroll's
Trump raped
testimony,
E. Jean Carroll? Yes or no?
because of her testimony.
Hey. I'm going to allow you one last chance to answer this question. Do you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? Yes or no?
See, because you want to put me in a certain place, okay?
I'm asking
You
you
believe
for
that,
a
correct?
very
Because
clear
she said
answer.
it?
Insofar as, do you believe the findings of the civil court? Yes or no?
I believe they reached a proper settlement that was fit to both parties.
Okay, so they reached a proper settlement. So they settled, determining that Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll. So you believe that Donald Trump is a rapist?
So like I said, they reached a settlement that was
They actually
beneficial
didn't.
to
They
both
didn't.
parties.
They didn't settle. They didn't settle. The right. They reached a liability claim made by the jury. So, do you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? Yes or no?
I didn't see it happen, so no.
Okay. So then earlier.
I think that's fair to say.
So then earlier,
anybody, you can say that I fucking beat somebody, but were you there?
Hey, Elena. So earlier, right, when you said that specifically speaking, you do not think that E. Jean Carroll was a liar, and you accused me of putting words in your mouth. Do you see how it actually is the case that because you
No,
do
it's
not
not,
believe that
because
Donald
I
Trump
didn't
is a
say
rapist,
she
it
was a
implies-
liar. I said I wasn't there to claim he's a rapist.
So I just
but
wanna
I also
clarify-
didn't
hey-
say that what she said also.
So it's logically implied we are going back to second grade. So E. Jean Carroll says Donald Trump is a rapist. You say Donald Trump is not a rapist. This implies
Oh my
that E.
God.
Jean Carroll was lying about Donald Trump being a rapist.
Again, implications, okay?
It's a it's a necessary implication for you to.
But why
maintain
can't you
logical
stand in the
consistency.
middle? That's the point. Is you keep trying to sway somebody to fit in one
because of-
narrative.
because of
but
the
I can
second
sit
law
in
of
the middle.
logic?
I didn't witness it, but
No,
I
you
want to say
literally-
as a woman.
You literally cannot sit in the middle because of the second law of logic. The second law of logic is the excluded middle. The second law of logic, the excluded middle, implies that a proposition is either true or false, right? You cannot
Okay,
be in
but
the
then.
middle.
But then you're not taking into account people's motives for extortion and other financial gain, right? So I can
I have
sit
a- I
here.
have
The
a
reason
question.
why I say I stand in the middle is because I'm actually neutral to say I'm not denying that he didn't rape her, and I'm not denying that her statement
okay. You also
was
said that
false.
you also said that you had majored
But
in criminal
they reached an
justice.
agreement.
So you said that you had majored in criminal justice, right? So when you're like holding a defendant, like when you're convicting a defendant for a crime, would you as a major in criminal justice say that like you'd have to be there to believe that it occurred?
Well, I mean, first of all, I have nothing to do with law, but I will answer that. Is well, my current field has nothing to do with law. I want to clarify, but well, with the court system, I should say. But do you understand when a client is telling the attorney all of the information that's all hearsay based upon that client's experience, right?
I have a question.
So not
Was
even the
Holocaust-
attorney
Hey,
can
hey,
sit
Elena,
there and confirm.
I have a question. So is the Holocaust hearsay because you weren't there?
There is record of that, dude.
Okay, just like there's
there
going to
is
be
record
records of Donald Trump
that.
raping E. Jean Carroll in the context of medical records, literal medical records from the 90s indicating that yes, Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll alongside the testimony of seven witnesses, alongside the fact that she supplied a dress claim that had Trump's DNA on it, in which Trump then refused to provide his DNA. There's a preponderance of evidence in which was suggested to the court and which was accepted by the jury to hold Donald Trump liable unanimously for the violent sexual abuse or rape of E. Jean Carroll. The fact that you denied the findings of the court case without knowing one piece of evidence that she had submitted to the court, the fact that you denied the findings of the court case, and while then turning around and defending Trump, even going so far as to say that when he said that Barack Obama wasn't born in America because he's black wasn't racist, shows your bias. It shows how you're brainwashed, and honestly, quite frankly, shows how terrible of a human you are. Right? You are a
Okay,
woman, but you don't stand for
tell
the
me I'm
woman.
terrible of a human.
You're an African American.
I'm a terrible human because I don't-
Right? You
No,
understand
I
the
stand for
systems
not
of
aborting
oppression
babies.
that exist in our country because you yourself are a victim of those those systems of oppression. You have first person experiences of the systems of oppression that exist in our country that I as a white
Dean,
man
why do you
cannot.
keep trying to
And even
tell me
from
I'm
your
oppressed?
position
Like-
as an individual that those systems of oppression would apply to, you then turn around and then you deny the fact that Donald Trump is a rapist, further perpetuating harm and rape culture against women, and then you deny the fact that denying housing opportunity to black people or saying a person is black, therefore they're not born in the U.S. is racist, further perpetuating systemic racism against black people.
Okay, Dean. So for the last time, as a black person, you will not sit here and tell me I'm brainwashed and I don't understand how I see things, okay? So stop trying to interpret what racism should be through the eyes of a white boy sitting up here, okay? I am telling you. Stop trying to tell me on some fucking leader shit, fucking master shit. I'm telling you right now that what happened with the denying the blacks the housing, I'm telling you as a fucking black person that happening the way that it did, I read the article on that, and the way that you keep
You're right. I don't determine what racism is as a white person. But I could definitely convey a message given determinations that have already been made, right? Like there comes a point where if I as a white person see another white person calling a black person the N-word, and then that black person turns around and tells me that's not racist, well, they're wrong, okay? And that same logic would apply in the scenario, right? I feel like there's very basic fundamental principles that we could all unanimously agree on that would demonstrate racism. One of those basic fundamental principles would be denying opportunity to a black person because they are black, okay? And it is that fundamental principle in which we would be operating on to yield the conclusion that these particular actions are conveyant of racism. Anyways, for the 2.3 thousand people in here, we're just going to go ahead and restart this stream. It looks like we just got FYP limited. So everybody make sure to click on my profile. I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just literally going to end the live. And then, yeah, she also just referred to the African-American community as black women. I sent at the end. That was pretty crazy. I'm just going to go ahead and restart the stream. So make sure to hit that follow button. I'm going to be back on live in literally 5 seconds when we do get back in here. Make sure you're double tapping on that phone screen. Make sure that you're sharing out this live with a couple friends. I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you all in 5 seconds. Try to get this live sent out across that For You page. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know right now in the comment section and hop in that queue. But once again, make sure you're double tapping on that phone screen. All right, sharing out this live with a couple friends. You guys already know. All right. She started glitching. So real. All right. Step in the box literally right now. For the 1.1 thousand people in here, do double tap and share out the live. What's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump, bro?
I am, yes.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
Well, values, but I got a question for you if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Well, not even really a question, but Pallet, you're managed by Pallet, right?
Nope, not right. Incorrect. I am not managed by Pallet Media. In fact, I don't have a management company.
Did you used to be managed by Pallet?
No, also incorrect. I've never been managed by Pallet, and more so, I've never been managed by any management company.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I won't necessarily tell you why I'm voting for Trump, but I'll tell you why I'm not voting for Kamala. So
Kamala.
I'm not. Yeah, Kamala. Apologies. I'm not voting for Kamala because in 2018, she said in an interview with I can't remember exactly what news station, but she said that a reporter asked her, does she think anybody shouldn't vote? And she said, yes, I don't think African Americans should vote. And that was in 2016.
That's a lie. Could you give me a source for that claim?
You can look it up.
Well, I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, but you got to give me a source. So could you give me the name of a publisher, or the title of an article, or the name of a video?
It was on, what's the big news sources? Sorry, I don't watch news a lot anymore.
Okay, so how about you go on pause, all right, you find a source for your claim, and then you come back with your source in hand. Okay, does that work?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, awesome. All right, so while he's doing that, we're going to go to get another guest up in here, y'all. So everybody just give us 1 minute, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump here today, ladies and gentlemen. That was crazy. I have a feeling B-Saw Baker is just going to end up leaving because he won't be able to find a source for that claim. What's up, AJ? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now why in the hell would you be doing that?
Man, over Kamala, so many reasons. Kamala said she's gonna fix all these problems, the border, this and that. She was in charge of the border, didn't fix it, made it way worse.
What constitutional authority did Kamala Harris have over the southern border?
Well, she has some power. Obviously, she's the second in charge of the entire country.
Oh, so just like the presidential power, insofar as legislating executive orders and influencing legislation through Congress, right? So it is a case that the Biden-Harris administration actually did influence a bipartisan border bill through Congress in 2022 and 2023. It was drafted by a Republican with bipartisan support. Then Trump turned around, called the Republicans in Congress, and told them to torpedo the bill because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win, and he didn't want the border to be a non-issue insofar as his campaign for re-election today.
Let's talk
then if we want to
about
reference an
border bill.
executive order, right? It is the case that after Biden's executive order, crossings have fallen to the same rates as we saw at the end of Trump's term.
Yeah, but remember Trump shut down the border without doing a bill? Remember that? You don't need a bill to shut down the border. If you're
What did he shut down the border with?
He reinstated go back to Mexico.
Okay, so reinstated Go Back to Mexico. So first of all, that was a bill that was called the Remain in Mexico bill, and then second of all, that virtually had no effect on border crossings. They only rose year by year after that was signed into law.
Have you seen the charts of the immigration? It went way down because they were not incentivized to come here.
If you literally look at the
go
chart,
back where you came from, and it worked, and people stopped coming.
Go back where they came from is insane. Second of all, AJ,
No, it's not, bro. They came from all over the world.
Hey, buddy, 1 second. So if you look at like the chart of like border crossings that was behind Trump during the rally that he got shot at, right? He claims that the quote unquote Trump clampdown started when he signed Title 42 in effect after the Remain in Mexico policy, because the Remain in Mexico policy was redundant and was ineffective.
All right, I found a news source. It was CNN.
Okay. What is the title of the article?
I don't exactly remember the article.
Okay. Go on pause, memorize the title of the article, then come back.
You can look it up. You got a computer right next to you.
Yeah, I could look it up once you give me the title of an article.
Yeah.
I can't just type in CNN, okay?
Also, I want to.
Kamala says black people should not vote in 2018 in Tennessee.
Okay, in the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen.
Hey, also, but how come you're gonna vote for Kamala if actually she got the nomination with receiving no votes whatsoever? Everyone voted for Joe, not for Kamala.
So first of all, Baker, I would like to clarify. I just looked up word for word, bar for bar. CNN, Kamala Harris says black people shouldn't vote. Literally nothing popped up alongside that title, right? So just go back on pause, get the actual title of the article that you're referencing and come back, right? Then once again, AJ, right, if you want to reference the primaries. So it is the case. Wait, let me ask you this question. How many votes did Trump get in the primaries?
The one that, bro, he just got 14 million from Republicans that actually wanted him to be their nominee. Kamala got
actually false. So Trump got 0 votes in the primaries, because in the primaries you're not voting for a candidate, you're voting for delegates who are pledged to a candidate. And when someone drops out of a primary race, they could tell their delegates that were pledged to them to endorse another candidate. All right, that is common procedure. That is what happens in every single primary race.
How many
and in every single primary. It happens every single primary race.
Because where they swap out the candidate? That never happens.
So you have multiple individuals engaging in a primary race. If one candidate wins a couple states, but not enough to win the election at the RNC or the DNC, they'll ultimately drop out and tell their delegates to endorse someone else. That is what Biden did. And we also need to make a distinction here, right? The DNC and the RNC are private political parties. You could go and start your own private political party tomorrow. It is not a function of our government. And then you also have the right to vote for whoever you want, even if it would fall outside of the 2 private political parties, such as the DNC or the RNC. But if you want to talk about anti-democratic behaviors, how about we talk about how Donald Trump tried to stage a coup to rig the outcome of the 2020 election to steal it from Joe Biden because he was mad that he lost? Was that democratic?
Okay, first and foremost, let's stay on this first topic. We can go to that next. I'd love to discuss that. But you guys how are you you have Stockholm syndrome. You guys are not being represented by the people you're voting for. They're swapping out candidates that no one votes for. And then you're going to come on here and make all these excuses of how that's okay. I don't get it. Like, how is that okay?
Me explaining to you
they did this to Bernie Sanders too.
Me explaining to you the procedures of a private political party, right, is not me making a quote unquote excuse. I've already explained how in the primaries you're not voting for a candidate, you're voting for delegates to a candidate. If you don't like the procedures of
candidate Joe Biden,
then you don't have to engage in the private political parties, right? Because you totally have that right to. Come November, you could vote for whomever you want. And also it's the case that why is it only the Republicans that are crying about this? I honestly think that the Republicans really miss
anti-democratic, and Democrats keep saying we're going to defend democracy, but they're not defending it at all.
Okay,
you guys are getting robbed by your own
AJ,
party.
I'm going to go ahead and explain this to you once again. It is not anti-democratic because the DNC is not a function or a part of our government.
They're not listening to the people and what they want. They did not want Kamala. They wanted Joe Biden. And then conveniently, he drops out after a terrible debate performance. They slip her in, and now you're just stuck with her.
That's also false, right? Kamala Harris has higher approval ratings than Joe Biden does, right? And I feel like the only reason you're calling this anti-democratic is because you really miss Joe Biden because you love him so much.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Right, but once again, if you want to talk about if you're so mad at these supposed anti-democratic behaviors, how do you feel about Trump trying to rig the outcome of the 2020 election?
Oh, how did Trump try to rig it? First off, the Democrats are the ones who colluded with Twitter to censor true news stories like Hunter Biden's laptop, that all kinds of stuff. they worked with the government, with private companies to censor true stories in order to favor Joe Biden getting elected. Because if those stories would have came out as true back then, we wouldn't have got the election.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a really easy argument for me to refute because I could just accept everything you're saying as being true. Let's say that the Democrats colluded. Okay, AJ hasn't. Okay, I'd like to touch on that. That is false. Second of all, right, I would like to say, even if it was the case that the Democrats colluded with Twitter to censor particular information to censor particular information, well, Donald Trump attempted to censor the voice and the vote of every single American citizen who voted in 2020 by sending slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes to Congress to certify him as the illegitimate president of the United States of America. That is a fact. That is something that has happened. This is something that Trump has admitted to and he's currently seeking criminal immunity for. So if it is the case that you don't like anti-democratic functions and the censorship of American voices, well then why are you voting for Trump, who launched the biggest internal attack on our democracy, on our government, and on our civil and electoral processes since the Civil War?
So you're going to deny that the FBI asked Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden story, the laptop story, as Russian disinformation, and then it comes out it was actually true and not Russian disinformation.
Wait, in my argument, didn't I literally accept that happened, but we still have
you denied
for
it.
Harris over Trump?
You denied it. You said it's not true. You're like, I'm going to take it at face value as if it's true, but it's not. You said that.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I've already explained to you, we don't even need to have the discussion on how that is misinformation or false, right? Because we could accept that as being true and still yet Trump tried to censor the voice and the vote of every single American citizen that voted in 2020 through circumvention of our civil and electoral processes, trying to instantiate himself as the illegitimate president of the United States of America by making fake votes to void the real votes to legitimize himself as a president.
Where's the proof of that? Where has he been convicted of any of that? It hasn't happened.
Okay, so the proof would be his argument against the January 6 indictments that have already unfolded. His argument was accepting that it is true that he tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election. It is true that he sent the fake slates of electorates to the 7 different states, but he should be immune from criminal proceedings, as it is the case that it should be considered an official function of his presidency. Therefore, a presidential immunity should apply. His argument against the indictments and to the Supreme Court was accepting what he was accused of, then saying he should be immune from repercussions.
I noticed you're reading notes. Who's giving you these notes?
I'm not. I'm playing with playing cards, bro.
All right. Thought you had a script.
So go ahead. Do you want to respond to that?
I mean, he hasn't got in trouble for it. I mean, I don't know. You guys put a bunch, not you personally, but, the Democrats put a bunch of these fake cases. All of them fall off. They all don't work. And then what? It's always just a new case.
Okay, so now we're going in a circle because, so AJ, now I have to cut you off, right? Because now we're going in a circle because you're not even hearing what my argument is. So I'm going to go ahead and have you repeat to me the argument that I've now given to you twice. Let's see if you're actually listening to what I'm saying.
I am listening, but you're making a billion points. I can't remember them all. But what you're saying is that you say Trump rigged the election and somehow made fake votes and tried to overthrow the government and be president still.
Right. And I'm saying that, right, because in the indictments that have been thrown against him for specifically engaging in these actions, his response to the indictments and his argument to the Supreme Court was, well, it is true that I did these things, yet it was an official act of the presidency, therefore presidential immunity should apply to me, and I shouldn't face criminal repercussions. Right? Trump doesn't deny it, so why would you deny it?
I didn't deny it. I didn't know anything about that, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look up a Trump's fake electorate case. It's very telling. Would you vote for a violent sexual offender?
He's not, though.
If Trump was a violent sexual offender, would you still vote for Trump?
Well, considering it's him or Kamala or Joe, unfortunately, that's the 2 choices this country gives us every election. So, I'd have to pick him because his policies are better. But he's not one, so I don't understand the hypothetical question, really.
Okay, so first of all, he was held civilly liable.
Civilly, not criminal. That would be a criminal case if it was true.
So no, that's false, right?
If you grape somebody, do you go to civil court or criminal?
You could go to either, right? Typically, we'd see rapists going to criminal court. The reason that civil charges were pursued in comparison to criminal charges is because the statute of limitations had passed to pursue criminal charges.
And let's look at the
Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying that these people are insufferable. Bro, I know they're extra bad today. I really appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's down below. I really appreciate you for the love.
And let's
Massive
look at the
W's for
accuser
Melissa.
in
Thank you
this
for the
case.
$20.
E. Jean Carroll, are you serious? She's not a credible accuser. First off, did you see her on CNN with what's the old dude with the white hair? He's on there all the time. Cooper, that guy. She's like, oh, I think most people think Grape is hot. And then she starts hitting on him. He's like, yeah, we're cutting to commercial. You're really going to take her serious? And an accusation from like 30 years ago. And Trump, a billionaire, is somehow in a department store with this weirdo lady. And yeah, that, bro, come on. That's such a fake story, bro.
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all, I don't think that we should be calling victims of Grape weirdo ladies. It really shows me.
Alleged victims, because where's the actual proof? It's just her word.
Okay. 1 second, AJ. Calling victims of Grape weirdos, right? It's just strange behavior. It's victim blaming. It's the active perpetuation of systemic misogyny in grape culture.
Do you think she's a normal
Second
person?
of all, one second, AJ. Right. Second of all, right. On her interview with Anderson Cooper, she did say that most people think that Grape is sexy. Then she went on to say that Grape isn't sexy. It's violent, which is absolutely true. People fetishize Grape. That's where things such as CNC come from. That's where books that include individuals getting graped and people swooning over it, loving it, come from. That is absolutely true, and it's gross. It's a byproduct of grape culture, right? And then second of all, you're making the argument that because she's eccentric, she's not a true victim of grape. Once again, just another way that you're attempting to victim blame her. But my question to you would be, do you know one piece of evidence she submitted inside of the courtroom to convince the jury that Donald Trump had graped her?
First off, I'm not victim blaming her because I don't believe she's a victim. I believe she's making up
Can you
stories.
name one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court to convince the jury that Donald Trump had graped her?
No, sir. Just her word. That's it.
Okay, so if you can't name one piece of evidence she
Can
submitted
you?
to the courtroom to convince the
Can
jury,
you?
of course I can. I know all the evidence, and everyone who watches my
What's
stream
the
frequently
evidence
would know
besides
this.
her accusations? Besides
Of
the word?
course, yeah, of course. I'll touch on that in a minute. Everybody that watches my stream frequently knows that I know the evidence, so I'm not like hard pressed to give it to you. I'm going to finish out my point, right? Then second of all, right, you're making the argument that she is a liar. Donald Trump didn't grape her, but meanwhile, you don't know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court to prove that Donald Trump graped her. That's like
made up
me.
stories.
1 second, AJ. That's like me living in a box for the entirety of my life and then saying it's a bad day out in Australia. How the hell would I know that it's a bad day out in Australia if I don't have the means necessary to derive that conclusion, such as the activity of the weather in Australia? In a very similar manner, how the hell would you know that she was a liar and Donald Trump's not a grapist if you would not have the sufficient resources necessary, such as the evidence she submitted to prove that he's a grapist to the court, to yield that conclusion?
Let me talk real quick. I'm not going to uphold that Trump is an amazing person. I'm also not going to uphold that Kamala is an amazing person. But what we're talking about is things that do not matter. Yes, he's not the most perfect person. I will say that he's not, even as a Republican.
Grape doesn't matter?
I don't think he's a
Grape doesn't matter?
I'm not saying it doesn't. I don't think he's a good person. I'm not saying Trump's a good person, but does he keep me from paying extra money? No, he does. I don't have to work 2 jobs when Trump's in office. I have to work 2 or 3 jobs when Kamala or Biden's office. Milk should not be $4 a gallon. It just shouldn't be. When Trump was in office, milk was $1.30 a gallon. I would so much rather do that, and that's the important issue. Yes, grape is awful. What Trump has done is awful. Allegedly, what he has done is awful. I'm not going to condone what he has done. Nobody's perfect.
Vote for the grapists that launched a social and legal attack on the rights and well-being of all 170 million American women and girls. If it means that milk is 50 cents cheaper. But I'm going to go ahead and attack that issue as well. How do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation? Also, for you to say that grape doesn't answer is sick.
Trump wasn't accused of grape, by the way. They said he was sexually abusive. He's actually suing because they called him a grapist, and he's actually suing the news networks right now.
Do you know what happened when he tried to sue E. Jean Carroll for calling him a grapist on live TV? The judge threw out the suit because her claims that he had graped her were substantially true. I'm going to go ahead and make you look pretty silly on this.
No, he's actually suing the news channels right now.
Hey, so first he tried to sue her directly, and the judge threw it out because her claims of grape were substantially true. Second of all, would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without her consent is grape?
Yes, obviously.
So the jury held him liable for inserting his fingers into her vagina without her consent. The reason this wasn't defined as grape in the state of New York at the time is because they legally defined grape as a male member entering into a female member without consent. In 2023, they updated their law to reflect what we just agreed upon. Anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is now legally considered grape, not only in New York, but in 35 other states as well. And yes, the claim that he had raped her was substantially true. This was included in the court documents of the original civil court case. And then once he tried to countersue her for calling him a rapist on live TV, it was thrown out because those claims were substantially true. But as you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape, well, then you'd agree that Donald Trump is a rapist because that's what he was accused and proved of doing to her.
Okay, Dean, let me say something.
But he wasn't. They gave him sexual abuse, not grape. Like,
Okay,
it's
two
like-
rocks split clacking. I literally just explained this. You agree with me that anything entering to a
And-
woman's vajayjay without
and I'm
consent is
talking
grape?
about him
They
suing
did not hold him
ABC.
liable for grape specifically because in New York at the state in the state of New York at the time, that wasn't included within their legal definition of grape.
You asked me where does the inflation come from under the Biden-Harris administration? I know you know what the CHIP Act is, right?
Oh yeah, the Chips and Science Act. Great act. Great
Right,
act.
right. I'm not saying it's a bad act. It makes things cheaper. It makes things a whole lot better for our economy, right? But there's a thing called cause and effect. It makes a lot of things way cheaper, but it makes a lot of things way more expensive, which then in turn causes inflation, like our food and our
Baker,
gas.
We're gonna have fun with this. What the hell did
Oh,
the
we
Chips and
are.
Science Act do?
We
Yeah.
are. It makes things cheaper.
Hey, what did the Chips and Science Act do?
Dean, you know it so well. Why don't you explain it all to me? Go ahead.
Okay. Wow, swing and a miss from Baker down here. So first of all, no, the Chips and Science Act didn't cause inflation. You would know that if you knew what the act did. It invested billions of dollars into local manufacturing companies to bring back 20% of the global chip production year by year to our country, to our economy by 2030. Right, the Chips and Science Act didn't cause inflation. Of anything, it will reduce the price long term of chips, as it is the case that we'd be producing them here at home in America.
Long
Second of all,
term,
you still
not
haven't answered my
short term.
question. Yeah, because that
Long
wasn't
term, not short term. It makes things.
that wasn't a bill to address inflation.
Yeah.
Our government
Yeah.
is spending billions and billions of dollars in something that in turn makes things higher price so they can pay
Oh, okay.
back.
So debt-related spending causes inflation. There was twice as much debt-related spending under Trump's administration than Biden's. Does that
All
mean
right,
Trump caused
explain.
twice as much inflation than Biden?
Dean, give me proof. Give me proof that there's more debt inflation.
Of course, I'll give you even more specific
Hey,
numbers.
even
as
I'm
well.
gonna- even
One
I'm
second,
gonna-
AJ. 1 second, buddy. 1 second. Hush it up. Hush it
I'm
up,
gonna
buddy.
agree with you. Hold up.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna go ahead and respond to Baker. So we could reference the committee for a responsible federal budget, right? So Trump added $8.4 trillion to our debt while he was president, 4.6 in non-COVID related expenditure. Then Biden added $4.4 trillion to our national debt while he's been president, 2.2 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. So if spending money and adding to our debt causes inflation, does this mean that Trump caused twice as much inflation than Biden and Harris?
Look, I'm gonna blame Trump, honestly.
Are you referring to the stimulus checks? Because yeah, I completely agree with you. Trillions of dollars. But
Even in
did that-
non-COVID related spending, even in bills having nothing to do with COVID, Trump's administration still spent twice as much as Biden's, 4.4
You did
trillion
not-
compared to 2.2.
Okay, I would like for you to pull it all up on the computer.
I
Give
already
me the-
did. Committee for a
that.
responsible federal budget. That is my source.
Okay.
Now let's go ahead and play a little bit of a fun game. I care about the low and the middle class. I can name 4 policies influenced to get passed at the hand of the Biden-Harris administration that helped the low and middle class more than rich people, like the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the PACT Act. Can you name one piece of legislation influenced to get passed at the hand of Trump while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Dean, you don't respect the lower and middle class, dude. You make thousands and thousands of dollars doing this dumbass shit.
Fucking
TikTok
wish I made
live.
that much money. You're
You do,
mad.
bro.
You're
I see you
crying.
every day.
Does he need a Kleenex?
No, I see you every day, dude. You make money. I'm not gonna hold that against you. Good for you.
Okay, I'm
Money's
just
great.
gonna go ahead and use your logic and put you in the trash can. So you're saying the more money you make, the less you respect the low and middle class. Who makes more money, the billionaire or Kamala Harris?
The billionaire, absolutely.
Okay, so Kamala Harris respects the low and the middle class more than Trump.
I'm not low and middle class, so I don't care.
Oh, crazy. So you just conceded that Trump doesn't care about the low and middle class, but you don't care because you're not a part of the low and middle class. So when you just try to turn around and virtue signal saying that I don't care about the low and middle class to scapegoat around my question, you were just making a fool of yourself. Anyways,
America's-
go ahead and
but
answer my
America's-
question. Can you
the
name one
Americans-
piece of legislation influenced to get passed at the hand of Trump's administration that benefited the low and middle class more than
But
rich
the
people?
America is the land of opportunity, right? Everybody has a chance to become a millionaire. Am I right?
No,
Yes,
not everyone
I
has a
am.
chance to become a millionaire.
And how not? Explain that to me, because I can explain that everyone does have a chance.
Yeah, after
to
you
make
answer my question, like
dollars.
I'm kind of done like with the pivots. Name one piece of legislation influenced to get passed at the hand of the.
No, you
Trump
answer my question.
I will
I'm asking
after you answer. I've asked you this question 3 times. I don't mind engaging in a 2-way productive like conversation where we answer each other's questions, but it is first required that we answer each other's questions. So go ahead and answer mine.
You do mind engaging in a 2-way.
Yo, Chelsea, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo towards my $1,000 a day quota. That's crazy. But Chelsea, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chelsea. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's down below for Chelsea.
Twice. You just proved my point twice. You make thousands of dollars a day, and
It was a joke.
okay, yeah, I'm sure it was, Dean. I'm sure it was.
She donated me $25 with like the joke message saying towards the $1,000 a day quota. That was
Sure it was.
sarcasm.
I'm sure it was. And we can't engage in a meaningful conversation.
Do you think that I like hold a quota of donations to my viewers? Send me more money. You guys haven't met your quota yet. Like, what the fuck?
Isn't that what you're on TikTok Live for? You're not on TikTok Live just to have fun. You're on TikTok Live to make money because this is your full-time job.
So how
Am I
much
wrong?
money did I make when I first started streaming with 0 followers and 30 viewers?
Probably not any, honestly.
So
That's
if I was
just how
doing it
works.
for the money, I would have never done it to begin with.
I respect the grind 1,000%. 1,000%. But you do it to make money. I'm not stupid. Ain't nobody
Oh,
stupid. You do it to
If
make
I
money.
did it to make money, I would have never done it to begin with because I didn't
Okay.
make money off of streaming on TikTok. Thank you for the manifesting. And Z, thank you for the $1 in Venmo towards the forced quota. Because when I first
Okay,
started
D.
streaming, I made pennies. I made pennies for like 7 months.
Oh,
Yes, I understand that this is something that does generate an income for me now. And I understand that I'm incredibly privileged for the position that I'm in. And I'm incredibly thankful for it as well, right? But it's not the case that I'm doing it for the money, right? But the fact that I make money off of this allows me to make this my full-time job insofar as me not having to delegate, 6, 7, 8 hours of my day, 5 days a week to another job and reducing this down to an hour a day hobby, right? But yo, real quick, Carly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying that Baker loves daddy's money, and Caitlin with the $2 and the 22 cents daily quota from the DNC and Kamala, and Larry with the $10 on PayPal as well, and Gabriella with the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo saying I'm a little short of my quota, but milk is so expensive. Yo, thank you, Gabriella, Larry, Carlia, and Caitlin. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Thank you guys.
Baker's got daddy's money, but his daddy's dead. How about that?
So is that how you got daddy's money?
No, it's not. My dad died with nothing to his name.
Okay, well, regardless of that, so specifically speaking, are you able to respond to my original question, right, about like one policy influence to get passed by Trump's administration that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people?
Yeah, I distinctly remember him giving billions and billions of dollars to the lower and middle class African Americans for housing projects.
Through a bill?
I'm not exactly sure, but that doesn't even matter. He still gave money to the lower and middle class African Americans as well.
Through what piece of legislation?
I'm not completely sure. Obviously,
How the fuck do I know that you're telling me the truth?
I came on a TikTok live. I'm obviously don't have all the answers. That's not my full time job.
Angel,
so-
thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying that this guy had to work 2 jobs but is not low or middle class. Interesting point, Angel. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Megan, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo for getting me to vote for Harris and getting these victim blamers out of here. Thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo from Megan. I want to see some W's in the chat for Megan and some W's in the chat for Angel. I appreciate the both of you guys so very much. I appreciate y'all for the love.
Tax cuts actually help the low and middle class.
Oh, okay. First of all, Tammy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal to help piss the delusional guest off. Thank you so much for the love, Tammy. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for Tammy. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. W's down below for Tammy. And then second of all, you said that his tax cuts helped the low and the middle class more than rich people. So
I didn't say
83%.
more than rich people. I said it helped the low and middle class.
Okay, well, my question was, can y'all name a piece of legislation influence get passed by his administration that benefited the low and middle class more than rich people?
I think you changed it because you just said that benefited the low and middle class. You didn't say
I sure didn't change the question, sir.
No, now you're adding more than rich people. You didn't originally say that.
I sure did.
You definitely didn't.
I've been
There's
asking
instant
this question
replay.
for months.
No, you didn't.
Bro, please. I've been asking this question for months. That is what I had originally asked about his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. 83% of the tax cuts in that bill went to rich people. And that actually leads me to a good question. Would either of y'all support, like, I don't know, spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all?
Absolutely not.
I think we definitely need healthcare reform. I'm gonna definitely say that. And if
But
we
would
could,
you support spending $1.6 trillion for universal health care for all?
just American citizens, not illegal immigrants, maybe, possibly. How would this work, though? You know, it's a very general question. What are the ramifications, positive and negative?
So just like making sure that no one has to pay for healthcare, or universal healthcare for all, or like what about like a UBI, a universal basic income?
No, how would that even work? No way.
Okay, so y'all wouldn't support spending like $1.6 trillion on universal healthcare for all, or like a
I said maybe. We need to have
So,
an actual
I just
plan
wanna-
and know the
I just want
consequences.
to
of it.
I just want to clarify. Did you guys like Trump's tax cuts?
Yeah.
Okay, so Trump's tax cuts spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy.
How do you spend money cutting taxes?
Yeah, because the cut in taxes creates a deficit because of the reduction in government revenue.
Oh, sounds like a spending problem.
Cameo, thank you so much for the
Spending
$20 on Venmo. Let's make it a $2,000 day. That's crazy. Let's get some W's in the chat for Cameo. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And Shannon with the $50 on Venmo. That is crazy. Thank you so much for Shannon for the $50. I want to see at least 500 W's in the chat for Shannon. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Saying this is for having to put up with the jealous magas. They're crazy. Thank you for the love, Shannon, with the $50. That is insane. And once again, Cameo for the $20 as well. I want to see at least 200 W's for Cameo and $500 for Shannon. Thank you both so very much. Y'all are awesome. I love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting me.
Hey,
So,
Dean,
anyway,
question.
What causes
So-
deficits
so be-
is overspending, which the government does plenty of, no matter who's the president. It's not
Yeah, but
cutting
when you
taxes.
when you cut taxes, it's factored in as debt related spending within the federal budget, as it is the case that it will reduce government revenue. So with like the same with like a reduction in government revenue, it essentially creates that through debt related spending with the same government spending as a whole, right? And like accountants, financial experts, as well as our government would calculate that into debt related spending as they would with any regular bill. But Baker, I just want to ask you the same question. You said that you wouldn't support spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all. So why would you support spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
Well, I want to address what you just said.
The reason that I wouldn't support universal health care for all Americans, obviously, is just because I think it's stupid and it's debt related. So actual billionaires bring more money to our nation than all of the middle and lower class combined. So Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, so spending $1.6 trillion on healthcare for everybody is stupid, but reducing
Absolutely.
the marginal tax rate for people making over $400,000 a year by like 5% is phenomenal.
Absolutely. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Those-
So
here's
give the
thing. Those
millionaires and the
millionaires
billionaires an extra yacht, but fuck, like a homeless 12-year-old's like annual dentist checkup.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This guy's crazy, bro.
Here's
Okay,
the thing.
yeah, you even have
business-
AJ. You even have AJ over here calling you crazy. I just want that to be known. You have a
Here's-
Trump supporter that came up here victim blaming E. Jean Carroll, saying that Trump isn't a rapist, holding to the same fringe conspiratorial terrible takes that you did, and even he is calling you crazy right now. How the hell do you feel?
It's a TikTok live. I don't feel bad about it.
Our country is cooked, dude. Our country is fucking cooked. It is so cooked. It is cooked beyond all damn belief.
Here's the thing: I own a business, and I have tax write-offs, so I don't even pay taxes. So I don't personally.
Drew,
care
thank you so much for the
about
$5
taxes.
on Venmo. He literally made less than. Drew, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Okay, so you have tax write-offs. You don't pay taxes. That means that your business doesn't turn a profit.
What are you talking about? Have you ever owned a business?
Yeah. So if you don't pay taxes because you have tax write-offs, that means that the revenue your business generates is equal to your business expenses, meaning that your
not.
business doesn't make a profit.
A tax write-off is every year when I owe in taxes, I go and buy a new work truck over 4,000 pounds. So I'll buy that work truck for what? Maybe $70,000, $80,000. That's a tax write-off. I don't have to pay that into the IRS.
Stella, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for wiping the floor with these imbeciles. I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Stella. W's for Stella in the chat. And thank you so much. And then also, Kim, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for educating the Lost MAGA. I appreciate you for the $5, Kim.
Hey, so I want to ask you your policy on taxes because you think that tax breaks are bad, but we don't have a government spending problem. So what's your answer? Continuously increase tax rates and just not have under control spending? Like, what's your solution?
Larry, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. So tax breaks are good, but not when they disproportionately affect the ultra wealthy. All right, and that's why I'm voting for her. So that's another really good reason. She has a phenomenal economic plan, right? So over the next 10 years, she wants to spend $2.4 trillion on higher tax cuts for 100 million American workers that fall in that low and the middle class. She doesn't want to tax tips. She wants to introduce a $25,000, and he copied it from Bernie. She wants to introduce a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy to create new affordable housing across America. Right? She also specifically wants to reduce the price of pharmaceuticals and limit the amount that any American citizen would be spending on them, granting Medicare a better ability to negotiate with these companies. And then in turn, she wants to pay for this by raising the corporate tax rate by 7%, by introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires, by increasing the realized capital gains tax. And this will benefit the working class. This will benefit workers. But what's Trump's plan? He wants to reinvigorate the TCJA for another 10 years, get rid of the federal tax income, replace it with tariffs that is regressive and will disproportionately serve as a detriment to the low and middle class because they will be paying more for their goods, and it will destroy American-owned companies because exports will plummet because of a trade war that would be induced with nearly every country around the world because of the imposed tariffs.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Let's say you're one of these super wealthy people and they want to do unrealized tax gains. Why the hell would you ever make a company or make money in the U.S. knowing that you're going to get taxed on money you didn't even make? That's a terrible way to incentivize people to come here and improve our economy. You're going to get taxed on money you didn't even make. That's a terrible...
Oh, you got to echo. Dory, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dory. It's because we have the world's largest consumer base. We have the world's biggest GDP. People still have much incentivization to invest here, not to mention that there's about 28,000 people worldwide that have over $100 million in assets. And of course, they'll keep those invested here, not to mention a lot of the people have these hundreds of millions of dollars in assets already in, right, big American-owned companies. Right.
But they can move them out, and why wouldn't they if they're just going to get treated terribly and lose all their money on something they didn't sell? Like, you don't get taxed on things you don't sell. That's dumb. Like,
you do. What's property tax?
That's different, though. That's not unrealized capital gains tax.
So a property tax isn't an unrealized capital gains tax, but it is a tax on unrealized ownership of property, right? So,
well, I mean, if you want to argue
unrealized ownership of property, right? So,
sorry, you got a little bit of an echo. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that, like, I'm not a proponent of property tax either, by the way, because you never truly own it if you have to constantly pay tax every year, even if it's paid off. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with an unrealized capital gains tax on people with over $100 million in invested assets. But I mean, how do you feel about Trump's economic plan? He wants to replace the federal tax income with tariffs that will destroy American businesses, and it will disintegrate the low and the middle class.
The only reason he's doing tariffs is to protect American jobs and workers. And
No, tariffs destroy American jobs and workers. They destroy American jobs by reducing exports from American businesses, right? Specifically, we could see this with the tariffs he imposed on China while he was already president. It destroyed farmers here at home in America because it reduced agricultural exports because of tariffs imposed on them by China. He literally had to bail out farmers by paying them $28 billion. And then it destroys American workers because tariffs are inflationary, meaning that the low and the middle class will be disproportionately affected by the price of the bare necessities to live at the grocery store. And Evan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Evan. Let's get some W's in the chat for Evan. Thank you so much for the $10. W's for Evan down below.
But you're going to say that it hurts the farmers and the grocery prices, but how come the grocery prices were so much better under Trump if that's the case?
Well, I'm saying that it hurt the farmers because it did. Like, Trump had to bail them out. He had to spend $28 billion, right, specifically on bailing out American farmers, and like replacing all federal taxes with a tariff on every single imported good would destroy the prices at the grocery store. Do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think Trump really had a big part in that with the COVID spending by giving out all these stimulus checks. We didn't have to do that, so I'm going to honestly blame him for that.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, is there anything else you wanted to go over here today, AJ?
No, I just don't get why people want to like really like. I feel like maybe you can explain to me, but I feel like people that want to vote for Biden or Harris really just vote on who's a nice guy and who they like's personality better, but not who actually is going to be better at doing the job.
Well, I think that character should be an important consideration. And when Harris is running against Trump, who's a rapist, womanizer, racist, misogynist felon who's attempted to overthrow our government with the use of a coup in an attempt to rig an election, those are going to be very important character considerations to make.
But we can also argue that Dems try to rig it too.
Better. No, you can't.
I don't know if you saw the documentary 2000 Mules. They literally show people stuffing ballot boxes with tons and tons of ballots, and it's all for Biden.
Have you watched the movie? Because they don't show videos of people doing that.
Yeah, they do.
Use cell phone data that they bought to speculate that people were doing that. This has been incessantly fact checked by every fact checker on the face of the planet, and on the face of the planet, including Republican fact checkers. And it spreads so much misinformation that it has been removed from all American theaters. Right. Not to mention that evidence presented in 2000 Mules was the evidence that Trump took to 63 courts to convince him that the election was stolen from him. All 63 of those courts denied his request, said that he had no evidence for what he believed in, including 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges.
Like, I don't really believe the justice system is all pure and perfect, but
Okay, so which one is it? Did Donald Trump drain the swamp, or did he create the swamp by appointing these corrupt judges that ruled against him?
No, he definitely did not drain the swamp. I gotta be honest, he did not drain the swamp.
Okay, so yeah, he created the swamp because he appointed the corrupt judges.
No, there was already a swamp there, but he put a bunch of like bad people around him too on his team.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, do you have any sufficient evidence to dictate that the 2020 election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown?
I mean, yeah, you go look. They weren't letting Republicans watch them count votes. All of a sudden, and I forgot which state, you know what I'm talking about. There's a chart. Overnight, Biden gets a massive 200,000 vote increase. None for Trump. Like, come on, man.
Ronnie, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Ronnie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ronnie. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat for Ronnie. That $25 means the world to me.
And then also, on voting on character, do you guys think, like, Putin
I wanted to
Xi
respond.
Jinping are nice people? Like, you want nice people going against Putin and Xi Jinping? No.
I wanted to respond to your first claim there. Right. So specifically speaking, right, we know that the outcome of the 2020 election was the safest outcome in recorded American history. Right. It's been audited more than any election that we've ever had. There's been no evidence ever found to suggest widespread voter fraud. It's the case that Trump even formed his own election integrity committee with his handpicked people and invested millions of dollars into their research. They took everything they could find, including the evidence from 2000 Mules. They brought it to 63 courts, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges. And they submitted the evidence, and they all rejected it on the basis of a lack of evidence. Right? This has been incessantly investigated, right, either through the criminal justice system or through recounts by every single state in America at the local, state, and federal level. And there's been no evidence suggested to justify these claims. It was big lie propaganda propaganda perpetuated by Trump because he was mad that he lost. The only evidence that we have of legitimate attempted voter fraud in the 2020 election was Trump, with him sending fake slates of electorate to cast fake votes to Congress to be counted as real. Trump legitimately tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election. Trump legitimately tried to circumvent our civil and electoral processes. Trump tried to certify himself as a false president, and he attempted to steal the vote from Biden. And that is the only true voter fraud that we saw in the 2020 election. Thank you so much for the galaxy.
But look, how can you even trust the justice system, the so-called justice system? Because if you look at what happened to Jeffrey Epstein, nothing. They have a whole list of clients and everybody who goes there, Bill Clinton 26 times, and they don't do anything. But when Trump breathes wrong or spits on the ground or litters, they come at him with everything. You guys cannot trust them. They're not fair and honest.
Oh yeah, so just we can't trust the criminal justice system.
How can you?
I thought that you were the party of law and order.
Innocent people in jail too.
Okay, so first of all, you're just saying that we can't trust the criminal justice system. Would you still vote for Trump if he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl?
Hell no, a little girl. What the?
Wait, why? I thought that you said you couldn't trust the criminal justice system.
I mean, you can't, but if he really did that, obviously, who the hell would vote for him? And
Wait, but
Biden
why would
actually
a
is
criminal
accused of showering with his daughter inappropriately.
Why would a criminal conviction lead you to the conclusion that this is something that Trump did if you can't trust the criminal justice system?
It's hard to tell, to be honest with you.
So if Trump was criminally convicted of raping a little girl, you'd still
If they had real evidence, I would go off the evidence more than the conviction.
Oh, so you'd go off the evidence. So what was the evidence for widespread voter fraud in 2020?
Bro, there's literal security cam footage of people stuffing ballots. It's true. And also they use
give me that
COVID as a
security
big
camera footage?
excuse. Bro, it's in that movie I just told you about.
2000 Mules has been incessantly debunked by fact checkers on both the right and the left.
But did they debunk
2000 Mules?
Did they debunk the video footage?
I don't even think they included video footage.
No, they did. That's how I saw it. It's in that movie.
Okay, yeah. So the movie has been debunked. Once again, Trump tried to take the evidence from the movie to courts. They all denied him.
But anyways, point is, the criminal justice
The point is that you contort reality.
false.
The point is you contort reality to fit your narrative. Oh, there he goes. He was banned for civic and election integrity. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio. We're going to go and load up our next guest as we speak. So everyone just give us a minute. Yeah, that was so many lies. Like, dude, like Dominion even threatened $1 billion lawsuit against Fox for talking about the voter fraud from 2000 Mules. And that's why Tucker Carlson was fired. Because Tucker Carlson was even texting his friends, other coworkers at Fox, saying that he knew these claims were false. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, mainly because, I mean, I've been listening to you talk to the last guy, talk about Trump being a rapist and what evidence was submitted. And I'm not sure if you mentioned why he didn't provide his DNA. He actually offered his DNA. It was denied by the judge, saying that he was trying to do a delay tactic, which is kind of weird because she delayed 20 years on bringing the case forward. But also the dress. Hold on, let me finish. She submitted the dress that she says was worn during the rape. No DNA, no male DNA was found on the dress. And then when the lawyers wanted to bring that up in court, that his DNA was not on the dress, the judge deemed that no DNA talk at all was to be talked about in front of the jury. It was not they were not allowed to bring up anything involving DNA, but they wanted his DNA. He's also now a convicted felon. He's also now a convicted felon.
What happened before he tried to submit his DNA to the court?
What happened before he tried to submit it? I don't understand the question.
The cutoff for discovery, where both the defendants and the prosecutioners could submit new evidence to the case, occurred.
Right.
So you're not just like the party of law, you're the party of law and order. There's order that's upheld in a courtroom, right? So in the same way, you shouldn't be surprised if you go to a Chick-fil-A on Sunday and you're denied because they're closed. You shouldn't be surprised when Donald Trump tries to submit his DNA to the court after the cutoff where new evidence could be submitted and having that denied, okay? That's a rule and a regulation that was set within the courtroom and then which was followed by the judge as well as the rest of the individuals in the courtroom. Right? And he absolutely did delay submitting the evidence because he denied to submit his DNA to the courtroom for the 2 years while discovery was open when E. Jean Carroll was attempting to submit her dress to the court.
But his DNA was also not found on the dress. So that's bottom line.
They never investigated the DNA on the dress because he never submitted his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress.
There was no DNA on the dress. No male or female DNA was found on the dress.
That is also a lie. Yes, if you read the court documents, there was
I did read the
male
court
DNA
documents.
on the dress. What you're meaning to say is that there was not male sperm found on the dress, not that there wasn't male DNA. It is a fact that yes, there was unknown male DNA on the dress. That is a fact, 110%. That's included within the jury instructions. That's included within the court documents. You are lying.
Okay, so why not test it now? Trump's a convicted felon. His DNA is on file. As a convicted felon, you're required to submit a DNA sample. So they have his DNA.
Because in a civil courtroom, you have to get DNA submitted by the defendant with the consent for its authorized use within the context of the courtroom. That's just a procedure upheld by our criminal justice system. You could only forcibly take DNA from someone if it's upheld within a criminal courtroom. Okay. Also, you said that E. Jean Carroll delayed bringing it forth for 23 years. 62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime. So why are you shaming one that waited 23 years?
I'm not shaming. I'm just saying
Of course you are.
his evidence was blocked due to so-called delaying.
What evidence was blocked?
His lawyers were not allowed to say during the trial anything about his DNA not being on the dress. They were not allowed to mention
E. Jean
DNA.
Carroll wasn't even allowed to submit the dress, and that was because that was Trump's fault. It was Trump's fault that the judge didn't allow the dress to be submitted to the court, and it's Trump's fault that no one could talk about the dress, including E. Jean Carroll, because it was ruled out because Trump didn't submit his DNA to the court. After Trump failed to provide his DNA to that courtroom, the judge rejected her from being able to submit the dress in the first place, and then the judge rejected both the defendants and the prosecutors from being able to talk about it in the slightest. That is Trump's fault. 110%.
So there was also key witnesses, expert witnesses on the Trump's defense team that were deemed not expert witnesses that weren't allowed to testify. There's a lot of things that go on in civil court that are completely different than criminal court. That's why a lot of times you'll see cases like O.J. Simpson get found not guilty in a criminal court and then get found civilly liable afterwards.
If Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
If Kamala Harris raped a little boy, would you vote for her? I mean, that's not what we're talking about.
No, it is. The answer is no. I wouldn't vote for her. So if Donald Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Absolutely not. But that's not what we're talking about. That didn't happen. That's not a case.
Okay. So then you don't refute the standard of evidence upheld by the
if
civil
Kamala
court.
Harris,
Kelly, 1 second. So then you don't refute the standard of evidence upheld by civil courts, or it would be the case that you'd still vote for him if he had been held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, as you dispute the standard of evidence. But rather it's the case that you instead think that raping an adult woman isn't bad enough. So why do you think that raping an adult woman isn't bad enough, but raping a little girl is?
Okay, so I would just have to say that in my personal opinion, after I did
Michelle, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. This man contributes to grape culture, literally. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, Michelle. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michelle. I really appreciate you for the $25. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Michelle. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's funny when we're talking about facts and you use opinions and slander, say things that I'm supporting rape culture. I'm just being.
Can you indicate like an opinion in which I've shared? Right, that wouldn't be based upon facts.
I mean, your opinion is that you just said that I support rape culture. That's your opinion.
Of course you do, but that's based upon fact, right?
But I don't.
Because
would you vote for Kamala Harris?
I'll go ahead and explain to you the fact that that opinion would be based upon. When you take a woman who doesn't just accuse a man of raping her, but then proves it in a court of law, you turn around, deny her experiences, and then vote this guy into the most powerful position known to mankind. This absolutely proposes grape culture because it takes away the negative disincentivization for men to grape women. Okay, we're supposed to limit the societal opportunity to rapists. We're supposed to socially stigmatize and scrutinize rapists, but instead you turn around, deny that he's a rapist, and put him in the most powerful position known to mankind. We already know that some men do not rape women because they are scared of the consequences and the repercussions of doing so. But as soon as you start to diminish, devalue, and get rid of those consequences and repercussions, socially or legally speaking, well, then we will see more harm perpetuated at the hand of men towards women, and we will also see women be less likely to report the harm caused by them because, well, what are you telling victims when you deny the experiences of this woman who didn't just accuse but proved it in court? You're saying that, well, if a woman gets raped, she has to prove it in court, and you may entertain the idea of believing her, but you're probably still not going to. This is going to make women much less likely to report, right? So not only does it make men more likely to rape women, but it makes women less likely to report it when they do get raped. How's that not supporting and proponing the perpetuation of rape culture?
No, because I think we should change the culture in a way that women should feel empowered to come out and talk about it, not 23 years later, but immediately after the fact. That is something that I think that needs to be changed. But my point that I was going to was, Kamala Harris. Now, if we want to talk about
Diana,
this side, would you vote? Would you vote for Kamala Harris if she incarcerated over 12,000 people, many of them black males, for a simple marijuana possession, and then laugh about it when she was asked if she ever?
Yeah, you can't say that on the live. I'll still respond to your claim, though. Casey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying thank you for always standing up for women. I appreciate you for the love, Casey. You cannot say the name of a DRUG on the live. I'll still respond to his claims before we move on to the next guest, though. Right, so is the case that is a flat-out lie. While she was AG, only 45 individuals were sentenced or incarcerated for the possession of the M drug. And then secondly, right, you said that they were predominantly black males, right? In the state of California at the time, inside of their crime statistics, they didn't report race or gender, right? So you're just virtue signaling on behalf of the African American community. And then third of all, she supported the end on the war on drugs and the federal decriminalization of it, publicly stating so in 2014, and then signed on legislation in 2018 in the Senate to do exactly that, but it failed. Phenomenal. Moving on to our next guest. What's up, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so?
Well, honestly, I just don't think women should be in office.
Okay. Why not?
Well, it's been primarily men, and men have always done such a good job, so that's why I think
primarily white men. So would you say that reason that black men shouldn't be able to be in office?
Yeah, we shouldn't have any. I forget the word. Oh, yeah, woman. We shouldn't have any women in office.
Yeah. So your argument is that predominantly men have led our country, therefore men should continue to lead our country. So before 2008, when we had our first black president, we had only white people leading our country. Would that give you a reason to say that only white people should continue to lead our country?
Well, honestly, I didn't really like Obama.
Okay, so you're racist too. I thought that the racism may be the absurdity to the position, but obviously it wasn't, because you're not only misogynistic, but you're also racist. Brittany, thank you for the $30 on Venmo, saying in the words of Kamala, same old tired playbook. Next question, please. She ate with that shit. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brittany. I really appreciate you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the comment section for Brittany. Thank you for the $30. So, I mean, I bet Nathan wasn't expecting me to actually rebuke his misogyny with fact. But we'll go ahead and continue to do that. So why would you say that only men should be able to lead instead of women? What's the difference between men and women that make men better at leading?
Well, honestly, men are natural alphas, so.
Okay, so men are more likely to commit self-unaliving. Men are committing 95% of violent crimes. Men are much more likely to abuse hard drugs as a irresponsible means to cope with emotion. Meanwhile, women have higher IQs and EQs on average, do better in school in the context of all levels. They get more degrees, and they're better under stress. They're biologically predispositioned to do so because of childbirth and pregnancy. So why would you say that the more emotionally erratic and dumber gender should be the only ones leading?
Well, I just have one question though.
No response.
No.
JV, thank you.
But I just want to ask you about what happened with Kamala, allegedly sleeping with people to get higher positions.
Okay. So how many votes did she get in her run for AG and DA? Do you know?
No, I'm not sure. I'm just basing this on alleged things that I've heard.
How many of those 4.5 million people did she have to sleep with to get those offices?
No, I'm just saying.
0 of them. Crazy, insane, right? Secondly, what do you think your response would be if Kamala Harris had 5 kids with 3 baby daddies? Cheated on all of them too. What would your response be?
I think she's a whore, but.
Oh, so is Donald Trump the W word because he has had 5 kids with 3 women and cheated on them all?
But it's different with men.
No, Nathan. Is Donald Trump the W word because he has had 5 kids with 3 different women and cheated on them all, one with a P star?
That was alleged, though.
No, actually, unfortunately, it had to be proven in a criminal court of law to convict him on his 34 counts of falsification of business records. He falsified business records to send money to the Peace Star so she wouldn't speak out about sleeping with him before the 2016 election.
But that was alleged. There's no proof.
It was literally proven in a criminal court of law. That wasn't what the felonies were for, but that had to be proven as a part of the felonies.
Sorry, I'm eating.
And how many continents are there?
There's 51. Or wait,
That
I
makes
thought you said states.
There's not even 51 states. Makes it worse. We're going to go ahead and kick the racist misogynist and move on with our day. 2 rocks, click clacking. Terry, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Terry says, thank you for standing up for what is right. I really appreciate you for the love, Terry. That is insane. Thank you so much for the $50. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I want to see 500 W's for Terry right now down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the $50. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Terry. Your support means the world to me. It allows me to continue to do this every day. Thank you so much. W's for Terry down below. Thank you so much, Terry. Nash, are you voting for Trump?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, so why is that?
Well, honestly, part of it is I'll be straight up honest. A little bit of indoctrination. I live in a very red state. There's a little bit of peer pressure. I'll admit on that. So you get to kind of be spoon fed the news you want to hear. But also,
so you're saying your reason for voting for Trump?
No, I'm saying partially. No, I'm just being honest with you. I think honesty is a good form of a discussion. I mean, you can't come out with.
I appreciate that. I'm not laughing at you.
But the other half is a lot to do with just the fact that the last 4 years didn't do anything for me. I really feel like there was a lot of stuff that was shoved down my throat that was lies, because it's so commonly perceived as truth that it's hard for me to receive it as truth when the real life aspects of it are they seem like lies. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm talking in circles here, but the biggest thing is, like you say, with character. A lot of people are talking down on Trump, but then you take back and you look at Biden. I mean, Biden literally threw a guy under the bus that ran into his wife. Did you ever hear that story? The guy that killed Joe Biden and his son? He accused the guy of being drunk when the guy had no alcohol in his system. It was completely false. He used that as a platform and totally threw this poor trucker under the bus for killing his wife and kid when you know that trucker felt bad. I mean, to me, that is a big character flaw.
This would have been a great and pertinent and important discussion to have 3 months ago when Biden was running. I won't discredit that, but Biden isn't running. Kamala Harris is.
Right, but he selected
please tell
her.
me if you want to. Okay, please tell me if you care about character, why you're voting for the racist over the non-racist, the grapist over the non-grapist, the misogynist over the non-misogynist, the womanizer and sexualizer of children over the non-womanizer and sexualizer of children, the person that attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government to rig the outcome of the 2020 election. I steal a vote from Biden over the person that wants to protect and preserve our democracy, the person that launched a social and legal attack on the rights of all 170 million American women by electing justices to overturn Roe v. Wade, in comparison to the person that wants to fight for them to have those rights back, the person that wanted to institute a Muslim ban banning all Muslims from entering into the country, which is religious persecution, over the individual that recognizes that this is not a Christian nation, that this is not an Islamic nation, this is a nation where you're free to be Christian and a nation where you are free to be a Muslim.
See, that's the problem. The problem is she wants democracy. The democracy, if you look at it as a whole, is a problem. All the countries that have democracy, it's basically the population that is the most populous. The white males, you could say, would get all the votes. They would get all the policies that they want. That is democracy.
So,
we live in a republic.
Okay.
We live in a republic where the majority does not get to choose everything just because most of the people want it.
We live in a
constitutional republic.
We live in a representative democracy, which is a constitutional republic. And also the fact that you're telling me that democracy is the problem and that's why we should be voting for the dictator on day one, fascists, is crazy. Are you?
How do you think he's?
Are you paid by the Kremlin?
You're the only one making money here, bud.
Are you getting your pockets filled by Putin?
See, that's such a weak elementary attack to say that, Putin. I mean, realistically,
you just told me that democracy was bad. You just said democracy is
it's
the problem.
Not a democracy.
Jesus
that's
Christ,
the thing
yeah.
is, if 51% of people voted for everything, and that the 49% had to follow it, don't you think that'd be a big problem for everyone?
You're referencing what is called a direct democracy, which is a form of a democracy. We live in a representative democracy. So there's different forms of democracies. We live in a representative democracy. We don't live in a direct democracy. Second of all, right, why do you think a representative democracy is bad?
Because of the facts I just stated. Because if you
A representative democracy doesn't give the vote to 51% of the people. Right? A representative democracy is a constitutional republic in which the general public would elect individuals to represent them in their beliefs. That's what we live under. That's why we have a Congress. That's why we have electoral college. That's a fact. And Renee, I appreciate you for the $2 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much.
Fair enough. Here's honestly what I wanted to talk to you most about, because I don't like being attacked for what I might believe in or who I might vote for.
I'm sorry, that's just a crazy belief. I just haven't heard that one before. I've never heard someone say democracy is
honestly,
bad.
the reason I get on these and talk isn't because I'm super knowledgeable about stuff. I like to just get out there and I like to hear people's points of view. I think that's the biggest thing that's lacking in a lot of these conversations is the ability to listen to what you say and actually listen, not just think of what I'm going to say back. To me, that's the most important part. And I see so little compromise with any of these parties. To me, that's the biggest problem with this is it's so team red versus team blue. I mean, what are we, Crips and Bloods here? It's so ridiculous how this division in our country just is perpetuated by these conversations where nobody does anything except for these talking points.
Did we have this division in our country when Obama was running against McCain? Or I think Obama ran against McCain, right?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I wasn't really into politics that much. I wasn't really highly into voting.
Hey, welcome in. I saw you in the chat. Happy to have you up here. So first of all,
what happened with the CNN interview, man?
CNN interview was phenomenal. Anyways, just to respond.
Cringe, man.
Okay, social awareness, please. Right?
Yeah, that's so cringe.
Social awareness, please. Right? I was talking to Nash. Or did you just want to interject?
Look, you look like a civilized guy, man. Let's be honest, man. Come on, man. I don't want to.
Okay. Yeah. Would you vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for the? Well, let me ask you this question: do you think that violent?
Okay, tell me.
Do you think that violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Man, he didn't do nothing, man. You know it.
We're not even talking about Trump, bro. Please.
Oh,
do you think that violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Can I ask you a question?
It is a general statement to whoever it would apply to. Do you think that violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Why should
No, but they will anyway, though.
They're gonna get the gun anyway if they want to get the gun.
Okay, we have guys, please.
But I want to ask you a question, right?
That violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns. It's a yes or no question.
Why are you always repeating the same questions, man?
Because you're not giving me an answer, man.
Yeah, but I came in for some other stuff.
Okay, so you don't even.
No disrespect, but the Kamala interview yesterday was a cringe, man.
Okay, why so?
Because it's just a mess. She was sitting in a little dark room, looking like she was sitting on a table in a restaurant. I don't know what it was, but she dug her own grave, man.
How so? Man. How did she dig her own grave?
You, but it's over, man, and we all know.
Can you tell me how she dug her own grave?
I got 20 examples, man.
Okay, go for it.
But I just want to say, I want to say, right? You talked about the flood in the house of your mother the other day, right? That you lived with your mom.
Yep.
So why did you change that yesterday?
What did I change? What yesterday?
Well, you told look. I'm a good guy, man. I was gonna send you some gifts, some money because I thought.
Renee, I appreciate you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. Dean, please read my other message or else. Okay, well, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. Let's get some W's in the chat for Renee. Thank you so much for the $20. And yeah, I'll read your other. Wow, Renee, that.
Can you show me that you get them donations on the screen for once? Because I don't believe it. And I respect you. I hope you get all the money in the world, man. But why don't you show me a receipt? Yeah, I know it's funny, but it's real.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Rania. I'm so sorry. Rania, thank you for the $20. I just read your first message. So the donations I get are real. I don't want to dox the people.
But why show me a receipt then that you can get it? Why don't you show me?
Because it'll include the last names of the people that donate to me.
Then you put your finger above the last name. And I said you 20 lines right now.
Really?
Yeah, really.
20 lines?
Yeah. Hell yeah, I got the money.
I'm about to get so fucking rich, bro. I'm about to get so fucking... Dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I got the money, man. I'm not jealous. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's the Cash Apps, right? Okay, you're gonna get.
Where's
the
my
money.
20 lions? Where's
I'm
my
gonna
20
send you
lions?
man. You
Where's my
better be
20?
ready.
Send me my
I'm
20
gonna
lions.
come back.
Send me my no.
I'm gonna charge you back.
Do it right
I'll
now.
be right back.
No. Do it right now.
Okay, I'm coming,
No.
I'm coming.
Don't leave. No. Don't run away now. You owe me 20 lions. Where's my 20 lions? No, he ran. No. Oh my God. No. The pocket watcher failed. Oh my God. He ran away. That guy owes me 20 lions. Dude, that is like a couple $1,000. I just want to put that out there. Spoof, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo saying you are a fake person. Thank you for the love. They ran away. Let's see if they come back and drop the 20 lions. Okay, we're going to move on to our next guest, Kyla Baker. I really appreciate you for the love. Moving on to our next guest. They owe me 20 lions. Okay, what's going on, Kyla? Yo, Michael, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying lol bro ran dead ass, Michael. Thank you for the 20 bucks. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Michael. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. W's for Michael down below in the chat for the fake donation. Kyla, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Kyla, no. Okay, they left. We're going to move on to our next guest here. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, hop in the queue. Y'all already know how we do it here. Phenomenal. We're going to go and see what our next guest, Bruni, has to say. All right, we're moving on. Everyone just give us a minute. What's up, Saul MAGA in the chat? Why are you voting for Trump?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, it's going all right. Why are you voting for Trump?
I mean, at this point, I just don't really know where Kamala really stands with her stuff. Obviously, in the past, even before the interview last night, you know, a lot of the major policies and stuff like that she stated back in the 2019 when she was running for president, she's completely changed her opinions on. And
Renee, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Renee in the chat. Thank you for the $10 saying I am not real. You're not real. Thank you for the $10 from the not real person. Yeah, so she did. A good example of that would be her fracking policy. 2019, she said she was anti-fracking. Today, she says that she's okay with fracking in America. In 2019, JD Vance said that Trump was America's Hitler. What's he doing today?
he's talking about as you get to know somebody, it's a little bit different.
So people could change their positions on different issues as time progresses?
I mean, absolutely. I don't doubt that. I mean, like I said, if it was just one or two things, you know, people can evolve and change their minds over time. But on all the major policies, she seems to kind of flip-flop with it.
Like what specifically?
I mean, obviously, fracking was one of them. Mandatory buyback on guns was another.
She never instituted mandatory buyback on guns. In fact, her own campaign in like 2020 said that she was against that 4 years ago.
Well, no, I agree. I understand that she didn't try to pass anything through it, but she said she was all for it.
She never said that she was all for mandatory buybacks on guns. That's false.
Well, I guess we can circle back around to it, but that's not the way I remember it specifically.
Would you be able to give me
She
a
said
source?
that she supported a ban on so-called assault weapons, and she still supports that to this day. That policy hasn't changed.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was specifically about that. I think the specific term that I remember was I think it was an interview that she had done or something of that nature, and it was specifically about the mandatory buyback program as a whole.
No, would you be able to give me a source?
I mean, I could at some point here in a minute.
So could you just go on pause and give me a source literally right now?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Hang on.
Okay, great. What's going on, Matt? What you got for me, man? You just coming out?
Not much. I'm just going to be here just for a second. I just wanted to come up just for a second because they were talking about. Because I watched the whole interview. I don't know. Did you see the whole interview?
I watched clips from it.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, 'cause she had answers to all these, which I thought were satisfactory. So, like she gave an answer for why she doesn't support certain things anymore. So it's not that hard of like an answer to to say.
Yeah. So I mean, well, Bronny, was there any other issues that you wanted to go over here?
I mean,
For
yeah.
your claim?
I mean, that's just kind of where my stance is from her, and obviously with Trump, regardless.
I mean, I think that she has consistent policy, right? I think that you've been able to point out, right, her flip flop on her stance on fracking. But as I've already pointed out, right, I think it's it's important for our politicians' views to change as the views of the public do. And I don't think that this is hypocritical or gives you reason not to vote for him because literally in 2019, JD Vance said that he was a never Trump guy and that Trump was America's Hitler. What is JD Vance doing today?
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I mean, before he knew Trump and got
so
to
does
know
that give
him
you
and got
reason
to
not
see
to
what
vote
his
for Trump
record
because JD
was.
Vance is flip floppy?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that Trump or Vance has never changed it, but another one for Kamala
Okay,
was...
so then why is it bad when she changes her stance, but it's not bad when Vance changes his?
It's not about the fact that she just changed her stance on one item. It's about
What did she change her stance on, apart from fracking?
decriminalizing immigration, illegal immigration.
So first of all, right, she never supported. Well, that wasn't a crime. I'm pretty sure that was the context. I know what you're referencing. A tweet where she said that an undocumented migrant is not a criminal. Right? That doesn't imply the decriminalization of like undocumented migration. And like I think it's possible that that's not considered a crime. Right? However, it is a case that that's not an official stance that she held.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I'm pretty sure that she came out and said that she's for decriminalizing illegal immigration at that point.
Could you give me like a source for that?
Give me 1 second here.
Well, I mean, we could also talk about wanting to institute the exact same border policies that were in the border bill from the Senate, and yet he killed it. I mean, and yet probably what will happen is if he gets reelected, he will be put back in and pass the exact same bill once again. I mean, or let me ask you this, Bernie. This is actually like a better question. Are you pro-life?
As a whole, yes.
One second. I wanted to get Bruni to give us a source because I think that he's spewing bullshit.
All right. Harris decriminalized illegal immigration.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, folks. Share out that live with a couple of friends as well. We may have had a restart after this, guys. I think that we're being limited on the main account. Well, while he's looking for that source, what's up, Steph? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay. All right. Well, while Bruni's looking for a source, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, my biggest reason is his involvement with the DGI.
What is the DGI?
Dan Gettler and international groups. Trump, under Obama, he had sanctioned Dan Gettler to stop him from mining, right? And when Trump came back in the office, he took those sanctions off and allowed him to keep mining, which funded the G side in the Congo. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just wanted to give you that information that Trump's a piece of shit. Bye.
Okay, yeah, because I was pretty sure that's what you're talking about, how he like took sanctions off of him that funded the G side in Congo.
He took them off for the purpose of allowing him to continue mining.
It's gonna be like, yo, I was like, you're voting for Trump because you support the continuance of a genocide. Hey.
I had to come on here under a disguise, but I did an entire report that I'd gladly send you. And for anyone in the comments that's gonna say that Biden released sanctions too, he only did it for the purpose of taking him out of the Congo. There's a difference. He did it for the purpose of taking him out to make Dan Gettler sell off the rest of what he has. Trump took them off for the purpose of allowing him to keep mining. No other reason. No other reason.
My Instagram is linked to my account. You should send that report.
I will send you my entire Google slide with all the pretty colors.
Dude, I love you. Have a good rest of your day, man.
Yes, sir.
He ate. Yo, Dan, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo saying I want you to get them unrealized gain taxes. Yo, Dan, bumping me up a bracket. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the love there. I want to see some massive W's for the guest and for Dan in the comment section. Dan, thank you so much for the $50. That means the world to me. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate you, man. W's for Dan O. Anyways, Bernie, do you have a source for that claim?
Yeah, I mean, I just Googled something. I mean, obviously, I don't know what your sources you look at, but I mean, here's one on PBS. The article came out actually today. Harris defends shifting positions on fracking and decriminalizing illegal border crossings.
Yeah, so I'm asking you when like Harris originally held the position that she wanted to decriminalize.
I think it was back in 2019.
Yeah, but I'm asking you for a source that's something that she supported in 2019.
I mean, I guess I can go through this whole article, but I mean, in 2019, this is what it's talking about. Thursday defending shifting away from more liberal policies.
Okay. All right. I guess in the meantime, guys, while you're still looking for that source, make sure that we're double tapping here today, y'all. Make sure that we're sharing out that live with a couple of friends as well, y'all. He left. Okay.
Bruh.
All right. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry that you can have more of a conversation.
No, it's all good. No, I mean, it's all good.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
Oh, yeah.
What's up? Yeah, I'm probably gonna do a restart here. Might give it another guest or two. See if we
have a good day.
Yeah, you too, man. We need we should talk here soon. It's been a while. See you, man.
Sounds good. All right. Bye-bye.
See you, Matt. All right. What's going on, Mary? Are you voting for Trump? Annie, I appreciate you for the subscription. By the way, Matt, it sounds like you had like some bad internet connection there, but I appreciate you for coming up, man. Looks like everyone in the chat saying that I kicked them. So remember, folks, if you're coming up here and you make a claim that you can't justify, just leave without saying anything and then say in the chat that I kicked you. And then, yeah, everyone will think that you won. Good strategy. Happens all the time. What's up, Mary? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Mary's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute, y'all. Everyone give us a minute. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what 23 has to say. Everyone do be patient for the 4,000 people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a couple friends. What's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Yeah, y'all are all victims of psychological manipulation down there in the chat. It happens quite frequently. The Trump supporter will leave and then say, I kicked him. Guys, if you were MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in that chat. We're probably going to hit a restart after this next guest, y'all. He wants to join back. He's not in the queue. He's just saying that in the chat. He's just running away, guys. Don't be conned. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Cornelius, hi. Hello. All right, Cornelius isn't here. We are going to go and move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just do give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up in the box literally right now, chat. So everyone just give us a minute. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Thank you for all that you do, Dean. And you changed my mind to vote for Kamala Harris.
You're
so
great.
go Kamala and Tim. So you're doing an awesome job and just keep going.
Hey, I appreciate you for your love. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
Every day. Yo, Base, dude, massive W's for the guests down below. That is awesome. Thank you so much for, switching your mind there. That's very important. I'm happy that I could help convince you. W's for the guests. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Hello? Okay, what's going on with all the guests? Guys, if you're MAGA, let me know in the comment section. I'm going to start polling from the comment section in comparison to the guest requests because for whatever reason, we are just not having an easy time getting people loaded up here. Woo! Thank you for the love. All right, moving on to our next guest here, guys. Everyone just give us a minute. Spam MAGA down below if you are voting for Trump. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Everyone just do be patient. We're going to go and invite Kenny up for our next conversation here. All right, spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. All right, moving on to our next guest here. Be patient. All right, Ethan, got you with an invite up. What's going on, Jack? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
I think there's quite a few reasons as to why I'm voting for Trump.
All right, let's go through them. Why so?
Well, first of all, I voted for Trump quite a while back when he first started running.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump over Harris, man?
Why am I voting for what? Sorry?
Trump over Harris?
No, I'm only joking, bro. I'm British.
Okay. Appreciate you for coming up. Your American accent was convincing. Moving on. Let's go into what Ron and Beats has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute here, guys. We may hit a restart, though, y'all. I'm not going to lie. We will see. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep. Trump.
Why so?
Well, he did a better job when he was the president. He did a better job that we've all seen pretty much, I know you want to land on policies. I know that's your thing. You want to land on policies, but I like to land on like what happened in real time. Like real time, what really happened? Tax cuts. I mean, he was talking to presidents left and right. He was trying to.
Wait, about the tax cuts, I want to ask you a question. What do you?
Yeah, I know you're going to say I already know what you're going to say.
What do you support?
It only benefited the top 10, whatever you're going to say. Yeah, that's the business owners you're talking about, right?
Hey, Rana, would you support spending $1.6 trillion on Medicare for all?
I mean, Biden spent billions to Ukraine, right?
Yeah, I don't understand how that.
Yeah, that was our money, right? That he took
the
from us.
government spends taxpayer revenue, crazy.
So okay, so then Biden did the same thing.
What? What? I asked you if you'd support spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all. What does that have to do with funding for Ukraine?
So
nothing.
What's your point?
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with funding for Ukraine. We could talk
What's
about
your
that
point
next.
about healthcare? What's your point about
Would you support
healthcare?
spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for every single American citizen?
Sure.
Really?
Why? What's wrong with that?
Oh, I mean, so that's like policy that is like advocated for from the Democrat platform, right? On the Republican platform, including Trump's platform, what we see is like an attack, right, on families, an attack on people, right? They're against universal healthcare for all. They're against higher child tax credits. They're against making like the family unit easier. And in fact, they'd even say that like universal healthcare for all is like socialist or like communist.
But again, you want to land on policies, right, and bills and stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, if you would support
that's the
universal
only
healthcare for
thing
all,
you land on. Dean.
One second.
Go ahead.
If you support universal healthcare for all, right, you'd probably support making the low and the middle class better off because that's what universal healthcare for all would do. So, I mean, I can name like 4 policies influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration, such as the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
When you say rich people, do you mean like business owners?
Top 1%.
Yeah, that's mostly business owners, though, right?
Very true.
Okay, so when I would say if a business owner does good, his employees do good. You wouldn't agree with that?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. What you're referencing is trickle-down economics. Under trickle-down economics, we see worker wages remain relatively stagnant, right, in comparison with worker productivity, right? So it's just a failed economic system that has never worked anywhere in the world, right?
So you're saying you don't agree with
multiple
that?
times, even by our own country. I disagree with trickle-down economics, yeah.
How is that so if you were a business owner and you got benefits, you wouldn't
I just told you why. I just told you why, because when we've tried it, it doesn't work, right? We see that prior to the introduction of...
Can I ask you something then? Did the regular American hardworking citizen benefit at all when Trump was in office? Can you answer that?
Benefit from
gonna
Trump
say no?
or just benefit from the country? Like, you have to be more specific with your question.
Well, when I say Trump, I mean the country, yeah. When he was in office, yeah.
We had like a pretty good economy prior to like 2020 with COVID. Yeah, the economy was pretty good.
Right before COVID, right?
Middle class benefited, yeah.
Right before COVID, right? Cool. Now, did we benefit at all when Biden was in office? Like what? Like, tell me, real time, how did we benefit at all when Biden was in office?
Yeah, so
like just if you could name anything.
Specifically benefited by the reduction of the rate of inflation faster than any other country in the G7.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Like the country as a whole, right, benefited like from Biden and Harris's response to the pandemic, right, leading to the fastest and quickest response to the global inflation onset by the pandemic, where the economic disparities onset like in GDP growth alongside the stock market, right? They addressed it faster and better than any other like leadership in the G7, right? You're also just kind of making the argument here that because your life was better under Trump than it was under Biden and Harris, that Trump caused your life to be better. That's why you should vote for him.
It wasn't. It actually got worse. The groceries went up, gas went up, everything went up, and all he kept pushing was the vaccine the whole time.
Yeah. Hey, real quick. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I don't know. You tell me. He took all of our money and gave it to Ukraine.
Okay, so there's more debt-related spending under Trump's administration than Biden and Harris's administration, right? $8.4 trillion.
Our pockets didn't reflect that, though. I'm just saying, like they really didn't.
But your argument is he caused inflation because of government spending. There was twice as much government spending, like through the debt, right, under Trump's administration than Biden and Harris's. So does that mean that Trump caused twice as much inflation than Biden and Harris?
No.
Okay, so then government spending doesn't cause inflation. So if government spending doesn't cause inflation, then how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
They took all of our money and gave it to Ukraine.
Okay, so
now
we're
we're
just
broke.
referencing back to government spending. First of all, the reason that we the reason that we've supported Ukraine is because of the Budapest Memorandum, right? We had a denuclearization agreement signed with them in the 90s. We were contractually obligated to support them. It would have been bad if we didn't. Second of all, right, you're just referencing government spending once again. Trump's administration.
Well, yeah, that's one of the biggest things, though. That's one of the biggest issues. You wouldn't agree with that?
Trump's administration spent twice as much as Biden and Harris's.
Okay,
that's government spending.
Okay, that's great that we spent that. Okay, but you're also saying simultaneously
how could you say that government
too.
spending under the Biden and Harris administration is bad, yet the government spending that was twice as much under Trump's administration is good?
Okay, but you're saying simultaneously that we still benefited when they spent all that money, right?
I'm so confused, right? We benefited.
How are you
right,
confused?
because
You
we
said-
had the
okay,
quickest
you're
rebound from the
basically- you're
inflation
basically
onset
saying-
by the 1 second. We had the best rebound from the inflation onset by the global pandemic out of any other country in the G7 one. The U.S. had the quickest response to the economic disparities onset in the stock market too, and we had the quickest economic growth, by fiscal year out of every other country in the G7 3.
Can you
the
can you
Biden-Harris
explain-
administration passed legislation that benefited the low and the middle
again-
class
again,
more than
you
it
wanna go
benefited
back
the
to
top
policy.
1%. They brought
Okay.
manufacturing jobs back home by the CHIPS and Science Act. They invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits with the PACT Act.
Okay, but
They
Dean-
invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. through the use of the infrastructure bill that
but
stimulated
Dean-
their local economies, created new construction and infrastructure jobs. Yes, this
Great,
leadership
but
did
Dean-
benefit the American people.
But again, you're landing on policies, bro. Like that's all you keep landing on. You're not landing
One
on
second.
what happens.
How does the
You're not
presidency...
landing on what happens in real time, yo. Like
Okay,
it's-
if your
you're
argument is,
landing
well,
on
we just...
what's going on
yes,
in the background,
Rada beats,
which
Rada
we know,
beats.
which nobody ever sees. Like you're just
Rada-
landing on what happens in the background. These people passed this. This bill got signed. This policy got like. None of that means nothing if we're not benefiting from it at all.
Okay, so my
Like,
question
like,
to you
let's-
would be, if you just blame anything that happens in the country on the...
Well, I'm not really blaming. I'm not really
Hey,
blaming nothing on nobody.
Rana, did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression of 14.8% in April of 2020 because that occurred under his presidency?
I don't believe that to be true. I don't believe that to be true at all.
Well, that's a rate of... Yeah, my source would be the Bureau of Labor Statistics. If you have a computer in front of you, you could look up rate of inflation in U.S. April of 2020, and Google will tell you that this is true.
Okay, so look, I can only land on what happened to us regular people in real time.
Yeah, that was something that happened to regular
time-
people in real time in April of 2020 while Trump was president. Did Trump cause that?
I don't know. I don't know if he did. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
well, if Trump didn't cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression that happened under his presidency, why would you say that Biden and Harris caused the inflation that we've seen under their presidency?
I mean, that's just what happened in real time.
Well,
That's all I can land on.
isn't the high rate of unemployment something that happened in real time under Trump's presidency?
I guess so. I don't know. And you tell
so
me.
if you're saying, well, the high rate of inflation is something that happened in real time while Biden. and
So
Harris
you're
were
trying to
president,
combat that. You're trying to combat what we benefited from to unemployment, right?
No, the argument I'm trying to make here is to point out, right, your shitty logic. Just because
Well, I mean, so basically you're
one second,
saying,
I'm
yeah, we
trying to
benefited-
explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you a very simple concept, sir. It would be very beneficial if you would listen to me. Okay, so just because something happens in our country doesn't mean that the president caused it. Like for instance, I didn't have a girlfriend while Trump was president. I have had a girlfriend while Biden and Harris have been president. Does that mean Trump didn't cause me to have a girlfriend or cause me to not
No,
have a girlfriend?
that's irrelevant. That's not. That's irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant?
Your
Because Trump
girlfriend
didn't
to
pass a Dean has no
politics?
girlfriend policy, just like Biden and Harris didn't pass a cause inflation policy, right? COVID caused the inflation that we saw here at home in the U.S., just like COVID
and
caused
what did
inflation
Trump do? He
in
gave us-
every other country across the globe, right? But specifically speaking, right, the Biden-Harris administration ushered in the quickest response to this inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the world. And you continue to repeat that policy and executive order isn't relevant here. Well, how does the presidency, right, affect the nation? How does the presidency change your life? They change it through executive order and policy, right? So that's why we need to evaluate the policy that you think caused the economic disparities onset in the country.
Did Trump give us stimulus checks?
Yeah, he did. He signed in a $2.3 trillion plan for American stimulus.
Okay, did that benefit us?
Yes. So we needed the
So I
stimulus.
know you want to
onset
land on
by
the top
pandemic.
2% all the time. That's all you do. The top 2% got rich. The top two. Okay, that's business owners. Business owners, when if I was a business owner and I got tax cuts and I got money, great. I'm gonna help my people that work for me. You would too. You would too.
Okay, chat. Are y'all fucking tracking this shit? Like, are y'all like? Do y'all
Stop
know?
bringing in the chat that damn near went against you right now. Said you kicked that
One
guy.
second. Do y'all know what the hell is going on right now? I'm so lost.
Let's switch to another topic though. Even
Okay,
though
let me ask-
you
let
are
me ask
saying we
you-
benefited. So you are saying we did benefit when Trump was in. Cool, great, and we
Wait,
did.
so
and
wait,
we
you're
did
trying to
not
make-
be-
so
and when Biden came in,
okay.
everything went up. cool.
You're
Those are
making
facts.
the
Those
okay.
are
So you're
facts.
making the argument.
Let's move on.
No, one
Okay,
second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Overwhelmingly, I want you to listen to me here. Overwhelmingly, your argument is Dan. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Dan. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So your argument is the economy was good under Trump and the economy was bad under Biden. Therefore, I'm going to vote for Trump because he's going to make the economy better again. My response to this is my response to this is right. This is a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two variables are associated with one another doesn't mean that one variable caused the other. Right?
Did you hear?
During the summer, Rana,
Okay,
you are going to listen
go.
to me. I'm
Go, go.
educating you for free. Okay. Right.
go
During the
ahead.
summertime, people eat more ice cream and people murder others more. Does that mean that eating more ice cream causes higher rates of murder?
No.
No. Right? So just because two variables are associated with one another doesn't mean that one caused the other. So you'd have to demonstrate how Trump caused the economy to be better or how Biden and Harris caused it to be worse. So what policy did Donald Trump influence to get past that caused the economy to be better? Or similarly, what policy did the Biden-Harris administration influence to get past
Here we
that
go with the
caused it to be
policies
worse?
again, because that's all you land on is policy. I don't know the policies. I don't know the background. I don't know what happened to the bills. I don't know what happened in the background, Dean. I'm trying to tell you that. I don't know. I can only speak what happened in real time. That's all I could speak on.
Sarah, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. He's 2 tacos short of a combo meal. What does that mean?
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
Great.
But thank
I don't
you
know
so
what that
much
means
for
either.
the
That's your
$10
weird
on
chat.
PayPal. Thank
I
you
don't
so
know.
much, Sarah.
That's your weird chat. I don't know.
What did you just say?
But can we move on to something else? Have you seen? Did you see when they asked Kamala about inflation? That was a.
So I just want to clarify here. So first of all, policies happen in real time. Second of all, well, if you're just operating off of what happens in our country and you blame that on the president, how can you say that Trump isn't to blame for the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression in April of 2020? Because even though it happened under his presidency, yet Biden and Harris are to blame for the high rates of inflation that have occurred under their presidency. How can you say that Trump isn't to blame for the unemployment, yet Biden and Harris are to blame for the high rate of inflation?
Well, you could use COVID when you talk about Biden, but you can't use it for Trump.
No,
unemployment happened because of COVID. Facts.
Okay. So in
No?
the same way,
You
the
would-
high
you
rate
wouldn't
of
agree with that?
unemployment, I would agree with that. So in the same way, the high rate of unemployment that happened at the end of Trump's term was not caused by Trump, it was caused by the pandemic.
But look what
The high
Trump
rates
tried to
of
do. He's like, let me give you
inflation
guys
that
stimulus
One
checks. Let me
second.
help you out.
One
Okay, go
second.
ahead.
One second. I'm going to repeat myself. And the same way, the high rate of unemployment that happened at the end of Trump's term wasn't caused by Trump, it was caused by the pandemic. The high rates of inflation that have occurred under Biden and Harris's administration haven't been caused by their administration. It was caused by the pandemic.
So while we're in the pandemic and unemployment rates are going down, let's give billions of dollars to Ukraine simultaneously while that happens. That's a smart move.
So the reason that we've sent money to Ukraine is because of a contractual agreement that we made with Ukraine in the 1990s.
Well, isn't Trump talking about making other countries pay up what they're supposed to when he gets in
Oh,
office?
you're actually referencing a really bad thing that Trump is doing, right? He's saying that he will not protect other countries in NATO from Russian expansion unless they
No, he
pay
said
a
we will,
particular
but they
amount of
just
their
got to
GDP.
pay up their bargain. That's all he's saying.
Right, which in turn didn't.
He's not saying he's
Russia more incentivization.
Go ahead.
How many branches of the government are there?
See, this is what you love to do. This is what you love to do.
Okay, bye.
Let me see if he's educated on some bullshit topic that doesn't even matter. Okay.
Why can't I kick him?
When you talk to Kamala, what?
Why can't I kick you? What the
Are you
fuck?
trying to kick me?
I can't kick you.
What do you want to kick me for? Because I'm speaking facts.
Oh my god!
Because I'm speaking facts.
fucking hell. Oh
These are
my
all just
God.
facts. You just want all you land on is policies.
No, because I don't know how many branches of government there are. Oh my god!
Oh my God, bro! This is how you divert. This is how you love to divert. This is how you love to divert. But anyways, let's move on to something else. Okay, what's more?
This is There we go. All right, it's kicked. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, chat. Everyone, just do give us a minute. Also, my chat is frozen. That is so strange. Let's go and get our next guest out of the box. Literally right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is showing that my stream is frozen. That kind of sucks. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. There we go. All right, we're back up. We're caught back up. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Okay, there we go. I'm back. I don't know why my Wi-Fi disconnected, but I'm back now. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, you're like it's all wonky right now. It's all like it's like skipping and stuff. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Hey man, can you see me? Hello?
I can see you, but it's all choppy.
Yeah, it looks like my Wi-Fi.
Can you hear me?
Hey, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and restart the stream. My Wi-Fi cut out. I don't know why. The Wi-Fi has been doing this like every single day. Anyways, what's up, man? How old are you? It's better. Perfect.
33.
How old are you, man? You're 33. Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, that's the thing is I'm independent. You know what I mean? I would prefer to be able to pick my president. You know what I mean?
All right, guys, I'm going to go restart my router. For the 4.2 thousand people in here, everyone make sure to come right back to the stream. We're just going to... Wi-Fi's been every day. I'll be right back, folks. See y'all. Back up. All that it took was a restart. Anyways, for the first 400 of everybody, for the first 400 of y'all tuning back in, welcome back into the stream, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good to have you all back. Make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, and spamming that comment section. And if you are a Trump supporter, if you are a MAGA lunatic, hop in that queue. You already know how it goes. We are going to go ahead and hop right back into our debate straight away. So for everyone hanging out with us, just give us a minute. I had the MAGA mobile. That's a fact. We are still waiting on people to come back into the queue. So everyone just give us a minute. For everyone tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in. It is so good to see you all. What's up, Molly? What's up, Edwin and Lucas? Welcome back in. If you are a Trump supporter, let me know in the chat right now and I'll pull you up here for a debate. You'll already know. B in the guest request. So let's go and get Richie B up in the box. Everyone give us a minute. Allow Richie B a moment to load in. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Highly unlikely that it's...
Richie B is not here. All right, let's go and see what our next guest has to say. We are going to go to get Hunter P up in the box, so everyone just do be patient. For the first 1,000 people tuning back into the stream, welcome in, folks. Do double tap that phone screen. Do share that live. What's up, Hunter? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Hunter's not here either. We literally have like the RNC droids in the queue. Honestly, if you're voting for Trump and you want to come up here and debate, let me know in the chat. Okay, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I will be voting for Trump.
Okay, and what is that?
A number of different reasons, man. I like his strength at the border. His border policy is better than the Harris-Biden administration. Biden-Harris been an absolute disaster.
Okay, right. I'd actually say that they've done good.
Start there.
Yeah, talking about the border. So, I mean, I think that the crisis was expected, right? Like I kind of look at the border like a river and like Title 42 like a dam. When Title 42 was expired, we, expected, right, a very sharp increase in migration across the southern border. That's a fact. And I think that we can more so evaluate Biden and Harris's response to that. And specifically speaking, they influenced bipartisan legislation drafted by a Republican in 2022 about the border through the House. Then Trump called the Republicans in the Senate and told them to vote against it.
Yeah, 3 years too late.
The Democrats away.
That was 3 years too late, all that
So
stuff. But
that bill,
what really happened? So
one
Biden,
second,
even
Luke,
prior
I just want to
being the
clarify
nominee-
that bill was drafted in 2021.
Yeah, and when they brought it up, it was too late, man. It was too
No,
late.
it wasn't.
Biden actually, before he even became the nominee for president, before he became the nominee, he actually called for the surge at the border in a debate with Kamala Harris. He said, if I become president, we should immediately surge the border with these asylum seekers. That's who we are. We can take on all those people. And then the moment he got into office, he signed that first showed weakness before even becoming president. Then when he first got into office, the very first day, he signed 5 executive orders that all also showed weakness at the border. Then they also gave incentives, and that's what started the flood. I don't know why he did it, but they did it. And
Yeah, so
the
what were
flood
the
of people
executive
came
orders?
in. Yeah, so one was stopping the border wall. The other one
Because that was a
was-
misappropriation of
let's see.
DoD funds that was ultimately useless and didn't do anything
Well,
while
that's
Trump
your
was
opinion.
president.
That's your opinion. I see it as a deterrent, and you may not see it as a deterrent, but it is a deterrent, and it does show weakness if you stop it. He did it to spite Donald Trump and to, I guess, appease to his followers, but it shows weakness. And the people started coming, man, and they came, and for the last 3.5 years, they have absolutely demolish cities with the flow of people and all the money that has been spent on migration, on this problem, all the money, every president deals with it. But under the Biden-Harris administration, it's skyrocketed because of their weakness. All the money that has been spent, they could have done something like built brand new schools all across this country in low income communities. But instead, we are funding people coming across the border from all over the world. It's not just a little family coming from Guatemala. It's people from all over the world that are taking advantage of these policies that Biden and Harris put in. And that's why I think Harris, she's just going to be right on top of that. It's so contradictory of her to say that she's going to do something about the border when they haven't done anything substantial about the border other than the policy that he put out, 4 or 5 months ago that helped drop it. I mean, that's just too late. The damage has been done.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, you reference government spending, right? So it is the case that Trump's administration spent twice as much as Biden and Harris's administration, and I'd say that Biden
And the
and Harris
numbers were lower.
Do you mind?
The numbers were lower.
Do you mind if I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Thanks. And I'd say that the money that was spent under the Biden-Harris administration was spent in better places, right? We saw it benefiting the low and the middle class. We saw it benefiting American workers. We saw it benefiting manufacturing industries. How was the money under Trump spent? Well, he spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, but you don't want to talk about that. Now, talking about the border, I have a very interesting question for you. You are saying that talking about the southern border is a pivot? No, that's what you're referencing. I have a very interesting question for you here. So you said that the migration across the southern border has been destroying our economy, that it's been destroying our city, that cities have been demolished, that it's been terrible. So I have a question for you. If your house is burning down and a fire truck shows out and they want to put it out, but then you're like, no, turn around, I want the house to burn down so I could claim the insurance money. Did you really care about your house?
Okay, so your little hypothetical story has no significance in what the actual problem is. And I think it's funny that you always try to do that. You make up a little silly hypothetical. So that's actually so ignorant to bring that up, because ask Eric Adams when it's done. Have you heard about what's going on in Aurora, Colorado? What are your feelings about that?
Yeah, so we could talk about what's going on in Aurora, Colorado after you engage with my question and my hypothetical. India, thank you so much for the gift. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you for the athlete. Let's get some W's in the chat for India. I really appreciate you for the athlete. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. So anyways, I'll go ahead and ask it again. I don't know why Trump supporters are so immune to logic. If your house was burning down and a fire truck showed up to put it out, and then you turned them around because you wanted your house to burn down so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about your house?
Even want me to say what answer?
MAGA Mobile? Okay. Well, sorry, man. You have a terrible connection. Feel free to re-request as soon as your connection gets better. I'd love to finish that conversation out with you. Appreciate you for coming up, though. El MAGA Mobile in the chat. El MAGA Mobile in the chat. If you're watching the live right now and you're voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue. Right now, we only have 10 people in there, 2,000 viewers on the stream, so that's pretty insane. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. You want to answer the question in the end, MAGA Mobile. So unfortunately, we got to move on there. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone just give us 1 minute. We're going to get our next guest up in the box right now. Y'all make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen and sharing out that live. What's up, Henry? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, who do you think is winning?
That is a fucking child. Okay. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get him up in here. If you are MAGA, hop in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, Dean.
Hello. Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I do want to say that
I appreciate you for coming up, man. However, I am just looking to debate Trump supporters. If you'd like to talk to me personally, feel free to DM me or join my Discord. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
I think mostly just due to economic reasons for the first part. And then secondly, actually, I'm sorry, that'll be the second reason. The first reason is mostly the strength through peace issue. I really feel like we're vulnerable as a country right now, especially with Biden as president. Kamala won't change much. And then third is immigration. So those are probably my top three.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think that strength comes through peace, then why are you voting for the person that attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government in an attempt to rig an election, launching the biggest internal attack on our government, on our democracy, and on our civil and electoral processes since the Civil War?
Yeah, so the main thing is I don't really see that as and a lot of the personal stuff with Trump is just nonsense that everyone just talks about constantly, which really doesn't, at the end of the day, affect anything. But what worries me is that that strength through peace thing also kind of ties into immigration because, we have a situation where we have a completely open border, and we have for, at least 3 years now.
Okay, what policy did Biden and Harris influence to get past it open the border?
My problem with that is that what could stop, a terrorist group from bringing thousands of people over here and just, creating a terrorist group in the United States? And that's what scares me. And I feel like there's a lot of negligence on.
So what policy did Biden and Harris influence to get past it open the border?
What policy did he implement to open the border? Yeah, no, so it's not so much what policy he implemented, it's stopping construction of the wall.
Did we have an open border under Obama? Because we didn't have a wall under Obama?
Yeah, I think the wall, yes, I do believe that we...
Okay, so we had an open border with lower border crossings?
Well, that doesn't, just because they're lower doesn't mean that it's not open.
Wait, so you're saying that we've had an open border for all of history, but as soon as Trump misappropriated like $5 billion in DOD funds and built less than 50 miles of a wall, then it was closed. Then it was closed. But then, when Biden, stopped the construction of the misappropriated DOD funds for a wall, then it was open again.
Yeah, you're not listening to what I'm saying. So I said that the border's never been closed, in my opinion, but we're working on a path to do it. And I don't think Biden has much of a path to do it. And I think now, since it's become a problem, they're a little bit interested in it, which is unfortunate.
Well, that's a big fat lie. That's a big fat dookie stinky lie too. So Lankford is a Republican in the Senate that drafted a bipartisan border bill that had support by the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress, and was influencing
months ago, which is awesome because that.
And was influenced to get passed by them, right? It was originally drafted in 2021 on the floor of the House in 2023. You know what Trump did? He turned around. He told the Republicans in Congress not to pass the bill because he wanted the border to be an issue for his election. So if your claim is that migration into our country is so scary, it will allow terrorists to come in, it destroys our economy, it's so bad, well, then why are you voting for the person that wants to allow that to continue to occur so he can capitalize off of that to win an election? You have to unmute yourself, Pooks.
Could you hear me? Did you hear anything I just said?
Oh, you were talking while I was talking?
Okay. Yeah, so for me, the peace through strength thing, right? That just mostly comes as a fact that I just think he's strong. That's just.
Okay, you were not responding to my question.
What's your question?
Of course I need to repeat my question. What Trump supporter would ever listen to a question? So my question was, if you think that migration across the southern border brings in terrorists, it destroys our economy, destroys our cities, and is so bad for the American people, well then why are you voting for Trump when Trump is the guy that stopped good bipartisan legislation that would have significantly reduced the impact from the crisis at the southern border so he can make sure that it continued to be an issue so he can campaign on it today?
I really don't think that bill would have done much, to be completely honest with you. I think it was...
What did that bill entail?
God, I don't, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know it to a T like you probably do, but I do.
It wouldn't have done much, but he has no clue what it would have done. Melissa, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Melissa. Let's get some W's in the chat for Melissa. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. If you have no fucking clue what was in the bill, then how do you know that the bill couldn't have done much? Are you like an oracle, a mind reader? Know it all?
Well, I don't want to misrepresent a number, but I know that it was up to a number of immigrants, because I know you'll go after me if I say the wrong number, but with a certain number of immigrants, then some of those policies could be enacted, but up until then they wouldn't enact those policies. So really,
the aim of the border bill was to reduce the amount of crossings and to make our legal system faster at responding to asylum claims to reduce undocumented migration into our country. Right, it would have been a reduction to the crisis at the southern border.
I think it would have been a reduction.
Now, if you were hungry, if you were hungry and someone came up to you and offered you a hamburger, then you're like, fuck your hamburger, I wanted a filet mignon. Would you call yourself irrational, and would you probably take the hamburger because you were starving?
What the hell was that? What are we talking about?
If you were starving and someone came up to you and offered you a hamburger, would you say, fuck your hamburger, I wanted a filet mignon? Or would you say thank you for the hamburger?
Well, the problem is we can't just do that, because when the Republicans give in on something that, like that, then we're not going to be able to go ahead and just build the wall and get it all done.
It was drafted by a Republican that was Trump endorsed. In fact, Lankford was one of the 11 Republican senators that contested the results of the 2020 election. He's
Okay,
one of
but
Trump's cronies.
let me ask you a question though, because I guess I
A
don't.
massive pivot. He can't respond.
Okay, what do you want me to respond to?
Yeah, the fact that you tout Trump saying that he cares about the border. Meanwhile, during his first term in office, he couldn't get Congress together on any fucking legislation for it. He had to misappropriate DOD funds to build less than 50 miles of a wall. And the only reason he had low crossings over the entirety of his term was because of COVID and Title 42. And then he turns around and stops good, effective bipartisan legislation in the House a couple years back that would have ended the crisis, because he wanted to be able to campaign on the crisis to increase his chances of re-election. And then you say that he cares about the border and he's your guy.
Yeah, but what makes you think Kamala and any Democrat cares about the border more than any Republicans? I mean, is that you had to have to.
Oh, very fucking simple question. Very fucking simple question with an incredibly simple answer. Because Kamala pushed for bipartisan legislation through Congress in 2022. Donald Trump pushed against bipartisan legislation through Congress in 2022.
But why did we stop the progress Trump was making on the border when Biden first got into office with
He
those?
didn't make any progress on the border. He literally made none. The wall, the Remain in Mexico policy,
Well, what about
it
the
was all
lowest border
bullshit.
cross-
One
what about the
second.
lowest border
One
crossing?
second, user. I'm still speaking. You're not speaking. I am. Donald
I
Trump.
am right now, and I'll tell you that the lowest border crossings recorded in recent history was under Trump. And if you can't see that and you can't understand that, like, that's progress, then I don't.
Hey, fuck. Maybe you listened to me this time. So Donald Trump didn't make any progress at the border.
I just told you he had the lowest border crossings in recent history. Is that not progress?
So maybe you could understand that I understand that you just told me that, and I'm currently responding to it. Do you need a pacifier to shut the fuck up, or could you just act your age?
I mean, I think you're the one throwing out insults right now. So
that was definitely an insult, 110%.
Okay,
right?
well, you can be
anyways,
challenged.
if we could do without the insults, if we could engage in a productive two-way conversation where we actually listen to one another and let each other speak, right? Anyways,
Right,
so
not calling each other fuck. All right, go ahead.
Oh, so you're mad at me for calling you a fuck, but then you're not mad at Donald Trump for making fun of a disabled reporter, and you're not mad at Trump for raping a woman.
Pivoting.
You're not mad at Trump for
pivoting.
sexualizing a little girl. Sorry for the pivot.
Let's stop pivoting. All right,
Back to what we were talking about with the border. So yeah.
Stop. Okay, let's go back to the border crossing and talk about. I'm fine with you answering what I just asked about the progress he made and what you believe wasn't progress.
Yeah, it's because he's incredibly ineffective when it came to the border. We only saw increasing border crossings under his term until Title 42 was enacted. The only reason he had low border crossings as a whole was because of COVID and because of Title 42. The Remain in Mexico policy didn't work, only affected 1,000 people. The wall didn't work. He had to misappropriate DOD funds to build less than 50 miles, and we still had increasing numbers year by year until Title 42. If I was conservative and I cared about immigration, Donald Trump would not be my guy. Right? And then specifically speaking, under the Biden-Harris administration, we would have expected an increase in migration across the southern border when the termination of Title 42 was enacted. Right? Treat the border like a river, treat Title 42 like a dam. You remove a dam from a river, the water gushes through. You remove Title 42 from the border, individuals gush through. Individuals that were turned away for the last 2 years, and individuals that had more of an incentive to migrate to the southern border because of the economic disparities onset in their countries because of COVID, right? But now we need to be evaluating, right, their response to the crisis. Their response was to, advocate and influence bipartisan effective border legislation through Congress. That's something they did. They worked with the Republicans. It was phenomenal. What happened? Donald Trump told the Republicans to vote against it because he didn't want to give Democrats that win so he could campaign on the crisis today. Right? That very evidently makes it clear how Donald Trump doesn't care about the southern border. And this is just one of the many scenarios where Donald Trump has placed himself above the country and above the people in our country. Right? Because if it was true, as you say, that migration through the southern border, right, allows terrorists into our countries, leads to higher rates of violent crime, destroys our cities, takes away taxpayers' earned money, well, then why did Trump want all those things to continue for another 3 years so he could use that issue to convince people to vote for him now? If he was clearly, right, a public servant, if he cared about America, the people in it, and our southern border, he wouldn't have stopped that legislation, even if it made the Democrats look good.
Gotcha. Okay, but in my opinion, and I think the fact that the lowest border crossing in history was under Trump, and we were trending down, makes me think that he's going to do a better job than Biden did, since we've had the worst immigration crisis in United States history
6,000
over his term. So that's what leads me to believe it. I mean, I'm making it as simple as I can. I mean, obviously, we've gone into more detail, but that's.
Do you think that we have a border crisis today?
Do I think we have a border? Yeah, I do believe we do have a border crisis. Yes.
Okay, so then you'd say that we also had a crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings today, or even lower
Yes,
than we had
absolutely. I do believe we had a border crisis under Trump's term, but I do believe
at the end of Trump's term.
I do believe that we were trending in the right direction with him. I don't think that
That's
Biden's-
another lie. I want to clarify. That's another lie.
I'm not
From
lying.
The day, one second.
Listen.
From the day he walked into office until the day that Title 42 was signed into law because of COVID, we saw crossings increase year by year by year. The Remain in Mexico policy didn't do shit. Crossings still increased.
we
The
catch
wall
and release in
didn't do
Mexico.
shit. Crossings still increased. Year by year by year, crossings increased. The only reason he had low crossings as a whole, this is my fourth time repeating this, was because of Title 42. I've repeated this all like 4 times. You haven't listened or engaged or responded to a single thing I've said. Yo,
I keep
Lucy,
reading.
thank you for the $25 on Venmo for my incredible patience and advocation for what's right. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. I'm pretty sure that is LLSE. Let's get at least 200 W's in the chat for LLSE. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That means the world to me. Thank you so much for the love.
Before I leave, though, I do want to talk about the economy in terms of the contrast in the two. Kind of what you think of, like, I guess you keep bringing up socialized healthcare. You also bring up I heard the $25,000 to new home buyers thing, and just kind of what you think of that, if that's a good idea.
Of course, I think it's a good idea to give first-time homebuyers a $25,000 subsidy on their payment for new properties. That's going to incentivize developers to create new affordable houses where people want to live, and that's going to make life easier for the low and middle class that can't currently afford houses.
Well, you know what I'm going to do as a homeowner then? I'm going to charge $25,000 more for my house when I sell it. I mean, it's like some of these.
So it's only for newly developed houses.
For newly developed houses,
Right. So it increases
Okay, well,
the
they're
demand on the
gonna
demand end
charge
and
$25,000
increases the supply on the supply end.
Yeah, well, they're going to increase their price $25,000.
Well, then they wouldn't have the increase in demand because the $25,000 subsidy wouldn't matter. So they wouldn't have that incentivization to build in the first place. The entire point is to give them the incentivization to build in the first place with the increase in demand because of the $25,000 subsidy. If they just increase the price of the house by $25,000, then incentivization wouldn't exist. So they wouldn't build the house at all, right? So what we'll see is developers building these new affordable properties, keeping that $25,000. That those new properties will have the demand they deserve, right? So it's an economically illiterate position. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Please.
Okay, yeah. So $25,000 to first home buyers will absolutely increase the price of houses in the long run. And then second of all, socialized healthcare.
Wait, tell me how. Tell me how.
Because you're inflating the market. You're putting money into the market that doesn't exist. And that's what that's going to do is like, it's just.
What do you mean by inflating the market?
You're throwing money into the market. You're putting money that doesn't exist into people's pockets, and
you're putting money that doesn't exist into people's pockets. No, so this wouldn't inflate the market because
and it's also redistributing wealth, which is
there's incentivization on the demand side to create new properties. When you have incentivization on the demand curve alongside the supply curve, you don't see a change in equilibrium price as long as like the market is held consistent.
And then
That's
on
a
the other
fact.
side
You don't
of
know what you're
that-
talking about.
On the other side of that, where's that money coming from? That's another problem.
Great question. Well, I could tell you by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7%, by introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on multimillionaires, and increasing the capital gains and increasing the realized capital gains tax on them as well. Right. So Kamala Harris's economic plan that would include this $25,000 subsidy to first-time home buyers will cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. And specifically speaking, Trump's tax plan over the course of the next 10 years for the reinvigoration of the TCGA will cost the American taxpayer $3.4 trillion. Where is that money going to come from? How are we gonna pay for that?
Unrealized capital gains tax.
Answer my fucking question. I'm done with the pivots.
Dude, what? Okay, what's your question?
Angry liberal.
What's your question?
Stupid Republican.
What? What's your question?
So are you going to listen? Okay, right. So you asked Kamala Harris to prefer tax plan right? So then I told you how Kamala Harris is going to pay for her tax plan, right? My question for you is, well, Trump wants to reinstitute the TCJA for another 10 years. That will cost $3.4 trillion through debt-related spending. How are you going to pay for that?
You're cutting out. I can't hear you. Yeah, something's going on with the internet. I'm sorry.
I'm back now. Yeah,
how
my
am
internet
I-
cut out. My internet cut out.
How am I going to pay for what?
I'm back.
Yeah, no, I hear you. How am I going to pay for what?
So once again, right, it is the case that Kamala Harris's tax plan will cost the American taxpayer $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. Right, she's also released exactly how she's going to raise $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, and I detailed that to you as well. So Donald Trump wants to reinstitute the TCJA for another 10 years, and that is estimated to cost $3.4 trillion. How are you going to pay for that?
I don't know what what are we talking about? I mean, I thought we were talking about the House.
You asked me how Kamala Harris is going to pay for her tax cuts for the 100 million American workers that they'd apply
Yes.
to, including the $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers for new homes. And I told you how. So
Oh, okay.
Trump
Well, yeah, I just-
also has a proposed tax plan, another 10 years of the TCJA, which is estimated to cost $3.5 trillion. And the same way you asked me how Harris is going to pay for her tax cuts, and I answered your question
Yes.
with nuance and detail. How is Trump going to pay for his tax cuts?
How is Trump? Okay, well, I think the way that Trump pays for his tax cuts is just by not spending as much money. I think that's the answer. I think as Democrats, like
That's
doing
false.
things
Trump's
like-
administration, Trump's administration spent twice as much in debt-related spending in comparison to Biden and Harris's.
That's because of COVID.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You can't put that on Trump. If Biden
yeah,
was in
we're-
office during COVID, he would have done the same.
And I agree with you.
It would've been worse.
Trump uses things like gas prices to kind of.
Trump spent $4.6 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. Biden and Harris spent $2.2 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. Even when we
Yeah, but-
isolate for government spending not related to COVID, Trump still spent twice as much as Biden and Harris have.
Okay, but when we talk about things like the Green New Deal and all these different. Well, no, I'm not pivoting. I'm just saying.
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $8 on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jasmine. Thank you for the $8.
Calm down, Jasmine.
Okay, but so, yeah, all I'm referring to is some future spending ideas such as the Green New Deal, and things like that they're just not going to work because
User. I'm going to have you answer my question.
Okay.
You asked me how Harris is going to pay for her tax plan. I told you how. Donald Trump's tax plan is going to cost more. How is he going to pay for it?
Yeah, he's going to pay for it by not spending as much money. That's false. It's not false. I mean, he is not going to spend as much money. She wants to do the Green New Deal. He doesn't. And
Can you give me a source on that?
That he doesn't want to do the Green New Deal.
That she wants to do the Green New Deal.
She doesn't want to do the Green New Deal. I mean, if you would like me to Google that, I can find you a source. I mean, I don't really think that's necessary. I think anyone in this entire thing can agree that Kamala Harris is for the Green New Deal. I mean, do you not agree with me on that? Are you not for the Green New Deal?
It's not on her. That's an old plan. I'm saying that's not on her proposed policy.
Well, okay. Well, at least I'm 100% sure she's going to spend a lot of money on doing, clean energy or whatnot. But just in general, we
Clean
spent.
energy,
We just spent
the Biden-Harris. 1 second. The Biden-Harris administration has been producing more oil here at home in America than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, including domestic oil production under Trump's presidency.
Okay, what is that? What is that?
You reference that she's going to spend more money on clean energy. She's produced more oil than Trump's administration did.
Oh yeah, no, but I'm saying her position is that she would like to increase clean energy spending, which economically doesn't make sense. So obviously the government's going to have to subsidize it. I mean, they're the same way with solar panels now.
Melvin, I appreciate you for the $4 on Venmo just to interrupt this guy. Yeah, this guy's lost in the sauce. So you're saying that Donald Trump wants to decrease government spending, but then he turns around and he announces that he wants to pay for everyone's IVF.
Okay, but I mean, there's some certain things that I think maybe would be good on spending. How's Trump going to pay for IVF?
I have a question. Would
Well, how
you
much
support
is that gonna
spending
cost?
$1.6 trillion on like universal health care for all?
Absolutely not. I think that'd be a nightmare.
Okay, did you like Trump's tax plan?
Did I like Trump's tax plan? I'm sure I would have some. I'm sure I'd have some critiques of it, but I mean, what is
Overall,
the,
you think it was pretty good?
what's the healthcare part? Because I that's something I really want.
Healthcare is not included within the TCGA that passed. Do you like the tax plan that he already passed?
From his previous term.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I'd have to review it, but I'm sure I'd be critical of some things. But to go back to healthcare, I mean, if we want to talk,
I'm going to relate that to that. So, do you or did you not like Trump's tax cuts?
did I like Trump's tax cuts? You
think that was a good thing?
Yeah, I mean, I would support tax cuts for all people.
Okay,
I think that's great.
So you said that you absolutely wouldn't support spending $1.6 trillion on universal healthcare for all.
That's
so
right.
Trump's tax cuts, right, through debt-related spending.
And that's
spent
not for money.
1.6 One second. Through debt-related spending, Trump spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year. So why specifically would you not support this spending for universal healthcare for all, but you would support it for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy?
Well, I think one thing, and I'm more worried about healthcare in terms of it being run by the government, because everything the government touches turns to shit. And, you see it in some other countries like South Africa, where we don't even have, the healthcare system is so bad. Like I knew a person there that caught AIDS and was sitting out in a hospital waiting room for months and never got in because the healthcare system is just so bad. But it is universal healthcare, so everyone gets it, but no one ever gets it because it doesn't work and it takes so long to do. The other thing, I believe in incentivized healthcare. I don't think healthcare is a right. I do not believe that it is a right for someone else to take care of you. And then, I think, and I don't know if you would agree with me on this, I think the person that invents the cure for cancer should be a gazillionaire. I think they should have all the incentive in the world to cure cancer. And I feel like in a socialized healthcare system, you don't have that incentive. And that's what worries me about that. It's not so much, am I worried about spending $1.6 trillion on healthcare? It's that I just don't think that's a system that's going to work. So.
Yeah, everything you just said was wrong. We see shorter wait times for healthcare in countries such as Canada that have socialized forms of healthcare. We also see longer life expectancies on average, and we see the average Canadian citizen would spend less on average for their premiums, right, through tax cuts. Additionally, here I think the main motivation of the question that I asked you was more so specifically circulating around, right, socialized programs that would benefit the low and middle class, right, and you're not supporting, say, spending $1.6 trillion on a UBI, universal healthcare for all, or similar social systems, but then turning around saying that you support Trump's tax cuts when Trump's tax cuts spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy.
Yeah. So again, on the healthcare side of things, it's not the money, it's the efficiency. In a lot of situations, I'm sure you've been to the DMV, try to get your driver's license. Well, I don't think anyone would want to have,
efficiency. The U.S. literally has worse health outcomes per capita in comparison to other countries in the G7 that would have socialized healthcare systems. I appreciate you for the subscription as well. But yeah, real quick, would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
What does that have to do with socialized healthcare?
It doesn't have anything to do with socialized healthcare.
Okay, then why are we pivoting? Because at the end of the day,
we could stay on the topic. You're just beating a dead horse.
I really don't think I am. I think it would be an absolute nightmare to have socialized healthcare because, first of all, I don't want to pay for someone's, gender reassignment surgery because.
Then why do you want to pay for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
Well, because the ultra wealthy are the people that end up running the country, and I know you're about to go off on me, because I kind of want to stay on healthcare for a second. But why in the world should we, the American taxpayer, pay for someone else's fault? Like, for example, if I get morbidly obese and get diabetes, why do I have to go pay? Why does a taxpayer have to pay for your drug? That's your fault that you ate too much food. Don't eat that much food. I don't have to pay for you. It's your fault. You pay for it. Someone that smoked cigarettes for 30 years and has lung cancer. Why in the world would a taxpayer have to pay for someone else's fault? Because and again, I don't know if you agree with me. Do you think healthcare is a right? Because
okay, hey, so yeah, do you pay into I don't know, your local PD or fire firefighters?
What, through taxes?
Yeah. So you pay into that. So are you saying that like maybe like an individual that left like a pilot light on their stove in their house, then left for work and their house burned down, like they should have to turn around and pay the firefighters what it cost them to come out there? Because why the hell should other taxpayers have to pay for something that was their fault?
No, well, we all pay for that though, because that's a government run system that wouldn't work privately. I mean,
how often does that occur?
What's the difference between paying it? What's the difference between paying into the firefighters to put out people's fires, even if they started
the difference,
and us paying into like a universal healthcare system that would like allow individuals to seek like basic healthcare needs, even if it's quote unquote their fault?
Well, the difference is because we have to have a government run firefighter system, and
we certainly don't.
Well, we do, because that would never make sense economically as a business.
If you could make the argument that we need to have certain social programs such as firefighters or cops, well, can I make the argument that we need to have certain social programs such as universal healthcare for all?
No, because we have a healthcare system that is already functional.
Functional with worse health outcomes than any other country in the G7. Functional but lower life expectancies.
What does that mean?
Other than Canada with socialized healthcares. Functional but longer wait times in countries in Canada as well. Functional but charging people like thousands of dollars for the bare necessities to live. Pharmaceuticals that cost $4 to produce. Real functional, man.
What do we mean worst health outcomes? I mean, what the hell is that statistic?
Longer wait times, like worse healthcare in the sense of like medical malpractice rates, worse health outcomes in the sense of like fatality rates after surgery, worse health outcomes in the sense of like lower quality treatments for like the low and the middle class. Like what I think is I agree that we shouldn't outlaw privatized healthcare. I think if you have money to pay for particular forms of privatized healthcare, that you should have the right to do that, right? No one is disagreeing with that, but where we disagree is offering like universal healthcare, right, without paying extra, just paid through by your taxes for like every American citizen. But the main point of the question there that we're kind of straying away from was Trump spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for people making over $400,000 per year, okay? And I think it's very hypocritical for you to say, well, you find no issue with paying into a system that allows, right, the ultra wealthy to buy an extra yacht per year, but then turn around and say that, you know, the homeless 12-year-old shouldn't be able to get their cavity filled because they don't have $300.
Okay, well, how about instead of buying another yacht, buying a yacht or what?
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $8 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Jasmine. Let's get some W's for Jasmine in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $8. It means the world.
All right. Buying another yacht. How about reinvesting into a business? Because the people that are running the economy are, are the ultra wealthy, like you talk about. And if they don't have money to spend, then they're not going to be going out there creating jobs. Like if I'm getting taxed.
Wait, higher personal income tax rates would incentivize further investment in a business.
Higher.
Yeah, when you reduce personal income tax rates, like the marginal tax rate on people making over $400,000 a year, you actually create incentive for them to not reinvest in their business, because the higher the personal income tax rate is, right, the more incentive you create for them to keep that money in their company, in the business, right, to then be reinvested.
No, that's completely not true. So like, I'll give you an example. Family member of mine owned a hospital, actually, and had lower tax rates, made more money, which gave them the opportunity to buy a marina, right? Which created more jobs. But if he was...
So you're just referencing trickle-down economics here? Trickle-down economics is a total, complete, utter failure that has never worked.
Let me finish. So buys a marina, right, which creates jobs. And then, if he's taxed to hell, then he's not going to be able to buy that marina. So then nobody buys the marina, and then there's no jobs there. So, the idea that we want to just tax the rich because they're evil and they're using all this money to go buy yachts, and it's just stupid, because it's just not true. It's those are the people that are creating the jobs, and when you tax them, they can't spend money. And just like it,
Kelly, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Ask him how my $20,000 C-section was functional. Dead ass. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kelly. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $20. W's for Kelly in the chat. Thank you so much for your support.
And I'm gonna give a little example here, because I actually don't know. I just heard about the unrealized gain tax, and I don't know.
Do you mind if I respond to the last part real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. And Diane, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. W's for Diane in the chat. Thank you for the
Remind me to
$10.
bring up the unrealized thing that I was going to say after, because I might forget. So
Yeah, so what you were referencing is called trickle-down economics. It's a seemingly intuitive economic theory where if you tax rich
Capitalism.
people less, they'll reinvest it and create more jobs for the low and the middle class. At the end of the day, this was developed by rich white men for rich white men, and it is a total, complete, and utter failure. I don't need to reference where in the theory it has gone wrong because I could reference the outcomes of the theory in real life. Thank you for the manifesting. After the introduction of trickle-down economics with Reagan in the 1980s, what happened to the workers? Did they have more jobs? Were they getting paid more? No, and no. Before trickle-down economics, we saw a 1-to-1 increase with worker wages with worker productivity. After the introduction of trickle-down economics, we saw a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. So it served as a detriment to the American workers because they were no longer getting paid, in comparison to their productivity.
Damn. Oh no, sorry, I was looking at
Social Buzz Hive, thank you for the $54 on PayPal. Yo, I want to see some massive W's for Social in the chat. Thank you so much for the $54 on PayPal, man. I really appreciate you for your love. Massive W's for Social down below. Thank you so much for the $54 on PayPal. That is incredibly kind of you. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Social. Massive W's for Social down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the love, man. And then, secondly, you're saying that I just want to tax rich people because they're evil. That's a fucking lie. No, I think that rich people should pay their fair share. I don't think that people below the poverty belt should be paying disproportionately more in taxes than rich people, and that's a fact, right? The more money you make, the less value is associated with each individual dollar. And at that point, I feel like you should be taxed more to support better social welfare programs. If I'm considering spending like $3,000-$4,000 on a GPU, there's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't be spending more money in taxes to support people begging for money on the street, failing to provide food for them and their children. Okay, there's the moral argument. And then we have the prudential argument insofar as the fact that when the rich people pay more in taxes, right, and we have these social systems to benefit the low and the middle class, the country as a whole functions better. Would you rather be a king on a pile of dirt or a king in a golden castle? You could probably move to Romania today and be in the top 1%, but you don't want to do that because of the incentivization that the social systems here at home in America offer to the low and middle class, making the country as a whole better off.
So there's a lot right there that you just went on about. But at the end of the day, reinvestment because of less taxes, having more money in your pocket is absolutely what businessmen do. I mean, that's just how capitalism works. So, I mean, if you don't want capitalism, then I mean that's fine. But
define capitalism. Define capitalism.
Define capitalism. Well, I mean, I more than anything, I believe in the free market, which is just basically.
Oh, you believe in the free market. So then you disagree with stricter border control because that's a restriction on the free flow of labor entering into the market, right?
No, that is such a stretch. It's not even funny.
Oh, so you agree with the free market when it's convenient, and then you want to regulate the shit out of it when it is not convenient.
I believe in having a free market for the United States of America, not the entire world.
Free market. No. So yeah, border restrictions, border legislation is a regulation on the market.
For the United States, because I believe
that's a regulation on the market of the United States of America because it restricts the free flow of labor entering into the market. That's a fact. That is a market restriction.
Not U.S.
It is. That is a market restriction.
Yeah, but that's not U.S. labor. I'm talking about United States citizens. So
it is. That is a restriction on the free flow of labor entering into the market. I'll give you an example. So imagine, right, that there is like a farmer's market, and you show up to the door of this farmer's market with goods in your hand to sell, and someone at the front door tells you to go home, turn away. That person at the door telling you to turn around is a restriction on the market, okay? And very similarly, this would compute over to border policy regulating entry into the market of the U.S. over the southern border, right? This is where the libertarian position, right, is antithetical to what the MAGA worldview is preaching. I used to be a libertarian. I understand the worldview. I love social and political philosophy and economic models. It's fun, it's great, it's awesome, right? But one thing about libertarianism supporting the laissez-faire free market would be anti-regulation regardless of the context, right? And a market regulation would include a regulation on the free flow of labor entry into the market, such as border legislation. That's a fact. But I wanted to go back to the question that I asked you that you never answered. Define capitalism.
Well, I define it as a free market.
Okay, so capitalism is not defined as a free market. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. That's called laissez-faire. Second of all, capitalism is where you have the privatized ownership of the means of production. That is what capitalism is in a nutshell. Yes, you could have privatized ownership of the means of production, right, within a restricted market to allow for optimal outcomes. Second of all, right, if you support a free market, well, why don't you support a Nordic model of higher taxes on the top 1% and better social programs for the low and the middle class, as we'd see a freer ability to scale within the market?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. The free market system is just something I believe in, and I think when you give the people that create businesses more money, they're going to create better businesses. It's just what they do.
Sharon, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo for continually and eloquently educating the ignorant. I appreciate you for the love. This guy's definitely ignorant because he thinks capitalism is defined as a free fucking market. Get a load of this joker. I do appreciate you for the $25. Thank you so much. So just one last question I have for you here, user. Would you say that Donald Trump isn't a capitalist because he supports restrictions on the market, such as a cap for the price of insulin?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not. He's not perfect. I'm not freaking praising Donald Trump.
Is Donald Trump a communist?
Is he a communist? I wouldn't call him a communist now. I don't think so.
Is he a capitalist?
I would say that his policies, yes, rely or side more with capitalism than they do with communism.
Wait, but he doesn't support a free market.
Yeah, he doesn't support a completely free market.
And
yeah.
I thought that you defined capitalism as a free market, so he doesn't support capitalism. Literally, a fallout of your view is the idea that Donald Trump doesn't support capitalism. Because you define capitalism as a free market. Donald Trump doesn't support a free market, therefore Donald Trump doesn't support capitalism. That's a crazy view. Do you actually think that? Do you think that Donald Trump doesn't support capitalism, user?
Do I think that Donald... No, of course he supports capitalism. I mean,
but I thought that capitalism was merely a free market. Does Donald Trump support a free market?
No, yeah, of course he supports mostly a free market. Sure, you can...
What does that mean, mostly a free market? It's either a free market with no restrictions or regulations, or it's not a free market. So which one is it?
All right, sure. It's not a... I used the wrong term. You did it.
Right, because capitalism, communism, and socialism don't have to do with how free a market is or how restricted a market is. Communism, capitalism, and socialism have to do with the means of production, right? That is what capitalism, communism, and socialism are defined as.
You got me with your definitions, and I know that...
Do you mind if I ask you a question now?
Go ahead.
Would you ever vote... Oh, wait, do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Do I think violent sex... God, that's actually a good question. I'll give you that. That is actually a good question that I'd have to think about for a second. It is.
You have to ponder if like child rapists should be able to buy AR-15s.
Well, I mean, do you think
that's something you gotta ponder
you
about?
think they should be able to vote like Kamala thinks?
Well, Kamala never said that she thinks that they should be able to vote. She said that we should have a conversation about it. But without the pivot this time, should like violent sexual offenders be able to buy and own guns?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no on that.
They should be able to be our president and have access to the nuclear codes?
Well, he's actually not a convicted violent sex offender, so
he's held civilly liable for the rape or sexual abuse of a woman.
Is being held liable, does that make you convicted? I don't think it does.
So a conviction would come from a criminal court. A liability claim would come from a civil court.
That's exactly
Criminal
right.
and civil courts determine different forms of responsibility, right? A criminal court would determine criminal responsibility. Meanwhile, a civil court would determine financial responsibility.
Yeah, which means
he wasn't convicted of grape in a civil court, but he was forced to pay $87 million for grape in a civil court.
Okay, well, your point still makes no fucking sense because he's not a violent.
It makes great sense because grape is grape.
But not when you're not when you're held liable versus being convicted as.
Okay, so your standard for a violent sexual offender and a rapist is a criminal conviction. So if you got raped tomorrow,
if he did it, I believe.
1 second. If you got raped tomorrow, would you not say that your rapist is a rapist until they're criminally convicted?
Well, I would personally know that I was raped.
So it just has to do with having justified reason to believe that the actions occurred, not necessarily a conviction in a criminal court of law, right? And the civil court provides us with justified reasons to believe that he has raped a woman. In fact, right, I'd say that they prove that it occurred in the civil court beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, right? So we have more than enough reason to believe that yes, Trump has raped a woman because that is what it was proved in a civil court after 2 years of deliberation that led a jury of 9 individuals to the unanimous decision that yes, he had raped a woman.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question, buddy. All right. How many Sharpies can you fit in your asshole? Huh?
Crash out?
No, I said how many Sharpies can you fit in your asshole? Because if I was to guess, it'd probably be.
Is this where he starts crashing out?
250 to 300, probably.
Okay, so this is the crash out.
I'm crashing out. I've had too much. I've had too much. I've had too much. Too much.
So that was so fucking corny.
I know it was pretty corny. All right.
That was like so fucking corny.
I'm gonna go. So.
Okay, you were so close to not following the MAGA script, but then there at the end you get disproven. He says some weird shit, then runs. Oh man, you couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. All right, moving on to our next guest here, guys. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. Also, I saw like a couple people spamming Parker raid in the chat earlier. What was that about? I don't feel like Parker sent a raid, but welcome in nonetheless. Let's go get our next guest up in the queue. Let's go get our next guest up in the box, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA is weird. They are never beating the allegations. That is a fact. What is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris.
Kamala?
You're fucking crazy if you do.
Okay, so why am I crazy for voting for the non-rapist, non-misogynist, non-racist that cares and wants to protect and preserve our democracy over the rapist, misogynist, racist who tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in an attempt to rig an election? How does that make me crazy?
Are you not tired of the way we have lived for the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration?
Tell me about it. Tell me about out there what we've lived. What is it going to be? Inflation, gas prices, grocery prices? What is it?
Absolutely. I mean, it has been so hard to fucking live and just thrive as a country based on what we had with Trump and what happened when Biden was put as president. I used to be able to go back and forth to work with $60 a week. When Biden got elected, it took a matter of like 2 weeks of that dude being in office that I was paying over $100 just to get to work.
Okay. All right. I have a great question for you. You seem to be referencing gas prices here.
I am.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause the price of gasoline to increase?
I don't know what the fuck they done. If you remember, there was a time that actually happened where everybody was panicking because there was going to be a gas shortage. We had to get
McKenna,
gas.
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. You and Parker are so great at what you do. Love watching you. McKenna, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you for the love. W's from McKenna in the chat. Go ahead. My apologies.
We had to get our fuel and oil from other countries. We wasn't even using American fuel and oil anymore. And that really sucked because everything that Trump worked hard for, the alliances and getting along with our neighboring countries, Russia, and just everything he had went through was crashed by the Democratic Party.
By the Democrats, they run the country into the ground. Let me tell you, folks, the Democrats, they're communists. They love China.
Pretty good at that, ain't you?
Anyways, back to what I was saying. Back to
You go for it,
Wes,
buddy.
thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Back to what I was saying here. So I asked you how Biden and Harris caused the increase in the price of gas for a very specific reason, right? Because in order for us to like yield different conclusions of how the presidency has impacted our life, so we have to have a reason insofar as how they did it through like policy or executive orders. Because we can't just use the logic, oh, this happened in the country while they're president, therefore they caused it. Because when we use that logic, Donald Trump looks like a terrible president. Under his presidency in April of 2020, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression, and he was also one of the only two sitting presidents the U.S. has ever had that has lost jobs during their presidency. So did Donald Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression and a total net loss in jobs?
Where'd you get that information from?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, so do we just not believe the Bureau of Labor Statistics now?
I find it hard to believe a lot of shit that comes from the current bureaus of today. It's
Okay, then how the fuck do we know things? I've never asked someone this question before. I actually want your answer. I've had
Go for
so
it.
many people come on my live and just deny like reality, deny the facts, deny the stats. My question to you is, then how the fuck do we know anything about the world around us? How can we form any rational conclusions about how the country is doing?
We don't. That's the scary thing. But I can tell you, let me ask you personally, how has your life been improved the last 4 years under the Democratic Party as our president?
Yeah, great question. They passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history to help us from the
Example.
rebounding effects of COVID. Sure. PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, and American Rescue Plan. Why don't we go ahead and throw in the Chips and Science Act as well?
Inflation Reduction Act. Are you crazy? That's really worked out. How would the Inflation Reduction Act had worked when everything just kept skyrocketing?
Okay.
A lot of
First
great
of
that
all-
done.
First of all, Southern, the Biden-Harris administration did not cause inflation. COVID did. The inflation that we saw here at home in the U.S. was global, happened in every single country. Then second of all, the means taken by the Biden-Harris administration, such as passing these monumental pieces of legislation to better off the country, better off the low and the middle class more than rich people, actually gave the U.S. the quickest rebound from the rate of inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. The all-time high under the pandemic was 9%, the highest rate of inflation that we've had in a long time. We're currently sitting at a 2.8% rate of inflation, the same rate of inflation we had in 2018, pre-pandemic Trump era.
Did you get the vaccines that come out for COVID?
No, they are from the communists, and they put a microchip in me, and they could track me, and I think it's China. China has some involvement, so of course I didn't get that. No.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. Are you being sarcastic?
Yes, I'm being incredibly fucking sarcastic.
Okay,
incredibly.
I am
Real quick, I
being-
gotta thank two people for the donations. David, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, David. Let's get some W's in the chat for David. I really appreciate you for the $50 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat right now. Thank you for the love. That helps me out so much, man. And Teresa with the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo for educating the assets all day. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. W's for David and Teresa. And Ari, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well, because I take no L's. Thank you for the love. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and the proceeds allow me to continue to do this every single day and travel around the country to do cool things with cool people. I appreciate y'all so much. Anyways, you're asking me if I got the vaccine. I did. So did Trump.
Yeah. Did you get the boosters?
I don't know. I think I'm behind on my boosters. I could probably go get a couple more.
I would not.
Okay.
Because though though the original vaccine did help, it's the boosters that they just kept feeding and feeding people was causing people to get really sick, and actually dying from the vaccines themselves instead of COVID.
Okay. We have an academic study that was done by scientists and medical health professionals that indicate that the booster vaccines were bad.
Yes.
Really?
Oh yeah, look it up, buddy.
Give what institution is it from? Are we talking the WHO, the APA, the AMA? What are we talking about? Where's this study come from?
Be honest with you, I don't remember where I seen it.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was on the news.
TRU. Did it come from TRU? TRUTHSOCIAL Truth Social? Is that the accredited medical health representation that you'd be referencing here?
No.
No.
Let me ask you this.
Did it come from TWI, from TWITTER, from Twitter, or FACB, Facebook? No.
So you got the vaccine. Why exactly did you get the vaccine?
Yeah, because it reduces my likelihood of getting COVID to begin with, and if I do get COVID, it would have reduced my likelihood of, transmitting it and getting like the negative side effects, the worsened negative side effects. Yeah, I got the vaccine for the same reason I brush my teeth. I brush my teeth to prevent cavities. Of course, I may still get some, but proportionally speaking, I'd be more likely to get more if I didn't brush my teeth. Just like I got the vaccine to reduce the probabilistic-based chance of me getting COVID at all or experiencing the worst outcomes of COVID. Thank you for the marvelous. I appreciate you for the love. What about you?
There are so many people coming forth about getting the boosters. That they actually contracted COVID not once, but several different times.
Yeah, and I've
Several
gotten
different
like
times.
7 cavities since I was 13. My sister's gotten 1, and we both brush our teeth every single day.
This ain't a cavity.
The point being,
This is a disease that's out there killing people, like actually like hurting and killing people.
Well, the point being, if you get the vaccine, it doesn't make it impossible. Thank you so much for the blind. I appreciate that, India. It doesn't make it like impossible for you to get COVID or to even die as a result. It just makes it incredibly less likely. Like think of it like a seatbelt or like brushing your teeth. When you wear a seatbelt, it doesn't make it impossible that you'll die in a car crash. It just reduces the likelihood of it occurring. You get the vaccine, it doesn't make it impossible for you to catch COVID and die. It just reduces the likelihood of it occurring. Very simple.
Did you hear about the vaccines causing infertility?
That's a lie, though.
Why do you think that?
Because there's no scientific evidence to suggest that that's true.
Gosh, who was it?
So do you just think that like Trump is like a raging lunatic that has caused people to die and caused people to be infertile because he proponed Operation Warp Speed that made the approval of the vaccine through the FDA much quicker?
No.
Oh, okay. So Trump's vaccine is good, but Biden's is bad.
Listen. Trump wanted America, to get vaccinated and stay healthy like we would with a cold and flu. You know what I mean? But Biden administration and the Democrat Party was pushing boosters constantly.
The Democrats.
Was pushing boosters constantly on the American people. It's not the original vaccine that people are having trouble with. It's people who have went and got the boosters
because of other variants of COVID
all
that
these
have, like,
negative
popped
side
up.
effects.
Okay, yeah. You still haven't indicated to me a study.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. You still haven't indicated to me a study to justify your claims. I'm honestly not going to ask you for a source because you don't fucking have one. I don't want to waste anyone's time. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I understand your thoughts on the demon rats, right? Sorry, the Democrats. I understand your thoughts.
I don't call anybody, you're a Democrat is what it is.
The demon rats. Okay,
No,
so
I
my
ain't
question
like that,
for
buddy.
you would be, would you vote for Trump if you had a 10-year-old daughter and he said that he'd be dating her in 10 years? You had a sister and he raped her. And then you had another sister and he boasted to her about how he likes to grab women, including her by the P word without her consent. And then you had like a 17-year-old daughter and Trump walked into her changing room while she was half naked. Would you vote for him if he did all those 4 things?
No. Would you vote for Biden if he said he liked it when little kids sat on his lap and rubbed his leg hair? He loved it when little kids would sit on his lap or, have all the pictures and videos and evidence of him grooming and literally sniffing young ladies and kids while
Yeah. Hey, Southern.
little girls uncomfortably trying to move away from him, and him having a son that's all cracked out. And
Oh, dude, you can't say that on live. Don't say that on live. You're gonna get my live taken down.
look at that violation warning. Sorry, my apologies. That's crazy. You can call people all sorts of names, but you say the
so I'm just
C
gonna
word.
I'm just gonna go to make this point, and then I'm gonna kick you. So yeah, you said that you want to vote for Trump if like he did all these things to your family members. So it is the case that Trump has done all these things to other women. He sexualized
not
a little
that.
girl. He sexualized
The
a little
only
girl, saying that he
thing-
did a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's been held civilly liable for the rape of an adult woman. Right? He's boasted about walking into the change rooms of half naked teenage girls. Right? Those are all true. But I want to kick you so I don't get an age restriction on my live. Goodbye. All right, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest for the 4.5 thousand people in here. Welcome into the stream. Make sure you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. And if you are MAGA, up in that queue. Ian, I invited you up, brother. Please join. Okay. We're going to go to move on to our next guest at this point. So everyone be patient. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal in the bio, y'all already know. Let's go and get our next guest up the box. What is going on? Tissa, are you voting for Chomp? Phenomenal. Tissa, hello? Okay, moving on to our next guest. If you're voting for Trump, let me know in the comment section down below. We're going to go and get our next guest, Jay Armstrong, up in the live. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Lies. Guys. We got our next guest loading in right now. Everyone do be patient. What is going on? How old are you? Okay, Jay is doing something. I don't know what the hell he's doing. A lot of background noise there, so we're going to go to move on. All right, we get our next guest loading up. We actually got two guests loading up. Let's see if either of the two guests load up. Everyone be patient. Give us a minute. K-Stan 2004, I got you with an invite. User 478163 got you with an invite. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Why the hell do you want Dipey Don, a rapist, womanizer, racist, to be running our country?
Because I believe that the world.
Alexia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. Go ahead, man. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No, I mean, you're good. Because I think the world was in a better place when Trump was running.
Oh, okay. So how did like Biden and Harris cause it to be in a worse place, or how did Trump cause it to be in a better place?
Because I feel like the world leaders respected Trump more than they respect Biden.
Yo, Troy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, that's crazy. Let's get some W's for Troy in the chat. Thank you for the $50. Troy says, from a fellow Withers, love watching you bury idiots where the women are scarce and the sheep are scared. I appreciate you for the love, Troy. Let's get some massive W's for Troy for the $50 on Venmo. That means the world to me, man. Thank you so much for your support. W's for Troy all day, every day, baby. Thank you so much, man. And then second of all, you said that world leaders respected Trump more. We have videos of world leaders laughing at Trump. The worldwide approval rating for Biden and Harris is higher than the domestic approval rating of Trump. And Trump is a sellout to foreign dictators like Putin, literally believe Putin over U.S. intelligence at Helsinki. It's not they respect him more, he's easier to manipulate.
Well, then why did Putin invade Ukraine whenever Biden was under the president and not whenever Trump was under?
I don't know. I don't think that we have any reason to like assume like a hypothesis for why that's the case. But I don't think we have any reason to assume the hypothesis that the reason that's the case is because Trump is going to be a better leader than Biden. Maybe I could ask you this question. You know that Russia wants expansion. You know that Russia wanted to invade Ukraine.
Yeah.
Does Russia want does Russia want Trump or Harris more?
I think Russia wants Harris to be the president because it'd be more better for them to invade more.
So, I mean, that's a lie, right? So we had pro-Trump propaganda perpetuated by Russians, by Russia in 2016 and 2020. It was proven by the Mueller report, right? We had DOD and CIA reports that proved Russian involvement in interference, just not collusion, in the 2016 and 2020 election cycles. So Putin wants Trump, okay? And it is the case that Putin also wants expansion. How do those two beliefs coincide? Does this tell us that Trump being our president will be easier for Russians' expansionary goals? Well, maybe, because Trump has said that he won't defend other countries in NATO if they're not paying a particular amount of their GDP into their military budget, seemingly offering more incentive for Russian expansion, right? Because the U.S. will not be defending our NATO partners in Europe, and we have leaked Kremlin documents where they literally say that they want Trump because they believe that he's easy to manipulate.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but I just disagree. I think, you know, it'd be easier for him to keep invading and keep going more under.
Wait, but like, how could you disagree with facts? Like, dude, like Trump literally believed Putin over U.S. intelligence at Helsinki.
Where did you pull that? source from?
Helsinki, like straight from like a live stream of Helsinki, right? Trump walks up to Putin, asks him if he was interfering with our elections. Putin says no. Then Trump's like, oh, I'm so sorry, Daddy Putin. I'll never say that again. Even though we had U.S. intelligence, the Mueller report, the DoD and CIA all reporting Russian involvement.
Well, I just think that the reason that he invaded under Biden was because it's just easier to go, and because we wouldn't really step in and do much. We're just giving them money. We're not sending troops over there.
Isn't Trump the person that wants to do less for Ukraine?
Got me there. Yeah, you really got me.
Uh-huh.
I just.
Go
ahead.
I have a question
Yeah.
for you. If you had like a 10-year-old daughter and Trump walked up to her and like told her that he wanted to be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
I mean, probably not, but I mean.
Okay, so he said that to someone else's daughter. So does that mean that you want to vote for Trump because he said that to someone else's daughter?
Did he say it as a joke or was he being for real?
He seemingly said it as a joke, but
Exactly.
I don't think that makes it any more okay.
But I mean, if he
Like joking about the sexualization of a 5th grade girl is no different than sexualizing a 5th grade girl not in a joking manner.
Yeah, but can I ask you if he has 34 felony counts? 37? What is it?
34.
34, yeah. So then why isn't he indicted in jail right now if he has all those counts?
Because sentencing happens this month, silly goose.
Well,
yes, he gets sentenced for his felonies this month in September. It just hasn't happened yet.
I mean,
Oh, man.
I feel like he wouldn't be running if they had all that proof that
He shouldn't be running. He really fucking shouldn't be. What happened when Bill Clinton cheated on his wife? They wanted to like get Bill Clinton out of office. What happened when Nixon lied about Watergate? They literally removed him from office. But then when Trump tries to overthrow our government, rig an election, rape a woman, commit 34
Overthrow?
felonies,
What do you mean overthrow and rig?
he's your guy.
How did he rig the election?
Yeah, he attempted to by sending fake Trump votes to Congress to be certified as real to ignore the voice and the vote of all American citizens.
Democrats sent in dead votes from the last election.
Okay, so first of all, claims of widespread voter fraud from the Democrat Party, as portrayed by Trump, have been vehemently disproven on the local, state, and federal level. That is a fact. Trump tried to prove Democrat collusion to steal the election from him to 63 courts. All 63 of those courts threw his case out with a reason of him not having sufficient evidence to prove his claims. But what we do know, what occurred is Trump sent slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College to be certified as real. And who just gifted subs? I was looking down at my cards. Who just gifted subs? Also, Ian, I really appreciate you for the raid. Go ahead.
Wait, what?
Yeah, go ahead and respond to that.
I mean, I just feel like, the Democrats sent in dead voters from like the 1900s. And
Oh, it's Gob. Gob, thank you so much for the gifted subs. W for Gob in the chat. Thank you. Okay,
Can I
so
also ask, why do you think that Trump and Vance got asked way more harder questions during interviews than if Kamala and Biden got?
Kamala.
Her and Tim Walz get asked.
I feel like that's just such an arbitrary standard to like. I feel like that's going to be a hard argument for you to make, to say that he got asked harder questions than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz did last night. That's just that's a weird hill to die on and a weird point to make. I don't even know how to respond to it. That's just a weird fucking question. And Ian, thank you so much for the raid. Let's seriously get some W's for Ian in the comment section. I really appreciate you. Massive W's for Ian down below. But would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Until it's fully proven and he's in jail, then yes.
Okay, well, it was fully proven, right, due to the evidence that Each and Carroll had submitted to the courtroom, proved to a jury of none of their peers that, yes, Trump had raped her. So does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
Well, if he gets in jail, then that means Vance can step in, and I'll vote for Vance to be the.
Wait, it's not about going to jail. It's about raping a woman. Would you vote for a rapist?
Well, if he gets fully proven that he did, no.
I really appreciate you for the subscription, Politico. I appreciate you for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets like fully proven that he does that he did that, then
Yeah, it was fully proven within a civil court. Absolutely, it was. He was forced to pay out $87 million because he raped Eugene Carroll.
Well,
So
then why is
yeah,
it not
it's
in
been
the jail?
proven because it was in a civil court. Civil courts don't send people to jail; they force them to pay money out. They forced him to pay out $87 million.
Well, I mean, even if that did happen, then I'm still not gonna vote for Kamala.
Okay, so you're gonna take the grapist over the non-grapist. Why?
Because I don't believe in the Democrat ways.
Okay, what's one policy that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that you vehemently disagree with? And Gigi, thank you for the subscription, and Andreas, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, and I appreciate your message as well. W's for Gigi and Andreas, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, man. Good.
Abortion's a big one.
Okay, they didn't. I'm asking you about policy that they influenced to get passed during the first term. We could talk about abortion next, though. So, what's one policy influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration that was bad?
Fracking, banning it.
They didn't ban fracking.
What about defunding the police?
They didn't defund the police.
I beg to differ.
Political Candy, I appreciate you so much for the gifted sub. What policy did they pass that defunded the police?
I just got a violation warning.
Good for you. Okay, see you later, buddy. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Let's go to get Cowboy Wolf up in the box. All right. All right, moving on to our next guest. Here we go, y'all. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump? Fur, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. Looks like they're not here. We're going to move on to our next guest, Scooter. Everyone just 1 minute, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 500,000 likes here. What's up, Scooter? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Now, why in the hell would you do that?
Well, I want to say right off the hop, like, you're super sharp, man. I think I know you like to dunk on everybody here, but I think there's an opportunity for you to educate some of these people.
Well, Scooter, I'm not going to lie. A lot of people I debate have political bias. They're never going to change their mind. I feel like what I do, helps educate the people watching the live more so. But
that's fair.
Why are you voting for Trump?
Let's do that. I liked his foreign policy. I like the border security. I like the tax cuts.
So if Trump didn't care about the southern border, would you still vote for him?
Yes, based on the foreign policy and the tax cuts.
Oh, the tax cuts. Yeah. Would you support spending like $1.6 trillion on like a UBI or universal healthcare for all?
No.
So then why would you support spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy? Because that's what the TCGA did.
Yeah, I mean, that number is it's not that cut and dry for how you calculate that, because
unfortunately it is. So the bill costs,
but it's not.
The bill costs $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending over the next 10 years. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went to the top 1%. 83% times 1.9 trillion is 1.6 trillion. So he spent $1.6 trillion on debt-related spending over the course of the next 10 years.
If that's what you want to do the math, because there's more money in the pockets of people, there's more businesses being opened, there's more money
I appreciate you for gifted sub. Thank you.
In the equities. So it doesn't work that way.
Oh, so you're just referencing trickle-down economics. Can you name
I was going to say, you and I fundamentally disagree about how we should build the economy. I do believe more so in an open market, in a capitalist system. I know that you're more on like the social kind of welfare side of things.
I just want to let you know, what is capitalism?
It's the free market and privatized business.
False. Free market has nothing to do with capitalism. Privatized business, yes. So capitalism is the privatized ownership of the means of production. That's all it is. It's a mode of production, right? So when we're referencing like social safety nets, when we're referencing like socialized healthcare, when we're referencing like higher taxes for rich people, none of that has to do with capitalism in the slightest, because that's not impeding upon who owns the means of production. So I am a capitalist. Second of all, yes, I do think that better social safety nets are good. They're beneficial. I think that we should be supporting the low and middle class more so than giving tax cuts to the
this is
wealthy.
democracy, right?
And I think that if you support a free market, well, you'd probably support easier scaling within that market, economic freedom, right? And in Nordic countries where we see these social safety nets, we see that people have a greater level of economic mobility to scale and to become wealthy. So if you support like a free market in that sense, why wouldn't you support better social safety nets that would allow people to more easily scale within the market?
Well, this is the whole push between Republicans and Democrats on a more traditional scale, right? and I believe that there's a window somewhere in the middle there. I don't think that it should be completely open free markets, because then we get monopolies and people get taken advantage of. So we obviously need to regulate that at a point, but then also we don't want to regulate too much.
Kelly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying Trickle Down Economics lives rent-free in MAGA's heads. Absolutely. Thank you for the $10. Kelly, W's for Kelly in the chat. Yeah, so Trickle Down Economics is like really bad. After its introduction in the 80s, Political Candy, I appreciate you for the gifted sub, right? We saw that worker wages no longer increase with worker productivity when that was something that happened prior. Trickle Down Economics fails, and it fails every single time.
Yeah, there was more to it in the 80s though, right?
I mean, this is a consistent trend that we've also seen occur until.
Well, that's not true. That's not true at all.
It is. Yeah, you could. I mean, I could give you a source if you'd like. Just look up worker productivity versus worker wages, and you'll see that worker productivity has remained stagnant in comparison with that worker wages have remained stagnant in comparison with an increase in worker productivity when that was not the case prior. When? Like in the 70s, 75, or early.
Yeah, you said the 80s initially, but the 80s we went through a pretty bad downturn and high interest rates. So.
And yeah, this is a trend that we've seen continue today since the 80s.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it needs to be a healthy balance. There needs to be some social safety nets, absolutely, but then there also needs to be, but you also can't have too much regulation. Because
I don't see how your healthy balance is Trump, though. He wants to get rid of the federal tax income and replace it with tariffs, which would serve as a detriment to the low and middle class because tariffs.
Well, hold on there. That is true initially, but it's also not true over time. I mean, right now we're capitalizing on cheap goods from China. Fair enough. And from elsewhere in the world. Do we want to rely on that in the long term? I don't think that's a good idea, considering the
Political Candy. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Considering the threat or the I don't know what you call it, just the aggression between the two countries, right?
Yeah. So, first of all, tariffs are bad, especially when you replace the federal tax income with them. Right, it destroys the low and the middle class because it causes inflation, right, and they're regressionary as well. So the low and the middle class
tariffs don't directly cause inflation.
Tariffs do cause inflation.
Inflation is caused by the printing of money and government spending. I understand what you're saying.
An increase in the M2 money supply can cause inflation. However, what we see with tariffs is that it could reduce the supply of a good, all things considered, with the same demand, causing equilibrium price to increase, which would be an inflationary result. Additionally, what we'd see is that tariffs can start trade wars. Trade wars can reduce exports and destroy.
Well, we're always in a trade war.
But what we see historically speaking, every single time we've increased tariffs on China, there has been a reduction in U.S. agricultural exports. And that is exactly what happened when those were imposed under the Trump administration, causing a massive bailout for the farmers.
Yeah, the farmers took a pretty big hit there. Overall,
because of the tariffs. And what do you think is going to happen to the rest of the
overall, though,
the rest of the American businesses if it were to be the case that the federal tax income was replaced with tariffs?
Ultimately, the country took in more than they had to bail out. I'm not suggesting that tariffs are easy and a solution for everything, but we're in about a 350% deficit with China on tariffs.
Political Candy, I appreciate you for the subscription. Thank you so much for the love. Do you mind if I ask you a question? It's unrelated to economics.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if there's anything else related to economics that you wanted to go over, we could do that now. But if not, I do have a question for you. Just a little bit more generally. Oh, God.
I mean, as far as Trump as a person, that's not directly what I'm concerned about.
I mean, I think you should, though. I think that character consideration should be important.
Yeah.
Really important question. Would you vote for someone that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government in an attempt to rig a federal election?
See, this is what I was saying earlier about us kind of bridging a bit of that gap. You know that's gaslighting to a degree. Do I think that he was irresponsible? He was irresponsible.
That is absolutely not gaslighting, right? I'd say this is absolutely.
He didn't stage a coup.
He absolutely did. He staged a coup on our federal government by attempting to steal the election from Biden by sending slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into Congress to be counted as real.
That's still being adjudicated.
Steal the election from Biden.
That's still being adjudicated.
What's being adjudicated? Is it the idea that these are things that Trump did, or is
the
it the idea
electors? But also, Pence.
Scooter, I would like to clarify. What's currently being adjudicated is if Trump should be immune for doing this. Trump has admitted that this is something that he has done. He is arguing, right, in the indictments and to the Supreme Court that he should be immune from criminal repercussions as it should be considered an official act of his presidency. Therefore, presidential immunity would apply. What's being adjudicated has nothing to do with Trump did or didn't do, and all to do with should he face repercussions. Thank you for the gifted sub once again, Candy.
So, as far as challenging an election, I think that's absolutely part of the Constitution and something that should happen. And I do
In the
believe
Supreme Court, you should follow the proper legal channels to challenge an election.
the proper channel was for Pence to hold the votes and for them to go to Congress.
Dude, that was a fringe. Dude, that is called the Pence card. That's literally what they tried to do. They sent fake votes to Congress, and then they wanted Mike Pence to appeal to ignorance, saying that he doesn't know which votes are real and which ones are fake.
No,
to then
that's-
kick it
that's
back
not
to
what I'm
to then the Republican dominated House to then certify Trump as to certify Trump as the next president. But what Trump wanted Mike Pence to do was just to accept the fake votes, not to appeal to ignorance, and to make him the president again. No, that is not a proper legal channel. That is an attempted coup to steal the vote from Biden.
No, there's got to be the judicial process, obviously. But I would have liked to have seen Pence hold that back and go through the process.
Oh, so you'd like to see Trump steal the election?
No,
from Biden?
no, not at all. I would have liked to see it get looked at and investigated properly.
So how do you feel about Trump? Okay, so you like proper investigation. So political Candy, thank you for the gifted sub. How did you feel about Trump going to the DOJ, Bill Barr, telling him to come into the White House and trying to pressure him into signing a document that would have announced widespread voter fraud when there was no sufficient evidence for that, causing Bill Barr to resign because the rest of the DOJ threatened to leave if he didn't? Was that a proper legal channel?
No, it was stupid.
No. So you would say that, yeah, Trump did try to pressure the DOJ into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any. You would also, from the fact that he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College to be counted as real. You'd also, from the fact that he attempted to take advantage of the riots on January 6th
You're kind of spurring here.
senators into delaying the vote. And I just don't see why, in lieu of all these considerations, you wouldn't then affirm that, yes, he did try to rig the outcome of the 2020 election with an attempted soft coup.
No. I think that the process should have been followed, and I think that's what he was asking of Pence.
Okay, so is sending fake electorates to states to cast fake votes to Congress
I don't believe that that's been adjudicated.
Really, how do you feel if
I might be wrong on that one. I'll take that, but I don't.
Yeah. So here's a clip of his lawyer saying that this is something they did, but he should be.
Is this the one that flipped?
Way that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has...
Candy, thank you for all the gifted subs. I appreciate you, Candy. So yeah, just to clarify once again, their argument is that this is something Trump did, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions.
What did the Supreme Court say?
I think the dissent of one of the justices is that he shouldn't be immune for that, and that's why we see another indictment right now. But I don't really care if it's legal or illegal. It's an attempted coup nonetheless. These are non-permissible actions morally and rationally speaking, and we should not be supporting a candidate who attempted to steal an election with the use of fake votes.
I mean, I don't like it, but at the same time, it sounds like they have a case there if it's going to the Supreme Court. So,
Princess, I appreciate you for the subscription. Well, the Supreme Court's going to determine the legality of it. Would you at least can we meet in the middle here and say that regardless of the supposed legality of these actions, because of presidential immunity, that these actions were inappropriate at the bare minimum?
It doesn't sound great, but then it also sounds like there's precedent. So I mean.
Precedents from the Civil fucking War. That's
Ulysses S. Grant. I had to laugh about that. But
yeah, that is the quote unquote precedent that they're trying to argue. Yeah, well,
I mean, Like, honestly, man, I just want it to be investigated properly. That's all I want.
Well, do you have anything else you want to go over, man?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I would just say, as far as we go through this, I would like to see Harris actually get out there and start speaking, because what she did, was it yesterday? Yeah. That interview was garbage, and like I would like to see her in good form pushing the envelope and challenging Trump on that stage, because for people that are kind of in the middle, the 10% of independents that haven't decided yet, it's a pretty obvious it's a concern that they have about her being able to speak and be on the world stage and take that pressure.
September 10th, man. I wouldn't say that the interview yesterday was garbage. I actually quite liked it. It was interesting to learn more about her policy. I thought it was pretty good. But if you want to call it garbage, you want to know what Trump was talking. Oh, like the child tax credit, like the $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers, right? Such as raising the corporate tax rate, such as the realized and unrealized capital gains taxes. We could go over a lot of policy here, man. But regardless of the policy, what I'm more so referencing is while she was giving that interview, that was apparently so garbage with CNN, Donald Trump
He
was
obfuscated on the whole thing.
Okay, well, I
did. Honestly, like I would like to see her. I would like to see her do well, because it's good for all of us if she does well. It pushes both of them.
Okay, well, yeah. September 10th, debate against Trump. It's going to be interesting. Did you have anything else you want to go over here today?
No, that's all good, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming up. You were one of the more educated guests.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, have a good one. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Obviously, I disagree with Scooter, but I could appreciate him for keeping his cool and seemingly being like more educated than most people I speak to. We're going to move on, y'all, for the 4.5 thousand people in here, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. And if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box as we speak. We got Hick loading in. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's going on, man? How old are you? All right. Dude, Hick is driving for the second day in a row. Does anyone remember Hick from yesterday? Hick, I can't talk to you. You're driving. That violates TikTok TOS. I accepted you up 4 times yesterday, and every single time I accepted you up, you were driving.
I'm working, dog. I'm working, bro. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk.
Are you a professional driver?
I do a lot of driving.
Okay, makes sense. I can't have you up. It violates TikTok TOS. But that's funny. That's pretty funny. That's pretty comedic. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump? MAGA Mobile, L MAGA Mobile in the chat. MAGA Mobile, L's for MAGA Mobile. We're going to move on to our next guest. No more MAGA Mobile. Let's go and see what Ben has to say. All right, guys, we're going to get Ben up in the box. L's for MAGA Mobile. What's going on, Ben? Are you voting for Dipey Don?
I am. How are you doing?
All right. So now why in the hell would you be voting for Dipey Don, Mr. Ben?
Well, I like a lot of his policy. I like a lot of his foreign policy specifically. And I just think that he's an overall stronger leader than
Truly. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Well, I think there's a kind of a trickle-down effect with a lot of the policies that he did put in place for the tax cuts. I mean, if we talk about the tax cuts, the only one that wasn't affected, the only group that wasn't affected was the first 10% of those tax brackets. Excuse me.
Tina, thank you for the Henry the Hedgehog. So 83% of the tax cuts in the TCJA went to the top 1%, disproportionately benefiting the top 1%. You said that there's a trickle-down effect there. No, there's not. Quite frankly, trickle-down economics is a failure, historically speaking.
Yeah, but one of the biggest things, like with the Tax and Jobs Act that he put in, obviously it does reduce a lot of the corporate tax rates from 35 to 21% and restructured a lot of the individual tax brackets with that.
Do you think that a lower
economic growth within increased in business investments and contributed to a lot of the job creation? Again, like you said, a lot of the benefits were disproportionately skewed towards the corporations and the wealthy, where a lot of the relief for the middle class and lower income earners was not as strong.
So you're talking about job creation with a lower corporate tax rate. So when you reference, like a lot of Republicans do this, you'll reference his historic 50-year low of unemployment at 3.5%. I might turn around and reference the historic 50-year low of 3.4% unemployment under Biden and Harris. 50 years ago, what was our corporate tax rate?
Oh, geez.
You're on a computer. You could Google it.
Well, I'm on my phone.
Okay.
I'm fiddling with a fidget spinner right now.
Yeah, it was 45%. So what we see is that lower corporate tax rates don't necessarily imply lower rates of unemployment, as historically speaking, we have had higher tax rates with lower rates of unemployment. Okay, you just dipped. Sounds good. Lucas, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, now you're dipping too, and you're back. Awesome. So why are you voting for Trump?
My bad. My phone turned off.
No, you're good. Why are you voting for Trump? Oh, Ben in the chat said that you got disconnected. Ben, hop back in the queue, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, also chat. I don't think Ben's a runner. He just said in the chat that he got disconnected. Hop back in that queue, bro. All right, Lucas, why are you voting for Trump?
So I don't have like a super great grasp on anything because I'm young and I don't know a lot.
How old are you?
19.
Don't use your age as an excuse. I'm 19 too.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to use it as an excuse, but
no worries, man. But let's talk about it. So why are you voting for Trump?
So like the pipeline. So we get a lot of our resources like fuel and everything from other countries. How like shutting down the pipeline rather than coming closer to being independent by having our own, shutting that down, it wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't
So shutting down the Canadian-owned pipeline impeded upon U.S. energy independence?
Yeah, but it's going to lower our prices and it's going to make us more independent as a whole.
So a Canadian-owned pipeline is going to make the United States of America more energy independent. How so?
You're not paying high prices from other countries for the.
Okay, a Canadian-owned pipeline. You know what? Forget about it. So yeah, first of all, it was Canadian-owned, as I've already said. Second of all, the reason it was shut down is because it ingressed upon Indigenous lands, and the Supreme Court ordered it to be shut down. Fourth of all, it wasn't currently producing oil, so it couldn't have driven prices up when it was shut down. Fifth of all, the U.S. is currently more energy independent than it's ever been. We're producing more oil than any other country that has ever existed in the history of the earth. And sixth of all, Tessa, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Boom. I got a question for you. If you had a 10-year-old daughter and Trump walked up to him and said that he was going to be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
Yeah, I'd be cool with that. Brings a lot of money.
Okay. If Trump raped your daughter, would you still vote for him?
I mean, probably not.
Okay, so Trump has raped someone else's daughter, so does this mean that you won't be voting for him because he raped someone else's daughter?
I mean, probably not.
Probably not? Wait, I changed your mind? Is this a W? Is this a Dean W?
Wait, what'd you say? You're confusing me. Say it again.
I just asked you if you'd vote for a rapist. That's all.
Not if somebody. Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, we'll go even more simplistic.
Okay.
Should
All right.
child rapists be able to buy AR-15s? Should violent sex offenders be able to buy and own guns?
All right. Let's okay. Without all that, why? Okay, this isn't even like about like presidents or whatever. What do you do for a living? Like, do you do this?
Yeah, this is what I do for a living. Like the average American, I only work one job.
So like, what happens when the election's over? Like, what are you gonna do?
I continue to do debates, just not about the election. Crazy thought. That's what I did before the election. Do it after as well.
Okay. So. All right. Kind of wasting my time here, so.
Like, you are definitely wasting your own time. Definitely. I have no fucking clue what you're doing. I guess we're going to move on to the next guest. All right. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. We're going to get our next guest up in the box right now. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know down below. We're going to go ahead and get Karen up in the box. It's a terrifying name. Karen got you loading in. Tiffany got you loading in. All right. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box. Karen, you're in the live. What's going on? You're currently on pause, so I can't hear you, but it'd be nice to have you come back. Karen, welcome back. And she's gone again. And she's back again. Hi, Karen. Okay, Karen's not here. Catch-22, are you here? Okay, Catch-22 is not here. Nia Marie, are you here? Okay, what are these RNC droids? Okay, I'm sick of it. Dev, thank you for the $5 on Vimeo. What are these RNC droids doing in my guest queue? What are these actual robots? These legitimate droids doing in my queue? I'm just gonna leave them up here. They could chill. They could chill. Okay. We're going to move on to our next guest. So everybody do be patient. Give us a minute. Do be patient, guys. The one and the only got you loading up, and the one and the only dipped. Okay, moving on to our next guest. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat right now. I've been talking to men all day. I'd really like to talk to a woman who's voting for Trump. We're going to go to get our next guest, Anthony, up, though. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump? Mr. Anthony, hello. Another RNC droid. Phenomenal. Moving on to our next guest. There we go. Honestly, if you guys want to come up and debate, let me know in the chat. The queue is a mess. The queue is a mess. That's a fact. The queue is a mess. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box. The queue is a mess, ladies and gentlemen. The queue is a mess. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, man.
Now, why in the hell do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
Why would I want a liar in the office?
A liar like Trump? He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency.
Let's not switch and pivot here, bro.
You said, why would you want a liar in office? Trump is the biggest liar ever.
Harris, in 2019, said in Pennsylvania she wants to ban fracking. Now, 2024, she wants to keep fracking.
Yeah, so an ideological shift in what you believe in doesn't make you a liar. I
She's
used to be
liar,
a Republican.
Brother.
Does that make me a liar because I'm a liberal now?
Anyway, brother, Trump 2024, I'm out of here. Peace and love.
Okay, so no debate? No debate? Is J.D. Vance a liar because in 2019 he said that Trump was America's Hitler and now he's running his VP pick? He can't figure out how to leave. It's terrible. Truly terrible. Truly terrible. He can't... Oh, there he goes. He figured it out. Phenomenal. We're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone give us a minute. We got Kobe loading up in. They can't debate. They can't debate. What a shame. What a shame. Okay, we're going to move on. We got Tiny Turtle 73 loading up in the box. That is such a fucking cute name. Do not be a Trump supporter. Please. Please don't be a Trump supporter. Tiny Turtle 73. Okay. All right, let's see what we got. Guys, if you're MAGA, let me know in that chat. We are just having a rough time getting our next debate underway. Let's see who our next guest is. Everybody give us a minute. DC Talent got you loading up. Miss Trish, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Trish! No. No, Trish, how could you? Okay, goodbye, Trish. We're gonna move on. DC Talent, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Are you voting for Trump?
All right. Yeah, I am.
You said in the chat that I'm obsessed with him.
I am. Oh, I think so. I really think you are.
Okay. So
can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Yeah.
Because you just said to 4.7K in here that your job is debating. So you have to be obsessed with something in order to get paid.
Yeah. So my job is to debate. I am obsessed with getting people to think rationally. I'm obsessed with getting people to engage in critical thought. I'm obsessed with getting people to realize what is good, virtuous, and correct, to cast a vote for progression for our country and for the world as a whole. I am not obsessed for the grapist psycho.
Hey, I agree. I agree with you, man, with a lot of things. I really do. I mean, I've been listening to you for so long, but here's the thing, man. Not everyone is going to think the same as you.
Okay, well, if everyone thought the same as me, I'd be out of a job. So of course,
exactly. Why are you laughing, Dean?
Because I think I know that not everyone thinks the same as me. I talk to people that think differently all day.
Do you recall 5 minutes ago when you had another guy that just came into your box and you're both 19 years old? right? So, I mean, you've been on this planet for 19 years, right? You had parents to raise you and give you a good life. And dude, you look like a well put together kid, man. You're 19, you're over the age of 18, you can vote for the first time. You're probably more than ecstatic in doing so. And it feels good that you can actually have a voice and vote for the first time. So, bro, I think that's great. Now, but here's the thing. When Harris was an AG in California, right? And she wanted to reform.
Make sure not to say the names of any drugs.
God, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm talking about prison reform and a lot of people getting out, right? So she believes that if you break the law, you can have prison reform and get out. So when you have someone like Trump that's a former president, right, that has obviously done things that are criminal, how come you're not going to give him a hall pass, or at least the same policies that Harris is doing to other prison reforms, and cut him a little bit of slack and say, hey, even though you're a douchebag, we're going to give you a second chance?
I don't think I would give any violent offender a second chance to run for the president of the United States of America.
And you haven't, because you're dean.
There's a difference between prison reform in the sense.
I mean, murderers. People that have killed.
Yeah, DC. There's a difference between prison reform in the sense of actually focusing on rehabilitation more so than imprisonment and punishment, because it yields better societal outcomes, lower rates of violent crimes, and saying that you want a rapist, misogynist, racist who's tried to overthrow our government to have a second chance to be our president.
Dean, we're looking at two sides, right? We're looking at Harris and we're looking at Trump right now, because those are the two candidates, okay? November 5th, people are voting for either one of them. That's number one, obviously, right? So here's the thing. So do we go with policies that Harris has, like open borders and this and that and the other? Or do we, and listen, some people, you can laugh all you, Dean, you're only 19.
I'm only 19. I'm only 19. I'm only 19.
But you know what I'm saying? When I'm saying you're acting your age. Like, if you were just listening to what I'm trying to say, you would see the message that I'm coming across your platform. And I'm being respectful in every way, dude. Okay?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Here's what I'm saying, man. There are people out there that it's affecting them 100% in their life. Their loved ones, dude. Their husbands, their wives. There's a lot of people out there that are affected by this, and this is real, Dean. This is real. So regardless of, dude, you're being nice. Listen, stop being your age for once and just be mature for a second.
I'm listening to you. I'm letting you talk. I'm doing.
So why are you mocking me when I'm talking? This is why you're acting your age. I'm trying to have a civil conversation with you. You're having a platform where you're doing a civil conversation as well, but I'm not mocking you at all in any sense, and you're mocking me. But that's what I'm trying to say.
Was Trump acting his age when he mocked?
But I'm talking about you and how you're conducting your platform.
Sorry. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yes.
All right. Cool. All right. So
I understand. Listen, I have a question for you. Do you think that we have open borders today?
So here's the thing. There's a lot of people that are affected by this, Dean. A lot of people. All right. So you have to listen to the people that it's affecting them before you can make fun of people and mock people and say you're going to start calling people names. Before you do all that, you have to understand, man, this is freaking real. And a lot of people are freaking, this is dividing our country, Dean. This is a really big deal, bro. And I'm trying to tell you.
Can I ask you a question?
Listen, you all day long, but here's the thing really quick. It's affecting a lot of people, Dean. Not you per se, but there's a lot of people it's affecting when it comes to certain policies that aren't being implemented, and just say, okay, well, let's blame Trump for this or let's blame Trump for that. But for the past 4 years, what has the Biden and Harris done for, Bidenomics or whatever, for us to be in a situation today where we feel like, hey,
One second, man. I got to thank a donor. Brad, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying I am 50 years old and I agree with Dean. Brad, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. A 50-year-old by the name of Brad just donated me $10 and said he agrees with
My
me.
fiance is 50 years old. I'm
So
45.
The whole thing about the age card, it's silly. It's overplayed.
I'm
and
just
it's
talking about your age and how you're
But-
acting. You know what I'm saying?
But let's see how you, as a 45-year-old
No,
man,
absolutely,
can respond
bro.
to the art. 1
I'm
second.
not mocking you.
Let's see how you.
Am I mocking you?
Let's
I
see
am not
how
mocking
you, as a 45-year-old man, can respond to the argumentation of a 19-year-old. Huh?
I have no problem debating.
So
you.
I have a question. I have a question.
No problem.
Do we have an open border today?
Right now, Harris is 100% letting illegals into this country. 100%.
So you think we have an open border?
I don't think, dude. I don't think I know.
So you know we have an open border.
I do know. I do know.
Does this also mean that you know we had an open border at the end of Trump's presidency because we have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had then per Customs and Border Security after Biden's executive order?
I never said that. No, it's way worse than 2020.
Okay. So actually, it's surprisingly
Look at the chart.
not.
Look at the chart. Look at the chart and see how many immigrants were in 2020, and now look at it in 2024. You have to look at the charts, man. Let's go to the charts.
Yeah. So after Biden's executive order, fallings have decreased by about 55%, putting us in the daily range of about 23 through 2,500, the same daily ranges we observed right at the end of Trump's presidency.
COVID-19 happened.
Candy, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying this 44-year-old thinks Dean is much wiser and much more intelligent than you. Candy, a 44-year-old, someone your same age just said I'm wiser and more intelligent than you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Candy. Thank you for this $25 on Venmo, saying that I'm intelligent. And Shirley, thank you for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love.
COVID-19 was a pandemic, and people came to America for asylum. What are you talking about? So it got worse, and people are using asylum for an excuse or a pandemic as an excuse when you just said what you just said that you didn't even answer. I just told you in 2020 the immigration was a lot lower than it is in 2024, and you tried to say it's been better. What are you talking about?
Brad, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying that Dean has the facts, Trumpers have the feelings. W's for Brad in the chat, W's for the $10, and W for the facts. Speaking about the facts, once again,
listen,
the facts tell
I
us
just wanted to come in here,
without
Dean.
interruption. Please, without interruption, sir. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying I'm 65 and I agree with Dean. Thank you for your support, Elizabeth, with the $25 on Venmo, and Shannon with the $10 on Venmo, saying I have a master's, and he ran, and I agree with Dean. Shannon and Elizabeth and Brad, thank you guys so much for your love. He ran away, unfortunate. We're gonna go and get our next loser up in the box, but thank you so much for the donations, y'all. You guys are great. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all are the best. Thank you for everybody that has shown me support today. And you know, throughout the last few months, it's been great. By the way, guys, my birthday is on Sunday. How about that? That's exciting. I'll finally no longer be a teenager, no longer be a 19-year-old. Tara, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to say, in comparison to that gentleman that was just giving you a hard time, I'm 50, my boyfriend is 65. I think what you're doing is an excellent job. You're young, you're knowledgeable, you state facts, and you're on here for hours telling people what is going on in this country. And I agree, people are hurting, but it's not because of what Biden did. It's because we're dealing with a pandemic.
Well,
The
I
leftovers
appreciate.
of the pandemic.
I
So I just
appreciate
want to
you-
say,
Okay.
I appreciate and I listen to you all the time. You're doing a good job and very smart, educated young man. Your parents should be proud.
Thank you so much, Tara. Dude, let's get some W's in the chat for Tara. Thank you so much for your kind words. Massive W's for Tara down below. That means the most to me. Thank you so much. That put a fucking smile on my face, dude. W's for Tara down below. Thank you so much. What's up, Don Ham? Are you voting for Trump? Thank you, Tara. Dude, that's so nice. Okay, I guess not. Yo, Political Candy! Holy crap, thank you so much for the motorcycle. I have never seen that gift before a day in my life. Thank you so much, Candy. That was awesome. Holy crap. And Sally, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying 41-year-old mom here with of two with a household income of $700,000 plus. Whoa, and Dean speaks for me. Sally, holy shit, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. W's for Sally in the chat. And Shelly with the $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. W's for Shelly and Sally. What's up, MA2A? What's going on? How old are you?
Hey Dean, how you going, man?
Going all right.
I'm joining you all the way from New Zealand.
Man, I'm so sorry. I'm
you
so
know-
sorry. I'm just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. I would love to speak to you. However, it is the case if you're from NZ, you cannot vote in American elections. Devious, thank you for the you're amazing. Holly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday, happy early birthday. I appreciate you for that, Holly. Thank you so much. Jaden with a $10 on PayPal saying keep educating the people. Jaden, thank you so much. Thank you, Jaden and Holly. And Bridget, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying 58 years old. Dean is awesome. Thank you, Bridget. You guys are going off right now, guys. Thank you so much for your love. What's up, Op? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Op's not here. Everyone be patient. We are going to get our next guest up in here. We got Matt Wright loading in. He's definitely down for debate. I really appreciate you guys for the support.
Yes.
What's up, Mr. Matt? Jan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. W's for Jan. That is Jan in the chat. And Khalil, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I'm about to be married on my birthday. No fucking way, dude. I hope you have fun with that. And thank you for the $5. Matt, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
That's who I like. I mean, if I had to choose between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I'm going to go Donald Trump.
Yeah, so why do you like the rapist felon wannabe dictator on day one fascist that try to overthrow our government more so than the intelligent woman who wants to fight for the freedoms of all and protect and preserve our democracy?
Well, I mean, hey, bro. I mean, you're stating him. I mean, what about your current president, Joe Biden, who's been embezzling money since 2014?
Well, I mean, that's a big fat lie. Joe Biden has not been embezzling money since 2014.
Really?
I'm gonna go
Why is his net worth? Why is his net worth over 20 million?
Yeah, because of book sales in 2017.
400,000.
You could you could read his tax returns from every year since 1973. The predominant majority of his net worth comes from book sales in the year 2017.
Oh, so you don't think he's making any money off of Ukraine or anything like that?
No, I know that he's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no. I'm gonna have to say that's false.
Would you be able to provide me with any evidence that Joe Biden is embezzling money?
Well, I think him and his son are supposed to be getting indicted. Like they have enough evidence, they're going to start taking him to court.
Okay. Do you think that there's enough evidence for the January 6 indictments against Trump?
Well, no, because he was found innocent.
So people can launch indictments without...
Hey, buddy, if he was guilty, he'd be in jail, right? If he was guilty, he'd be in jail, right?
Oh, my God. Hey, 1 second. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, saying, changing my mind, was a Republican. Now you are a demo rat Bradley. Let's go. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stephanie. I appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stephanie. And Christia, holy shit, with the $75 on Venmo. Holy fuck. Christia says, happy birthday. I'm 66 years old, and you are definitely very knowledgeable young man. Christia, I really appreciate you for the insane amount of support. I want to see at least 500 W's in the chat for Christia and $500 in the chat for Stephanie for the 75 and the $50. You guys are so kind. Also, Stephanie, I'm glad that you've changed your mind. Thank you guys so much. Anyways, Matt, you said someone on here was copying me. Who?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's a guy that's like you on TikTok that acts just like you, does the same thing. I think he actually tries to clone you. But you might have been on his TikTok. I can't even think the dude's name.
we need to figure out. Who he's talking about. wait. Let me give you a second. Give me a second. Let me ask you.
He's got brown hair. He's clean shaved. All that good stuff.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He acts almost identical to you.
Oh, does he look anything? Let me see if I could get it to stop cutting out here. Does he look anything like that?
Yeah, I think that's the bro. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the yeah. Fuck this guy. He's a Dean clone, huh? Yeah. That guy's a total Dean clone. I know he steals.
Hey, weren't you on his? I kept thinking you were on his TikTok too. Like I thought you were on his page on his live with him or something like that.
No, that's Parker. He's not a Dean clone. If anything, I'm a Parker clone. He's been doing it for much longer than I have. That's my best friend right there. Gotta love Parker. That's funny. Well, that's funny that you say that.
There had to have been something that was similar because just the way you shout out, when people donate, it almost sounded the same way the way he does it.
Let's get some W's for the Dean clone in the chat. I'm actually still getting people are going insane with the donations. I'm so sorry, Matt. I really just want to thank these people.
Hey, do your thing, man. This is what you do for a living.
John, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Victoria with the $10 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm reading through your messages. I'm sorry if I'm not saying them out loud, but you guys are being so kind right now. Danielle, thank you so much for the Daniel for the $54 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $54. That is insane. W's for Daniel, saying 54-year-old ex-Republican, keep educating the old maggots. Thank you for the love, man. Let's get some W's for Daniel for the $54 in chat. Jennifer, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying I'm 69 and agree with you. Best birthday wishes, Dean. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I'll be live on Sunday. I'll be live on the birthday. W's for Jennifer. And Sydney with the $25 on Venmo, saying happy early birthday. Thank you for all your insightful facts. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the love, Sydney. So let's get some W's in the chat for Sydney, for Jennifer, for Daniel, for John and Victoria. I really appreciate you guys. Anyways, Matt, so yeah, you specifically said that you like Trump more than Harris. So why specifically is that?
Man, all right. So I don't, I have a daughter, and the whole with guys going into girls' bathrooms, the transgender stuff, I'm not for that stuff. I think it's wrong. I don't think it's right. One day when you get married and you have kids, you might change your opinion on it. Right now, I think you're for it. You don't really care.
What percentage of the population do you think is is trans?
No, I have no idea. But I mean,
take a guess. Take a guess.
Here's what I hate is like.
Do you mind? I just want to respond. I just want to respond to this.
Kids think that they have the right to choose whether they want to be a boy or
Mike,
a girl.
I think for the $5.
Why can't they just focus on being a? Oh, go ahead. Do your thing.
Micah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Enjoyed our conversation on Jubilee. Micah, were you the person that I talked to at the end? If so, good to see you, man. So Matt, just take a guess. What percentage of the population do you think is trans? And King, thank you for the live pro badge. I appreciate you for the love, King.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Throw a number at it.
0.5%.
Okay.
Dan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Also, about trans women going in the women's restrooms. I just want to click on this real quick. About trans women going in the women's restroom. So this is actually better for the safety of literally everybody. Okay, so when you allow like trans women to go into the women's restroom and you segregate the restrooms on the basis of gender identity, it makes all women in the space safer, including the cis and trans women, right? Because when you segregate on the basis of sex, you'd say that trans men should be going
at somebody who might try to say what you're saying, and it's the other way around.
Yeah, but if we segregate them on the basis of biological sex, that would mean that trans men, biological females, would be entering into the women's restroom. Could a creepy cis man just claim to be a trans man and enter into their space?
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
When you say that trans men are typically more masculine presenting on average than trans women, because I sure would, that would mean that if we segregate the restrooms on the basis of sex, not gender identity, more masculine people would be going in, more masculine presenting individuals would be going into the women's restroom.
Yeah, I mean, if the whole thing is they should have their own bathrooms. See, at my daughter's school now, the school spent like over $1 million just to make sure that they had transgender bathrooms now. So guys can't go into women's bathroom, girls can't go into blah blah blah. They designated their own bathrooms.
Okay, so no, trans individuals do not have quote unquote their own bathrooms anywhere.
No, well, I understand. No. Our school.
Okay,
our school
bro,
put in.
I'm gonna, Matt.
All right, go ahead.
Stop interrupting me. And yeah, I appreciate you for the live badge. Thank you so much. Jana with the $2, Brian with the $5, Diane with the $5 as well, and Micah with the $5. Thank you guys so much. Heather with the $10. I really appreciate you for the love. So yeah, anyways, like I've already tried to explain to you how this is the case. So the bathrooms that you're going to be referencing are gender neutral. They're available for everybody. But like predominantly like individuals with disabilities would use those restrooms. That's like the main driver and intention behind them. And then second of all, if you don't like the idea of quote unquote men, okay, you're just transphobic, right? Trans women are women going into the women's restroom. Then how do you feel about a cis man going into a woman's changing room? Because that's something that Trump has done, and that's something Trump has boasted about. On SiriusXM with Howard Stern, Trump boasted about how he would walk in to the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them, with there being some girls as young as 15 there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
So you're going to turn around, you're going to demonize a half of a percentage of our population, say that they're bad people, say that this would be conducive towards harm, even though it isn't, and that's easily empirically disputed, and then vote for the guy that actually has boasted about walking into those changing rooms. Vote for the guy that actually has been held civilly liable for raping a woman. Vote for the guy that actually has sexualized our youth. He sexualized a 10-year-old saying that he did her in 10 years. Vote for the guy that has boasted about grabbing women by the P word. If you cared about women, if you cared about women's safety, then you wouldn't be voting for Trump, point blank period.
Well, listen, I mean, if you want to talk about personal safety and all that stuff, I mean, the Biden and Harrison and them, they forced COVID on people. Like, they forced a shot on people. Some people who didn't feel like they wanted the shot, they made them take the shot.
Again. I appreciate you for the love. So first of all, no, they didn't.
Think about
force-
healthcare workers. Healthcare workers had to either take the shot or they lost their job.
Lisa, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lisa. Lisa says, Gen X mom here, and I'm so proud of you and your hard work. I really appreciate you for the love, Lisa. Massive W's down below. Thank you so much for the love, Lisa. W's for Lisa. Thank you for the $50. Second of all,
Thank
no,
you,
they
Lisa.
didn't mandate the vaccine for everybody. They mandated it for federal employees. Second of all, that was a good decision. I don't know, right? Reducing the spread, saving innocent lives, swamp womp, call them evil.
Yeah, but bro, just because you got the COVID shot doesn't mean you're not going to get COVID.
And
Doesn't
just
mean you're
because
not
you
going to
d- and-
spread COVID. You can still do all of that.
And just because you
So
brush
why
your
would you want to put something in your body that has no study, has nothing? And then they give Dr. Fauci he's like the liaison over it and how he promotes it and keeps promoting it. Why would you not ask like actual real doctors what it's doing to people instead of someone like Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, saying that Dr. Fauci is not a real doctor is idiotic. He served as a top medical health practitioner for over 60 years. Second of all, right, saying that you could still get COVID and transmit it is good reason not to take the vaccine. Well, if you brush your teeth, you could still get cavities. Is that good reason not to?
What do you say about the people that died that took the vaccine?
What do you say about people who brush their teeth and still get cavities, or people that wear
Bro,
a seatbelt and still die
what
in
you're
car accidents?
stating
The point
is
of the
like not even
vaccine-
nowhere
the-
is
the point of-
serious.
the
A
point of the vac-
cavity versus someone losing their life. There's
It's literally
nowhere. That's
the-
not even a comparison. Like throw that shit out the window.
I could tell you why that's a comparison.
Like what are you
because-
even talking about? Like that's not even. You're going to say a cavity is worth somebody's fucking life. You're going to compare that shit.
No, the comparison here would be the
Exactly.
vaccine-
Now you understand how dumb you sound by saying that.
What was I comparing, Matt? Let's see who the real
You're
idiot
comparing
is. Do you
someone
even know
brushing
what I
their
was
teeth,
comparing?
whether they brush their teeth or not, whether they get a cavity would be the same as getting a fucking
No, I'm
COVID shot
comparing the
dying.
fact that when you brush your teeth, right, it doesn't make it so it's impossible for you to get a cavity. It just significantly reduces, right, the probability of that occurring. Very similarly with the vaccine, the point of the vaccine isn't to make it impossible for you to get COVID or impossible for you to die. It just significantly reduces the probabilistic based likelihood that will occur. That will occur. This is how we use safety precautions. It's also the same logic that we use it with seatbelts. Wearing a seatbelt doesn't mean that you won't die if you're in a car accident. It just means that your likelihood of dying is reduced. Just like getting the vaccine doesn't mean that you won't die or get COVID as a whole. It just means that your likelihood for getting those things are significantly reduced. That is the point of every single vaccine ever. You could get a measles vaccine and still get measles, right? You could get a flu vaccine and still get the flu, right? It's
But
all
there's
about
no
reducing
study.
the statistical
There's no study on any of
likelihood.
that shit. There was no fucking study on any of that shit.
Okay, then you're
So
just
what
like-
could happen from
There
now
is.
until then or whatever, you know? Exactly.
There is medical studies on the vaccine because of Trump. Project Warp Speed, right, essentially invested. A
Oh,
lot
and
of
you
money.
think that's sufficient? You think
You're-
that's sufficient?
I'm not gonna lie, Matt. You're a fucking dumbass if you think that there is no medical studies that would indicate the efficacy of the vaccine. It has been incessantly tested by the FDA, the AMA, the APA, and every medical organization known to mankind on the face of this earth. And every single one of these institutions would report the same studies that this is a safe and effective vaccine that should be used by the general populace. The only reason why you don't think it's a safe vaccine is because you listen and you pledge your life to alternative media sources. The people that say that Russia has a right to invade Ukraine.
no, 'cause I
the
had
same
a good
people
buddy
that
that
say
died.
that
I had-
China that COVID was made in a lab in Wuhan. The same people that say that the vaccine causes people to die. That is not backed by science. That is not backed by fact. And then you take this fringe conspiratorial bullshit and you turn around and you put people's lives on the lines because of it. But go ahead and tell me about your buddy who died, even though he took a vaccine. I'll go ahead and tell you about the cavity that I got a year ago, even though I brushed my teeth, or my friend that died in a car accident, even though he was wearing a seatbelt. Right? Of course, we're going to see people that dying from COVID, even though they got the vaccine. The point is the probabilistic based chance of that occurring is significantly reduced.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're fucking referring to as a fucking cavity and someone dying is totally different.
You know what a sign of a low IQ is?
That's just like my
Taking
dad.
anecdotal
Let me give you an
experiences
example.
over
Like my
stats.
dad was in Vietnam. Hold on, let me tell you something. It's like my dad. He was in Vietnam, right? He was in infantry, right? And they had to go through the fucking swamp patties and all this bullshit. And anyway, they sprayed some shit called Agent Orange. It's like Roundup. Well, they pepper sprayed our own fucking troops. Well, nobody did any fucking study on it back in those days. And my dad was in there when he was fucking 18. He got drafted. He had to go and all this shit, right? So he gets back. Our fucking beautiful people, they throw shit at him, call them baby killers and all this shit. But, I mean, they can't help it because it's one of these deals. Like over there, they would strap bombs to kids and things of that nature. And they would have them run at platoons of guys and blow them up. So you had to make a choice of either shooting this infant, or not infant, but, you know, kid, whatever, or everybody dying. You know,
I have no fucking clue what he's talking about. I am not going to lie. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. But before we do, Jace, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Jace says this 50-year-old PhD would be proud of you if you were my kid. Thanks. Let me go ahead and click on it here. It's not clicking down. This 50-year-old PhD would be proud of you if you were my kid. Thanks for being a voice of reason. Jace, you've been watching forever. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jace. You've been actually watching forever. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $20. Additionally here, we have a couple more. Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal saying, happy 20th birthday, another 52-year-old who agrees with you. Margaret, thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Margaret in the chat. Thank you for the $25. And Thomas, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. I appreciate you guys. Y'all are going off today. Thank you so much. And Alexander, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying literally sending money because this guy is so DUMB. Thank you so much for the love, Alexander. Let's get some W's for the donors in chat. Jace, Margaret, Alexander, and Thomas, thank you guys so much. What's up, Senator? Are you a senator?
No, that's my name.
Oh, okay. Are you voting for Trump?
You know, I was on the fence, but after listening to you, I am definitely going for Miss Kamala. I know that's not what you're looking for in your box, but my son and other two kids are still going for Trump. And God, I wish I could give you their phone number so you could talk to them.
Get them up on the live, man, and that's great to hear. Thank you so much for hearing me out. That's the point of this stream. See, the point isn't to convince the people I'm debating; it's to give good reason to the people listening why they shouldn't be voting for Trump. I appreciate you for popping up. Of course, I am just looking for Trump supporters today, but thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. Have a good one.
You bet. I'm 67, and I'm 100% on your side too. Why don't you run for president and give us a third op?
yeah, they got to amend the Constitution, allow a 19-year-old just this once.
Well, we can allow a 100-year-old to be in the presidency. We should have a younger one there.
Yeah. Hey, well, I appreciate you, man. Have a good rest of your day. Dude, massive W's for the guests. That is huge. See, that is why I run these lives at the end of the day. That right there is the point. Thank you for the love, man. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box. That is awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to go to see what our next guest here has to say. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
What's going on? Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing such a thing?
I liked his foreign policy in 2016. I feel like Gen Z, our whole life growing up, we were kind of fear-mongered into believing that we can never have peaceful relations with countries like Russia, North Korea, China. And one of the most inspiring moments to me growing up was when Trump crossed the South Korean border into North Korea. And it just felt pretty safe at that time. Like having good relations with Kim Jong-un and other world leaders. And obviously, it's kind of completely the opposite now. People like Tulsi Gabbard are already predicting that when and if Kamala Harris gets elected, she will try to prove that she is not weak and a strong leader and will take force against a lot of these world leaders, such as Iran, China, North Korea, and bring us into war. And I've seen her say that she's not going to back. Like, I'm pretty sure the DNC, she just said like she won't back down against them, and they're all rooting for Trump. So yeah, I don't think she's a strong leader to go up against these other world leaders like Putin.
Yeah, the prosecutor is going to be worse on the global stage than the felon, of course.
She got shut down. Her record as a prosecutor got shut down by Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, and it ended her presidential campaign instantly.
So first of all, that did not end her presidential campaign. She ended her own presidential campaign.
Because her popularity dropped.
Can I talk here? Can I talk?
Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you so much. So first of all, that did not end her presidential campaign. What ended her presidential campaign was a spot on Biden's ticket. Second of all, the information which Tulsi Gabbard shared at that debate is misinformation, lies, and propaganda, and I could defend that position to the depths of hell. Third of all, Ames, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo saying extra love for the Radio t-shirt. Happy early birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Ames. W's for Ames in the chat for the $15. I appreciate you for that. Third of all, you talked about, Trump crossing over the southern border of North Korea. That would have been inspiring if it was anything more than a propaganda photo shoot for the North Korean citizens. He went over there for a denuclearization agreement, did not get that achieved, then turned around and started calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man again. would have been inspiring. His relationship with Putin would have been inspiring if he wasn't literally Putin's lapdog and believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence as he did in Helsinki. Would have been inspiring if we didn't have leaked Kremlin documents suggesting that the reason Putin likes Trump so much is because he's very easily manipulated. Then about China, what good fucking relations with China? Isn't like one of his whole things like taking a stand against China?
Yeah. So I guess we'll kind of tackle all those things at one time.
Great foreign affairs, by the way. Yeah, show like producing tariffs on China that caused the failure and bankruptcy of American farmers because it reduced agricultural exports. Great foreign policy. It was such a good piece of foreign policy that he had to turn around and bail out American farmers with $28 billion. Phenomenal policy.
Okay, he did that, didn't he? So he bailed out farmers.
Yeah, he killed them, then bailed them out. Terrible policy. Terrible
All right,
policy.
let's back it up to Tulsi and Kamala Harris. She 100% dropped out of the election after Tulsi Gabbard called her out on her record. And
What's
her record was putting.
Don't say the names of any drugs.
Right, putting people in jail for certain drugs and withholding evidence against people that would have been free from death row, but withholding that evidence when she had the opportunity not to. And if you could defend it, why didn't she on the debate stage? Why did she choke up, get all nervous, and then basically back down, and then soon after she dropped out of the election?
Yeah, so first of all, I have not watched her debate with Tulsi Gabbard, and I doubt you have either. I feel like you just made that up on the spot.
What do you
Second
mean?
of all, when we're referencing the person on
Pull it up right now.
when we're referencing the person on death row, right? You said that she had kept an innocent man locked up on death row. That's misinformation. She kept a guilty man locked up on death row, right? His lawyers appealed saying that he should get DNA testing done. She countered that, instantiating that there's already enough evidence to believe that he was guilty beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Eventually, his lawyers' appeals went through and DNA testing was done. And what happened? He was found guilty for a second time. Third of all, he was never going to be executed because the state of California stopped executions in 2006. And fifth of all, this was investigated by the governor's office in the state of California in 2018 and found no wrongdoing on behalf of Kamala Harris. Sixth of all, you're talking about her putting people in jail for the use of the M drug. 45 people were sentenced to jail for the use of the M drug while she was AG. And yeah, there's a prosecutor prosecuting. She turned around in 2014 and advocated for the end on the war on drugs, advocated for the federal decriminalization of the use of the M drug, and then in 2018 co-signed on legislation in the Senate to federally decriminalize it. Unfortunately, it didn't pass through. But I mean, if you want to talk about locking people up, how do you feel about Trump wanting to lock up the Central Park Five young black men and boys who were, exonerated from their crimes, and Donald Trump turns around and spends nearly $100,000 in advertisements in newspapers calling for their death penalty? How do you feel about Trump wanting to sentence DRUG dealers to death, right? Maybe we could also talk about, how this character comparison ultimately fails for you when you consider that Trump is a rapist, a felon, an election denier, a womanizer, a racist, a misogynist that has attempted to overthrow.
All right, you're dropping like 1,000 points at one time. Like how? Like you're reading like I don't know if you're reading ChatGPT or if you're reading.
Playing with cards in my hand, buddy.
All right, so you're just pulling. All right, but either way, you're pulling so much information. Like, how could you have a debate with anybody when you literally drop 100 topics at one time? Like that's no way to debate. Like we're focusing on one. Like
buddy, you referenced Tulsi Gabbard. You referenced Tulsi Gabbard and what she had said to him on her debate stage. So I explained to you exactly how it is the case.
Defend her own record against Tulsi Gabbard at their debate, like you just did. If all that was true, why did she have nothing else to say and then immediately dropped out after?
First of all, I've already explained to you the reason in which she dropped out of the race was because she got a spot on Biden's campaign. Second of all, right, like
it's because her popularity was zero, and she had 0 votes. Just
okay, are you going to continue to interrupt me and act like a man, baby?
Actually, no. When Biden was forced to drop out,
are you going to continue to interrupt me like a man, baby?
I'm not a man. You just spoke for maybe 2.5 minutes straight, and I let you
because I was responding to
every single point. But again, you make 100 points at.
She didn't drop out because of her debate with Tulsi Gabbard, and second of all, she did respond to Tulsi Gabbard on the debate stage.
And she completely failed. She crumbled, and then her campaign soon dropped out after. She didn't have a single vote, and she still doesn't have a vote now. She was planted by the Democratic Party. They did not hold a primary for a candidate.
She was placed in there with 0 votes.
How many votes did Trump get in the primaries?
They had a primary. I don't know exactly how many primaries, how many votes they had, but they had a primary. There was Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy.
I'm going to go ahead and clarify. Trump got 0 votes.
There were
in the
many
primaries
candidates
because
that
in the
stepped up, and if Republicans wanted them to be their candidate,
Hey, fuckface, answer my question. How many votes did Trump get in the primaries?
I already told you. I don't know exactly how many.
0. He got 0 votes in the primaries.
Then how did he
because
win
in the
over-
primaries,
how did he win over Nikki Haley?
hey, Louie, I don't want to have to mute you again, you little boy. Do I have
I'm
to
not
mute
a
you?
little boy, bro. You're a little boy.
Then why are you acting like one?
Because you're not letting me speak.
He got 0 votes in the primaries because in the primaries, you don't vote for a candidate, you vote for delegates who pledge themselves to a candidate. Okay? And Biden dropping out and telling his delegates that had been pledged to him to endorse Kamala Harris is a typical common procedure of private political parties. This happens in every single primary race. If one individual in the primaries, say, wins 4 states, gets their delegates, and then ultimately drops out because someone else wins 30, well, what they're going to do is they're going to tell their delegates to endorse another candidate. So when Biden won all 50 states, drops out, he told them to endorse Kamala Harris. Second of all, right, private political parties are not an operation or function of our government. That was not an anti-democratic process, and you have the right to vote for whoever you would like in November. It could be Kamala Harris, it could be Joe Biden, it could be Trump. But finally, if you don't like supposed anti-democratic practices, well, then why are you voting for Trump, the man that attempted to stage a coup to rig the 2020 election and steal the vote from Biden?
Trump did not attempt to stage a coup. He tweeted out, "Make sure that it is that you are peacefully protesting." And yes, I know that he waited 180 minutes or something like that. He believes the election was stolen. Many Americans, and I think farther than just like MAGA cultists, believe the election was
70% of Republicans.
That doesn't say something to you? That doesn't say something.
It says
Philadelphia, in Philadelphia, they were boarding up windows.
It says so much to me. Do you want to know what that says to me? I'm going to tell you exactly what that says to me. That tells me that Donald Trump is a legitimate threat to our democracy. The Achilles tendon to a well-preserved, functioning democracy is a well-informed voter base. But when you have people, is a misinformed voter base. And when you have people like Trump incessantly lying and perpetuating
the
just
left
like
lies ridiculously.
And straight up like conspiratorial hearsay, rejecting the results of an election, insofar as him being able to like convince 70% of his voter base that the election was stolen from him, that is the Achilles tendon to our democracy. And second of all, the reason I say he attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government, or isn't because he incited like the riots of January 6th, it's a whole different topic, but it's because he sent slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to Congress to be counted as real. He tried to steal the election from Biden by wanting to ignore the voice and the vote of every American that voted in 2020 and certify fake votes for him.
Okay, you know what? Trump and the 2020 election, you might be possibly right. But he deeply feels that the election was stolen. He didn't try to steal it back. He felt it was stolen from him.
Okay, so you admit that he's delusional because he admits that the election, or he thinks that the election was stolen, even though he had his VP coming to him saying that it wasn't. He had the Justice Department coming to him saying that he wasn't. He even formed his own election integrity committee.
I know
and invested millions of dollars into research for evidence that the election was stolen from him. Then took everything he found to 63 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed, and they all told him that he didn't have any evidence after all the incessant investigations by him and his own team and his own courts and his own judges. After 4 years of this on the local and state and federal level, he still thinks that it's stolen from him. So you're just you're literally admitting that he is delusional.
No, I'm not admitting that he's delusional. I'm saying that he believes that the election was stolen, and there's a lot there. Like he's probably attributing all that to the deep state.
If I believe that I'm a fucking messiah and I've come here to save mankind, am I delusional?
If you believe that you're a messiah and you came here to save mankind, most likely there's been many people throughout history that he doesn't believe that.
Most likely, because I fucking have no reason to believe that I'm the Messiah. One second. Because I have no reason to believe that I'm the Messiah to save mankind. I have no evidence for that. Why in the hell would I think that? Just like Trump has had no reason to believe that the election was stolen from him. In fact, it's been.
What do you think about voting areas that No, what do you think about
Brian, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying voice of reason. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo, Brian.
On the 2020 election. I'm talking about the 2024 election and Kamala Harris. So let's I don't like the points. I don't like the points that you made about Kamala Harris. North Korea. What I said before. That was not a propaganda campaign.
It's time to pivot. It's time to pivot. Well, see, you were making the point that Kamala Harris had engaged in anti-democratic behaviors, and this is why you're not voting for her.
All the
but
time.
then, as soon as I reference the biggest internal attack on our federal government, on our civil and electoral processes, and on our democracy,
Trump
committed
did not
at the hand of Trump.
His voters stormed the Capitol, and also
I'm not talking about the riots on January 6th. I'm talking
Capitol rioters.
I'm not talking about the riots on January 6th. I'm talking about his fake electorate's plot of sending fake certificates of ascertainment to Congress, saying that Trump had won states that he didn't, to be certified as real by Mike Pence to steal the election from Joe Biden. That is what I'm talking about.
I don't think that's enough for him to be. Well, then why is he not banned from running? I mean,
well, actually, that's a goal of the ongoing indictments. He's making the argument that these are things that he has done. He's making the argument that these are things that he has done, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions from them.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I mean, clearly they've put him through every single possible way to get him off the ballots, and he's still running. So,
Mr. Louis, he's admitted he did those things. How is that not enough?
He's still because he's still running.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell us anything about if he tried to stage a coup to steal the vote from Biden.
Again, the bottom line is he feels that the election was stolen. There's a lot of shadiness going on. There've even been, and I know what you're going to say, that there was been investigations, but there's been many claims that there were dead people voting, multiple people voting under the same name. And like I said, like in places like Philadelphia, like important states like Pennsylvania, they're boarding up windows at the voting locations so that you can't see what's going on in there.
You know what Trump said like a week ago? He said if Jesus were to count the vote in California and it were to be totally and unequivocally fair, that he would win California.
Because a lot of the narrative is that the right believes that God is helping Trump to win because the Democrats will destroy this country.
Oh, so God's helping the rapist, the guy that's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, the guy that has sexualized little girls, the guy that has said he's never had
the guy that's trying to avoid nuclear war, the guy that's trying to avoid the military industrial.
What is he going to do? Is he going to die, raise again 3 days later, and bang another porn
He doesn't
star?
believe himself to be a messiah. Where are you getting that narrative from? Where are you getting the narrative that he believes he's a messiah?
So you think that Kamala Harris will start World War III if she's elected? So
yeah, I do. I already told you I do. We're right on the cusp. We are right on the cusp that we don't have a president right now.
Hey, buddy.
Those other countries are laughing at us.
Hey, buddy. So if Donald Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with
Donald Trump follows the same policy that Teddy Roosevelt followed, which is speak softly and carry a big stick. And that keeps these other countries in line.
One second, Mr. Louis, you know you're totally wrong.
How am I totally wrong?
Because if Donald Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and it is going to blow it up with its massive lasers.
You don't believe we're right on the cusp of World War III right now?
And you don't believe that we're right on the cusp of the Death Star killing us all?
That's Star Wars. Why?
Oh my God, it's not Star Wars. It's real. You should be terrified. Everyone should be terrified. This is why you have to vote for Kamala Harris. Because if you vote for Donald Trump, the Death Star is going to blow you up. The Death Star is going to blow you up if Donald Trump is elected. We are on the cusp of the Death Star killing us all. How can you not see it? It's right in front of your face, Louis.
Dean, you're mocking this concept while
I'm mocking the fear mongering, yeah.
Because there's multiple wars going on throughout the world right now, and it's very clearly like World War III is right around the corner. Are you gonna go?
It's right on the corner. It's right on the corner.
Are you gonna go fight?
Am I gonna fight in World War III if Kamala Harris is reelected? You sound like my 68-year-old niece. Sorry, niece, that's not true. My 68-year-old aunt who has been consumed by the MAGA cult and believes any single word, sentence, or phrase that comes out of the mouth of Donald Trump. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Trump. Look
Mr.
around
Louis,
you. There are two massive wars that are breaking out right now.
Mr. Louis, you
Why
let
did
this
Putin
man
not invade Ukraine when Trump was
Mr.
in
Louis,
office? Because
Mr.
Trump.
Louis, You let this man shit and piss in your mouth.
Because
All
Trump
the lies,
friends who bombed the
conspiratorial
Kremlin,
bullshit, and
that is
hearsay.
speaking softly and carrying a big stick.
You
The
let him
same as Teddy
shit and piss
Roosevelt.
in your
If you
mouth.
know anything about President Teddy Roosevelt.
Do you know anything about like fear mongering?
That's not fear mongering. All you have to do is look at like footage on Instagram to see how close we are to World War III. It's not like, why are you just denying what's happening in the world?
Henry, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I actually wanted to mute him to read this off. This is funny. Trump speaks softly and has a small stick. Logan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, guys, Instagram, the best source in the world.
So let's pivot. You want to deny that world relations are terrible right now because everyone is laughing at the United States. So back to what you said about these woke transgender policies. What you said to one of the other guests about, I don't even know, like a transgender person because of their personality might be more masculine or more feminine. Like if a more feminine sexual man walks into a woman's bathroom that is somehow safer than a more masculine biological woman walking into a women's bathroom. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard from anybody. How do you not understand that biological sex matters more in safe spaces for women and men than somebody's personality, somebody's characteristics? They dress more feminine, so therefore it's safer for someone with a P word to walk into a women's bathroom. That is the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
Do you know what a mirror test is?
No, I don't know what a mirror test is.
So we use mirror tests to determine of like different forms of life or like self-conscious. Could you do mirror tests for us?
I don't want to do anything. I'm having a debate with you about the issues of the 2024 election. And I just made an excellent point to you that you're completely dodging. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's okay for biological men to compete against biological women in sports?
Fucking, what the hell's a biological man? Listen, yeah, so I have a question. What is a man?
I just asked you a question and you're dodging it.
No, I'm not. I have to understand what your terms mean. What's a man?
What is a man? Somebody with the organs of a man. A P word, a T word.
Okay. And
somebody that has XY chromosomes.
Okay. And you're a Christian, right?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
That means you are. So God the Father, he's not a man because he doesn't have a penis?
This is completely Dean, this is a horrible response to what I'm saying. You're clowning yourself. You're clowning yourself.
With all due respect,
I asked you a question and you're rebuting with terrible follow-up questions, asking me if I think God is a man.
Yeah, so you're a Christian. Is God the Father
has
a
nothing.
man?
I'm talking about science. I'm talking about science right now. I'm not talking about religion.
Louis, is God the Father? Good that you know that science and religion are different. Great.
I know.
Anyways, hey, so is God the Father?
I'm not even registered Republican.
Is God the Father a man?
I don't know. I have not passed away and gone to heaven. Nobody on earth that's alive knows.
So some men aren't. So some fathers aren't men.
If you want to go by gender identity, like I'll give you an example. Brittany.
Wait, I just want to clarify. So some fathers aren't men because you don't know if God the Father's a man, yet you know he's a father.
Female safe spaces and female.
And what I'm talking to you about is how insanely fucking disingenuous.
Part of what
And what I'm talking to you about is how insanely fucking disingenuous it is for you to come up in here and say that science tells us what a man is. You need the XY chromosomes, you need the penis, you need the testicles.
Tell you what a man is,
but then you turn around and you say God the Father is a man, yet God the Father doesn't have a penis.
You're blending
God the
religion
Father
and
doesn't have
science.
testicles.
You are the one blending religion and science, and I'm asking you a scientific question.
Okay,
do you think it's okay?
And what you're saying that your religious beliefs are antithetical to logic and science and that they exist in a realm outside of rationale? Is that what you're saying?
Dean,
Is that no? Answer my question. Are you saying that your religious
repeat the
beliefs,
question, and then
that your
peacefully
Christian beliefs
answer my
are
question.
antithetical to rationale, are antithetical to logic, are antithetical to reason, are antithetical to science, and are completely separate from any ounce of critical thought that you could possibly engage in? Because the point that I'm making is very fucking clear. You say
What's
that
the
in
point?
order
I
to
wanna
be a
know what the
man,
point is.
that you have to have a penis, but then you turn around and you say God the Father is a man who is a father and is referred to as he, him, yet God the Father doesn't have a penis.
God doesn't have pronouns, bro. God doesn't have pronouns.
Have you read the Bible?
Bro. Dean.
God has
you're
pronouns.
completely jumping around the question and you're spewing nonsense.
I'm not spewing nonsense.
You
You just
are
said that your
completely
God doesn't have
spewing
pronouns.
nonsense. You
Have you
are.
ever read the Bible?
I've read parts of the Bible. I haven't read the full Bible.
Yes, God has,
I-
in accordance with the Christian faith, God has
Dean,
pronouns, you
all right.
donut.
All right, Dean. Yeah, just the same pronouns as the Democrats of 2024. That's exactly
Wait, I have a
what,
question. What are your pronouns?
bro. I don't do pronouns, but I'm a
No,
biological
no,
male.
no, no. What
I'm
are
a
you,
biological
Mr.
male,
Louis? What are your
and
pronouns?
I identify as a man.
What
so-
are your pronouns?
Dean, you can't keep asking me questions when you avoid
Haley, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Shut up, buddy. Haley, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying from the trans girl in your bathrooms for 11 years unnoticed. Someone tell this guy to look up the neurobiology studies on trans individuals. Great point, Haley. Great point. Maybe we'll get around to this. Thank you for the $20. What's going on with Mr. Louis? So I just want to clarify, you, or as you said, I don't do pronouns. You don't do
All right,
pronouns.
what are you saying? You and I, Dean. I asked you if you think it's okay for
hey.
biological
So,
women to compete in sports.
Hey. What are your
for
pronouns,
biological
buddy?
men to compete in sports against biological women, and you
Oh my
asked
God!
me
Listen,
if
yes,
I believe God is a man. You
I think that it's
completely
fine.
Jumped around it.
I think that it's fine for trans women to play in women's sports. What we say, like
That's
in NCAA,
okay. Trans sports, but to compete against biological.
I think, and what we see in sports leagues such as like the NCAA, Olympics.
You keep
etc.
muting me when I'm making solid points, and
I'm
then
muting you
spew
when
garbage.
you're speaking over me. You asked me how I feel about trans women competing in women's sports, and I'm explaining to you my thoughts.
All right,
And then
explain.
you want to interrupt me?
Explain.
3 sentences. Of course, I'm going to interrupt you. Okay. Second of all, I think that it's absolutely fine for trans women to play in women's sports. I'd say that trans women possess no unfair biological advantage over cis women in women's leagues, because it is the case, if you are a trans woman to compete in women's sports in the NCAA and the Olympics, you have to undergo 3 to 5 years of hormone replacement therapy. And we have studies consistently demonstrate since the 90s that after one has undergone 3 to 5 years of HRT, that they no longer possess the thicker bones. They no longer possess the denser muscles. They no longer possess those biological advantages in which a male with typical levels of testosterone would possess over a female with typical levels of testosterone. Second of all,
Dean, that's
right after-
ridiculous. That's
not
ridiculous.
That's a
No
fact.
matter whatever data you just gave, they still have XY chromosomes. They're still a biological male. And if that were the case, if it were safe, then why do women get pulverized in martial arts? Why do they get completely destroyed in basketball, in swimming? Why do these things happen if all that data that you just said
Stephanie, I
is
appreciate you
accurate
for the
and makes
$5
it
on PayPal.
safe
Thank you for the
for
love.
transgender people to compete against biological women?
Okay, so you said because they have XY chromosomes that they shouldn't be able to compete in the sports leagues.
What did you say?
You said because they have XY chromosomes that they shouldn't be able to compete in the sports leagues?
Yes, because that means that they're still a biological male competing against biological females.
Okay, but I'm guessing the reason you'd say that like a biological male shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports is because they possess some type of unfair biological advantage. And the point that I'm demonstrating to you here is that they don't possess that unfair biological advantage.
Okay, but the results of these sporting outcomes show otherwise. If you literally just look at the Olympics, and I know that there's some complication of the boxer that supposedly had XY chromosomes, but is actually a woman, it's garbage. It's nonsense. That person with the XY chromosomes destroyed the biological woman in seconds. An Olympic athlete who trains their whole life for that event was destroyed in about 30 seconds.
Was
and
that a
there's
man?
plenty of other examples.
Manny,
MMA,
was a Manny,
where a
was
biological
one
woman
second, I want to
is
ask you a question.
destroyed by a
I'm asking you a
transgender
question.
athlete.
I'm asking you a question. I don't know how to mispronounce a name. If I butcher it, chat, please correct me. I'm Manny Khalif. I'm not quite sure.
You're talking about the person for the Olympics.
Was she a man? Do you think she's a man?
I believe that I read that she has had XY chromosomes, but there's some strange exception.
is
but
she a
I really
man or a
think
woman?
that's mostly propaganda. I believe she's
Is
a
she
man.
a man
I
or a
believe she's a
woman?
man.
Okay, so men could get pregnant.
That's what you believe. That's what
No,
the
that's what you
left
believe.
pushes. That's the rhetoric that the left pushes.
So you just said that Amin Khalif was a man. Amin Khalif has functioning ovaries, a uterus, and can get pregnant. So do you?
You're
think
telling me
men
that
can get
there
pregnant?
is nothing that she has XY chromosomes.
She has XY chromosomes. It's called DSD.
So she's a biological male.
So you think men can get pregnant?
That's what the left pushes. That's part of like indoctrination of
No,
children
that's
in
what
liberal
you're
states.
saying.
That is
That's
part of
what-
why Kamala Harris should not get elected.
Right
Pushing
now,
rhetoric that men
you
can
are
get.
saying-
You're
Do you
advocating
see-
for
do
a
you see this?
liberal candidate, but you're
hey, Mr.
preaching
Louis.
to-
Two rocks click fucking clacking. I love it when this anti-trans worldview contradicts itself. I love it when the anti-trans worldview contradicts itself. You think Amin Khalif is a man? Amin Khalif can get pregnant. So you think that man can get pregnant? You follow the logic there, buddy? It's very simple.
What about the swimmer? What about the swimmer that
We're not going to pivot.
Oh,
Hey, I'm going to
I'm
put you
still
back
on
on
the
mute.
same topic, and you didn't
I'm
even
gonna
answer
put-
what
I'm
I
gonna
said
put you
about the
back on mute.
bathrooms.
There's back on mute. Look at you, running away. We're gonna go through the logic once again.
Keep
So Amin
muting me
Khalif is a man.
because I'm schooling you, Dean. You keep muting me
muting you
because I'm
because you can't
exposing
engage
your
with
voice.
some very
The
simple
le-
logic.
Kamala Harris's ideology.
Calm the fuck down, dude. Take some melatonin. You need some melatonin. Okay. Anyways, you said Amin Khalif is a man. Amin Khalif can get pregnant. Does that mean that you think men can get pregnant? Can you respond to that question? Get on mute now. Figure
All
it
right.
out.
Go ahead. What I don't know. I don't like. We could pivot to any topic that you want to talk about. But you are already
I'm
wrong
gonna
about this
repeat it. I'm gonna repeat it for
transgender.
the seventh. I'm gonna repeat it for the seventh time. You said that Amin Khalif is a man. Amin Khalif can get pregnant. Does that mean you think men can get pregnant?
I know men can't get pregnant.
Okay, so then why would you say that Amin Khalif is a man? Because she can get pregnant.
Because she has XY chromosomes.
Okay, then you do think some men can get pregnant.
No.
Then you don't think she's a man.
I think there's a lot of misinformation. Dean. No, Dean. You can laugh all you want. You're
buddy. Is it
clowning
really this
yourself,
hard?
Dean. You can laugh all you want. You're
Oh,
clowning
no.
yourself.
No, I'm
I
clowning-
think there's a
I'm
lot of
clowning you.
misinformation about that specific example. But Dean, don't act dumb. You know there's
Which one is it? Is she a man? Or can men get pregnant? Is she a woman or can men get pregnant? That's what I meant to say. Is she a woman or
You're
can
still
men get
on.
pregnant?
I'm talking about other examples. I'm talking about the issue in general. You're still on the
Because-
Olympics
because-
there's a lot of
because you're
misinformation about it.
Which one is it? Is she a woman or can some men get
I don't
pregnant?
know because there's tons of misinformation. There's tons of misinformation about that specific example.
Tons of misinformation. It's very simple. If you think Amin Khalif is a man, this means you think some men can get
Does
pregnant.
the fact that she has XY chromosomes not mean that she has a boost in testosterone?
Do you think some men can get pregnant? Or is
Dean, I
Amin
already
Khalif a
answered
woman?
the question that I should be asking everybody on the left. I should be asking Kamala Harris, can men get pregnant? And her little earpiece from the deep state would tell her to say yes or no, depending on
Hey,
if she's on
Mr.
Fox.
Louis, I'm going to give you one last chance. Is she a woman or do you think men can get pregnant? I mean, I can explain it very simply from my perspective. Gender identity has nothing to do with biological sex. Of course, men can get
You're
pregnant.
muting me when I'm in the middle of making my points. That's what the left does.
It's not a point that.
Have you read
responds to the question that I asked
1984
you.
and about censorship? Because that's what the Democrats of today.
It's not a point that responds to the question.
That's what you're doing to me right now, muting me every 5 seconds. That I'm.
Mr. Louis, you're not making a point that responds to my question. Is Amin Khalif a woman, or can some men get pregnant? Courtney, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
I don't know if she's a
Leah,
woman.
thank you for the
I actually don't even know
$5.
if
I
she's a
appreciate you
woman
for the love.
still. You're just
Alicia, I
telling me.
appreciate you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo as well.
I'm just assuming
Heidi,
that
thank
what
you
you're
so
saying
much
is
for the
correct.
$5 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you guys for the love. So do you see how that's a contradiction in your logic?
Dean, that's one specific example. Why don't you mention another example of?
Two rocks click clacking. God, guys, you know, who's holding us back? They are. Stephanie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you guys for the love. You guys have been so kind to me today. Y'all been so freaking kind. I've had a blast streaming. Is Parker live? Because if Parker's live, we should go over there and coast with him for a little bit. Let me know. I bet he is. What is it? Is Parker live? Is Parker live? Yeah? Hey, start spamming Parker's ad in the comment section. We're going to go hang out with him for a little bit. we're gonna go hang out with Parker. Spam Parker's at. We're gonna go. Oh, and when y'all head in there, make sure to let him know he's a Dean clone. No, just kidding. Spam Dean rated the chat. I still need y'all to spam his at in the comment section though. At Parker, good job, perfect. All right, guys. So everyone, all 3.3 thousand of y'all, head over to @Parker, get a job on TikTok. Spam Dean raid. I'm gonna hop in his queue, try to coast with him for a little bit. I love you all. I will see you all over there momentarily. @Parker, get a job on TikTok. See you guys there.
Kita proses guys ya. Jadi jam 7 pagi kita proses, jam 12